Good morning and welcome to Kimbolton for round number 7 of the HKRC Club Championships here at the Kimbolton Circuit in Cambridgeshire. Also incorporating today the Kimbolton Festival, the biggest race in the calendar. My name's Chris Sora and here once again is the expert at the Kimbolton Circuit, Charlie Ellis.
Well, it's very nice for you to call me an expert. I wouldn't really say I am, but yeah, it's a lovely weather's day and the sunny weather's day here at Kimbolton. I think we're going to go straight into the race. We've got Hondas who are coming around to start the third heat of their weekend as they all get going down into turn 1. You're able to see on your screens now. You will. Sawyer Henderson losing out and drops to second place. Sawyer has been right at the top all weekend. He's been really dominant this weekend. And funny enough, the top 4 have actually stayed the same through the first and second heats. For those who don't know, we had qualifying first heat and the second heat yesterday. Today we've got the third heat and your pre-finals and those most important grand finals where you'll receive the K-plate if you win in your respective class. So in the Honda Cadets, there has been Sawyer Henderson. He's been up there at the front. Dana Rowlands has always been the second man. And Keen Delaney and Arthur Murphy have always been there third and fourth place. But at the moment, Rowlands looks alright for the time being, or does he? Because Sawyer Henderson shoots down the inside. And Arthur Murphy might have a look for second place as well. Lovely stuff here in Honda Cadets. Yeah, brilliant start to this Honda Cadet race with the Meticades a bit further behind with Jensen Darlow leading them round about half a lap behind at the moment. Looking very close between Sawyer Henderson, Dino Rowlands, Arthur Murphy, Mason Becker all in there in this beautiful summer's morning here at Kimbolton. Temperatures are in the mid to high 20s today, a little bit cooler than for yesterday's practice sessions and the opening heats, which were in 30 degree plus conditions. Tough on the karts, still very warm today. Minimal chance of rain. We had that a few times this season, but the rain cloud staying well away from Kimbolton today as we get this fast, exciting start to our first race of the day. The Cadets leading the pack round at the moment in towards Kimbolton, the final corner of the circuit. Sawyer Henderson, Dino Rowlands all running very closely together. Arthur Murphy right in there as well. And the run down to Stowe here looking very close indeed. Lovely thing to point out as well, something that we hadn't seen in those laps earlier, was that Arthur Murphy is now been put under investigation. So I wonder what that could have been for. We saw at the start there, it was sort of moving over going into turn 1, so maybe it could be maybe a full start infringement. But still at the front, still Sawyer Henderson leading the way. Dana Rowlands right on his bumper. They're going to be trying to push each other around and maybe might open up an opportunity. All it takes for one mistake from Sawyer and that could really shake up the race. Dana Rowlands also, he's also in investigation as well here. So it's a very aggressive start to the race here, and the clerk of the course and the stewards of the bit to look at here. Yeah, they're a bit strict today, waking up. There's still a bit of time left, 5.5 minutes left on the clock, so we've still got plenty of laps to get around the track, and these drivers were having to try and feel how the circuit is today. It might have felt a lot different than it was yesterday. It was a lot hotter yesterday, that was something to point out. The humidity as well was a lot different, so that's going to not affect the track, but the car performance as well. The engines were getting a big battering yesterday. Might not be as bad today, but it's still going to be a bit hard for the drivers to just look after and manage, as well as the tyres. Only one set of tyres for all the racing today and yesterday, so these drivers are really put to the test, but that's what makes them better over time. And that's what, gives them life skills and lessons to learn throughout their racing career. But still at the front, Sawyer Henderson, he seems to be doing the perfect job. Yeah, he's getting that kart planted exactly where it needs to be as they make their way down towards Stowe Corner. And you can see second just having a peek there, but nothing really going. Rowlands just trying to watch the lines here as they make their way through the willows. This fat sweeping section just after the first corner, running down the Amitsu Straight towards Derrick's Corner, which is that bus stop style chicane. Very technical part of the circuit here as they make their way up towards Dan Weldon Corner, the very top of the circuit. The Meticades making their way through now with the leading group there. Got Jensen Darlow still leading the way from Teddy Murphy, Arlo Gambo, Ollie Brunt, Freddie Walker, Ollie Kleinfelter in 6th in that class as well from Mason Munster, Joseph Cox and Isaac Garth. They're all having a very close battle indeed at the front here with the Honda Cadets. So still Henderson leading the way. Rowlands on his tail as they make their way down towards Stowe, the first corner. This is a classic overtaking spot, but you've really got to get that kart planted. And at the moment, Rowlands, well, we've still got 3.5 minutes plus the one lap remaining here. I think he's just trying to bide his time here and look for some opportunities as the race goes on. Yeah, this was the plan between these two all along yesterday. They were just following each other around, and it was helping them out because they were just able to get onto the bumpers of each other, push each other along, and extend that gap from the drivers behind. Sawyer and Rowland's doing a really good job at that. Behind them, Mason Becker made that move for third place, the final spot on the podium on that final lap. He's having a great battle with Arthur Murphy and Keane Delaney. Delaney, I've been very surprised about. One of our novice drivers. He's been very much on it in the past couple of rounds, really improving over time. Still in your backpack, though. It looked like a good battle still going on for that final spot. But at the front, these two, they're playing the perfect plan here. You just got to push each other along, and you can just see that gap is getting bigger and bigger. And these drivers know, these two will know that, you know, they've got the pace. They've both got pace, but as long as they can work together, they can pull that gap, and seems to be doing all right now. I mean, it's been a very good drive by Henderson. You can see how smooth he is on the steering wheel, as well as Dana Rowland's really trying to look after and manage the tyres. As you know, you'll notice who has managed the tyres the best when it comes to the final, because they'll be able to use a tyre more and you know, get better performance out of it. So you really got to manage them in the heats, and then we'll see the best out of them when it comes to the final. But you can still see there the battle for third still going on between Murfitt and Becker. Murfitt's got past Becker on that last lap, so he's back into third. But that battle's not over yet.
Yeah, third place, very close indeed. You'll just see them at the back of the screen there, just exiting the Willows as the leaders make their way through towards Derek's corner. And this is really where the tactics go into play in karting. It's not just a sprint and a race to the flag. You'll see these two drivers really working together here just to keep that cushion. There's about 2.5 seconds separating the two leaders from that really close battle for third place. And what they can ill afford to do here is start trading paint, swapping position. Oh, it was a small mistake there from Henderson. Just ran a bit wide coming out of Kestrel corner. Gone onto the concrete there, but saved it well. But again, you see Rowland's not really, there wasn't too much of an opportunity there. He didn't go for the pass. Still got 1.5 minutes to go. And it'll be interesting here, Charlie, to see what happens in the last couple of laps.
Yeah, he ran wide there, but still managed to keep momentum up, and that's what made Rowlands think, you know what, he's still got a bit of oomph, let's just stick behind and keep following along. Battles all the way through the field. This is a battle still for third place. Becker now into third, Delaney in fourth, Murfitt there in fifth, and has brought in some friends as well. He's brought in Harry Search, Marcus Cooper and James Murfitt, so the two Murfitt brothers in there together. This battle for third is really getting on.
8th place is getting in this one as well. I think James Murfitt and Doherty even could be potentially, he's about a few seconds behind here, but they all really starting to bunch up here, aren't they, Charlie, in this battle for third place. The lead is now well clear. They've already gone through in towards Stowe, the first corner. So the rest of the pack come through, and here we are, almost 3 abreast into the first corner.
Delaney's just about holding on. Becker just there behind. Delaney's going to try and use this now to try and pull a bit of a gap around this Kimbolton circuit, especially in these hot conditions. It's never easy to pull away, especially in these Honda Cadet cars. Really, really hard to make gaps, especially with how consistent and you know how together these cars are. That's not going to be easy. Going 3 wide round there, that got very tight. Murfitt's trying to keep it round the outside. That's Marcus Cooper he's getting involved with, as well as Mason Becker. But it looked like Harry Search managed to get into third there. Oh, it'd be fourth, actually. Delaney's got a bit of a gap, but Harry Search, probably his best drive at the moment, it seems. He's not had a result like this weekend, so this will be a good start to the day.
Very good indeed. We are actually now on to the last lap of the race. It's 8 minutes plus 1 lap. The leaders went through pretty much when the clock went down to 0, so good news for them, and that's where the excitement's going to heat up for those two as they go through Derek's corner. This really close battle for third place, making its way through the Willows, back with the leaders now as they make their way up towards the Dan Weldon corner for the final time. And if Rowlands is going to do anything in second place, number 21, this is the moment. Henderson had a quick glance over the shoulder as they make their way down towards Kimbolton corner for the final time.
This is going to be very exciting. Who will take it, Henderson or Rowlands? Henderson, it looks like he's going to start the day how he ended it yesterday, taking the win in the final. We're going on to the final lap. And no, checker flag's out. No worries about that. So Henderson starts the day how he finished it with a lovely, lovely win. That was a brilliant drive between Henderson and Rowlands. Rowlands just sitting there, you know, thinking about the long game, which is, you know what, we'll work together in the heats, but I'm going to get you in the final. That's what we like to see. Really good stuff there. Delaney in third managed to hold on for Harry Search. His best performance of the weekend so far. Becker from Marcus Cooper, James Murphy, Arthur Murphy, who dropped down to 8th, so not the best lap from him on that last one. Keane Doherty from James Windsor, who had a brilliant drive. He rounds out your top 10. And in the Micromaxes, it was Jensen Darlow who took a very nice victory from Teddy Murphy and Ollie Brunt. Darlow's been up there throughout the weekend as well. So lovely to see that some of the drivers who started off the weekends good have still kept that momentum up.
Yeah, keeping going. We are well and truly into the programme here at the Kimbolton Festival. This is the third of the heats. The pre-finals coming up next as you look at some of our results from the cadets. And the Metakid in there as well, of course, and all running very well in that third heat. This is the 19th race of the weekend so far. We make our way right the way through to the finals later on this afternoon. 45 races in total across the afternoon. And a full array of karts, you might say. Mini Inters coming up next. Junior Rotax, the KZUKs, TKM Extremes, X30s, Junior X30s, Rotax, and the Senior Rotax later on this afternoon. The Austrian manufacturer, of course, still very big in karting in various race classes, but the Mini Inters, race number 20 of the weekend, our second of the day, is coming up in just a few moments. So they make their way onto the circuit very shortly indeed, just waiting for final clarification that the circuit is clear and ready to go. So, as Charlie was saying, of course, the extreme heat yesterday, and that, like we say, with the tyres, well, that can potentially make things very difficult. Engines and clutches, very demanding for the drivers in its own way. Yeah,
it's a lot of work for the drivers, I say, especially these drivers who from a young age of, you can start mini inters when you're about 9-10 years old. They've got a lot to handle, especially in these hot conditions. They've got to be very physical. They've got to, do the work in to make sure that they're fit for the whole race, to stay concentrated, as well as looking after the karts. We were having a lot of issues yesterday with karts overheating and having, clutches seize and bits and bobs like that. It's hard for the drivers, but they've got to push through it. And the one driver who has pushed through it and was very dominant in the mini inter class, that was a Kilnane Gioni. He wants me to say him as ANG. He said he would like it if Toto Wolff would like it as well. But Akil seems to be the man on form at the moment, but he's got, drivers such as Lewis Herbson, Ronnie Smart, Toby Wortley. They've all quick drivers who are up at the front of the field. Let's see how they get on then as they go down into turn 1. It's a full start. They're going to go around again. And that's not the way you want to start your third heat of the day. Yeah, the full start. So starter not too happy with the way that the drivers are lining up there. Sometimes there's a little bit of leeway if the drivers stray out of the tram line slightly, so long as the grid is essentially good. But drivers jostling for position very early at the start, of course, in these relatively short races. The start is vitally important, and well, Mr. Starter there deciding that the grid wasn't really in a good enough order to get the race underway. You would say sometimes the drivers like an extra lap. It's a little bit of a gamesmanship to warm the tyres up, but I don't think that's going to be the case today, Charlie. No, the drivers would tend to do that sometimes. The officials don't really like it, but they tried to do it. But let's see if they can go for the second time of asking yes to do down to turn 1. It's going to be a Kilnane Gioni on the inside, and around the outside it's going to be Jack Fulbakama, who's had a brilliant season so far in the mini interclass. Ronnie Smart on the inside gets a second place. It's all scrambles as they try to get through. Looks like Ronnie Smart holds on to second place, might be going for lead. Rian Townsend managed to get into second place there. That was a brilliant start by Townsend. Ronnie Smart drops to third, and it looks like Oliver Barton there in fourth. He's had a good start as well. Jack Fulbakama dropping down to fifth. See the whole pack just staying together. It's just one line of karts. You can't ask for much more, can you? Definitely not. You could see one or two of the drivers there gesticulating just to work together in these early stages. They're trying to keep the pack together as much as possible as the race goes on. What they can ill afford to do here is let that leading group just start to break away. You can see the train of 4 drivers just starting to establish the slightest of cushions here. So that chasing pack down to about 10th place. They really do need to work together. A little bit of trading paint there, going through the willows on that opening lap as they all run very closely indeed, making their way through towards Derek's corner. And really here, Charlie, a fantastic start to the race, very fast-paced as well. I think Akil Nengioni this is the most pressure he's had all weekend long. He hasn't really had to worry about other karts behind. He's been able to just try and pull away a bit. But look at Townsend, he's right on his tail. That was a good move in the back of the pack. That was Aidan Hammond on the inside of Oliver Barton. But this is when Akil really needs to think about his racecraft and try and put the laps in to try and pull away from Townsend. Townsend is not giving this one up, and he's going to have the help of Ronnie Smart and a couple friends behind. Oliver Barton having a bit of a moment. Had to skip the Willow section, but managed to keep it going. He's going to get absolutely trailed by the rest of the pack. But Akil Nangioni at the moment, he seems like he's struggling a bit.
Yeah, he's coming under some real pressure. He had some good racecraft going down towards Stowe on the previous lap there. We just see the tail end of Aidan Hammond, currently fastest driver on the track with a 44.32. Here they come into the final corner, only having to be really defensive here. Got a nice line coming out to Kim Bolton, although Townsend's got a toe here as they make their way down towards Stowe, the first corner.
Oh, it's a move.
Gioni leaves that door open, and Townsend down the inside, but Gioni's wise to that, gets the switchback. Squares the turn out to the corner and retakes the lead. So I think Gioni was pretty wise to that there.
I think this is a bit early for Townsend. I know he wants to try and get that move done, but he's still got 5.5 minutes left on the clock. There's still plenty of time to carry on going within the race and watch out, because Aidan Hammond's had a brilliant couple of laps. He's back onto the tail of these three. He's actually the fastest man out on the circuit as well. So he's having a brilliant race so far. That's a big, strong move from Townsend. And look at that. Brilliant teamwork there. Aidan Hammond managed to push his way through. Gioni drops to third. This is the lowest he's been all weekend long. Hammond now going for the lead. And I got very close there. Gioni and Townsend rub pods. Gioni gets back into second place. But look at Aidan Hammond. What a drive that was. In the past couple of laps, he was down in the about 5th or 6th and now leading the way.
Yeah, Aidan Hammond had a brilliant couple of laps there. And a good move, I would say, going into Kim Bolton corner when he was in third place. He saw the pass on Gioni, managed to tag on to the rear end of the 23 of Rian Townsend, and very quickly gets himself into the lead. He has been running a nice pace so far, 44.2 last time round, fastest lap of the race. So Gioni here has the opportunity to have a look at the lines, because Townsend really running quite well at the moment. He's got the confidence here to leave the door open into the first corner, take that sweeping line. A bit further down, some Oliver Barton in 9th place, and the 94 as well, Jack Fulbrook-Harmer there in 5th at the moment. Both drivers, I'm presuming they're of course separate incidents, having the black and white warning flag for misconduct out there on the circuit, so they are being watched by the marshals. The race goes on at the front here, just under 4 minutes, plus the 1 lap remaining, as the leading group of drivers now, about the top 6 all together as they make their way down, as potential for move into Kim Bolton, but nothing going at the moment. Townsend holding on to that third place. Hammond looking strong at the front.
Hammond had a mistake there, and that has really cost him, because look at Gioni right on his tail now. Hammond had a bit of a gap there, but just made that one mistake, and you saw what the effect was. He just brought the other two in. Townsend has really been trying to get past Gioni this last lap. He obviously thinks that he has more pace and he's a lot quicker than Gioni, but he just really can't find a way through. Ronnie Smart's there as well. Jack Fulbrook-Harmer's there just outside your top 5, and there in 6th is Jackson Hilton. Jackson had a really good last round here at the Club Championship. Of course, this is a Club Championship round, so points will matter in the stages of this weekend. But of course, they're all going for that K plate, and that will be what the final will award. But at the moment, Hammond, this is his best drive yet of the weekend. He has really put pressure to Gioni, who he sort of went into the weekend thinking, I've got a really good chance of this. And, through that first heat, through that second heat, he was just at the front all the time, really dominant. And then all of a sudden has come here today, and just something doesn't seem right. He just hasn't had the pace like he used to. Of course, all drivers will be struggling to manage the tyres, as we said before. But Gioni has really improved over the year. He, speaking to his dad, he changed chassis and has made a real difference into his driving style, and now he's a lot competitive than what he used to be. So really good to see that these drivers are developing over the year. Ronnie Smart's having a really good battle with Jack Fulbrook-Harmer. He might be having to look for a little switchback coming out of turn 1. Can't get that one done. But the top 3 here, they don't look like they're battling yet, but it's going to come soon. Yeah,
we've got just under 2 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. So it's Hammond from Gioni, Townsend 3rd, Fulbrook-Harmer in 4th, Ronnie Smart, Jackson Hilton, Lewis Herbertson, Noah Hammond, Oliver Barton, Toby Wortley, And a great drive to 10th place, well, 11th now, but making up 10 positions is the number 17 of George Quinlan, who did get a warning, but nonetheless having a good drive through the field. Jackson Heath, Edward Munns, Will Eden, Teddy Higgs all a little bit further behind in the midfield as the leaders make their way around to complete another lap. 1:25 on the clock. We've still got a couple more laps to go. Guioni's now in the lead, of course, from Hammond, who has a peek down the inside. Oh, and still very close for that battle for 5th place there. Fulbrook, Harner, Smart and Hilton all battling away. So Guioni's taken the opportunity to look for the lines and is now back into the lead.
You talk about George Quinlan there. He's not had the best weekend so far. A lot of engine issues. He had to change the engine a couple of times yesterday. And so he's sort of on the back foot at the moment, but he's trying to regain that performance. But you just said there at the front, it is really shaken up. There are these 3 drivers up at the front, and they're going to try and find a way through. Aidan Hammond is finding every inch of track to just find a way to nip through, but Guioni is going to stick to that white line. Actually decides not to defend turn 1. That could have been a risky move, but it works out quite well for him. He actually extended a bit of a gap there. As the clock ticks to 20 seconds plus that additional lap. So this will be the penultimate lap of the race. Jack Fulbrook-Armour's up into 4th, but these top 3, Rian Townsend, I think Rian's just sort of waiting for an opportunity to come about. He's seeing these 2 at the front and thinking, you know what, Hammond's going to make a move that it might not go right, and that's going to be my opportunity to sneak my way through. But let's see what happens. It's got 1 more lap left, and he's going for it on the inside. Aidan Hammond into the lead, but will he hold it as they come down the start-finish line? They're going to be side by side into turn 1. It's going to be ever so close. Guioni on the concrete, but manages to nip his way back on the inside, but he loses a bit of momentum, and that's going to open up the opportunity now for Aidan Hammond and Rian Townsend. These 2 are really going to try and battle their way through.
Townsend unlucky there. Oh, he's having a look down the inside here, but he was unlucky not to get the kart on the inside coming out of Stowe, because those 2 really pushing each other wide. He's having a go there through Derek's corner. It would have been a good move that came about. So Guioni back into the lead. Hammond chasing in 2nd. Here they come down towards the final corner as Jack Fulbrook-Armour, number 94, still looking in 4th place. Here they come down to Kim Bolton for the final time. One last go here potentially, but no, Guioni's wise to it. And out to the final corner they go, Charlie.
You saw Aidan Hammond try to have a look, but it wasn't enough. Akil Guioni takes the flag, and that was a superb drive. He really had the pressure throughout that race. That is the most pressure he's had all weekend long. And he manages to stay on top despite all the odds. Aidan Hammond, a brilliant drive from 8th on the grid to 2nd. That's one of his best drives so far this weekend. Townsend with a very consistent 3rd. He'll be up there when it comes to the pre-finals and the finals. Jack Fulbrook-Armour from Ronnie Smart rounds out your top 5. Herbson from Jackson Hilton. Noah Hammond from Oliver Barton, who stayed in 9th. He just had that awful moment coming out of the Willow section, and that lost him big time. And ran out your top 10. George Quinlan, who had a pretty good drive so far. He's trying to just make up that lost ground. I mean, this is the last opportunity for these drivers to get good points, because obviously where you start the pre-final is affected on how many points you get for the heats, and then obviously that pre-final will then detect where you start for the final. So these drivers in this last heat are going to have to really battle it out, because they want every single position they can gain, because it's going to add up them points and it's going to give you a better spot in the final. So it's going to be very exciting here. But that was a consistent drive really from the top 3 there. All very clean, stay together, but good battle out there.
Yeah, ran really close indeed. There were some tough battles there, but everyone keeping it pointing straight as well. That's very important indeed. And yeah, definitely a shout out to George Quinlan there, who made up 11 places in that 3rd heat of the day. We're moving on to our 3rd race of the day. This is race number 21 in the programme, the Junior Rotax on the dummy grid right now in the holding bay, getting ready to go underway very shortly indeed, and with support from Drift Limits, the London Motor Circuit. Our 3rd heat of the day about to get underway. The likes of Callum Sims, Ellie Baden, Hayden Fisher, Noah Moulton, Blake Southern, Alex Shepherd leading the group away in just a few moments' time. We do apologise. I think some of the grid positions not correct with what we've got on the timing screen. So it will be Callum Sims from Eli Baden, Hayden Fisher, Noah Moulton, Blake Southern, Alex Shepherd, Teddy Cooper, and Ellie Baden, a driver who has done very well this year. Callum Sims, I think that will be quite a good matchup.
Yeah, Callum Sims, quite a special story for this weekend. He's actually doing double duty, so doing Junior Rotax and Junior X30. He hasn't done much in the X30, but thought, you know what, let's have a go. Saying it's the Kim Bolton Festival, have a little play and see how he gets on. Eli Baden, as we said, he's been consistently up at the front. Obviously, he's had a bit of unluckiness throughout the year, but when he's been on four wheels on the track, he's been up there at the front. So I think a new driver, really, who's been sort of introduced to the front end of the field, Noah Moulton, who he seems to be doing all right this weekend. He's had a really good drive so far. Hayden Fisher, who's just moved up into Junior Rotax, he's doing all right as well. Obviously clinched the podium spot last weekend, and of course Blake Southern. What a drive he's having at the moment. 3 consecutive victories in a row, and he's got all to play for. Sorry for the screens that you're seeing right now. These are the senior Rotax grids from last month, I think. But it is Callum Sims and Eli Banner who start from your front row. Hayden Fisher and Noah Moulton. From Blake Southern and Alex Shepherd, Teddy Cooper, Connor Large, Stanley Williams, who won't be racing with us this for today because he has fallen ill overnight. So we all wish you the best, Stanley. Hope you are okay. Ryan Peeney and Miles Burton. And a story as well, the 111, Avia Reynolds had broken her leg and is actually here today racing. So, well, actually, of course, recovered the leg and then is now racing. So, good luck to her as well.
Here we go,
doing very good at slowing it down as well.
Yeah, this is a very slow start as they make their way down to Kim Bolton. The front row there, Sims and Baden, really bunching up the field here. We're going literally walking pace into the final corner, so they're looking for quite an explosive start here. Any moment now, trying to get a jump on the field here. They come crawling through the Kim Bolton corner, and away we go, over the line. They burst into life. It's a good start, and they pile into that first corner. It was a slow getaway, so it's going to really bunch up into the first corner. Little bit of banging of wheels there, banging of side pods in the first corner. They make their way through the willows for the first time. Everyone gets through okay, and it looks like the treble 7 there, Hayden Fisher, has emerged in the lead.
This is the first time Hayden's led over the weekend, and what a drive he's having at the moment. Of course, just started out in the Junior Rotax field as there is a yellow flag in Derek's corner, a couple of drivers off the circuit. But oh, what a move from Callum Sims. Gets back on the inside, and on the weekend where he's trying to get the K-plate in both the X30 and the Rotax. He's looking all right at the moment. He had a bit of struggles in the X30, but the Rotax seems to be where his main form is. Of course, he's done all the year in Junior Rotax, and he of course has been at the front of the field. Took a win earlier this year and has been really good. They're going to the yellow flag sector now through Derek's corner. You'll see 2 carts off on your right hand side. You won't be able to see it just yet, but we hope those 2 are okay. But Jack Deck's racing team, the 2 at the front, Hayden Fisher, Blake Southern, both working together to try and maximise the best out of their carts and themselves. Jack Deck's racing doing a brilliant job of coaching these 2, and they have really improved over the year. Oh, contact there, and that looked like one of these Zip Carts and Project 1 drivers into the barrier. George Cole and George Fountain, it seems like.
Yeah, that's right.
That was awful.
So those 2 go off into Kim Bolton corner. Race goes on, of course. We've got a couple of drivers out of contention on Derek's corner as well. I think that may be Archery Watson, Josh Phillips possibly on that first lap. Ava Reynolds making their way through as well, a bit further down at the back of the field. Race goes on, of course, though, and Callum Sims, driver number 69, looking very good at the front of the field. 42.53, fastest lap of the race. Fisher in second, Baden third. Blake Southern fourth from Moulton, Cooper, Burton, Alex Shepherd, Max Sweetley making a couple of positions as well. As we go into driver investigation further down, number 98, as they make their way through the top.
That was close for second. It looked like Hayden Fisher there going to the final corner. He went on the defensive when he didn't really need to, and it made a big squabble of Eli Baden, who managed to close in, trying to go for the move and couldn't get it done. And look what he's done. He's brought in the pack of Blake Southern and Miles Baden. Oh, I got very close, and Eli Baden's made his way through. That was a mega move for second place. But he's brought in the likes of, Blake Southern, Miles Burton, the man from Market Harbour. He's having a really good season so far. That got very close. Hayden Fisher pushing his way through. And I don't think the stewards will like that one.
Do you think that would have damaged the front nose cone there on Hayden Fisher? Of course, if they damage that nose and it drags, they would get a penalty for that. So it was quite a tap. Will that front end be intact at the end of the race?
Yeah, that'll be an interesting thing to see. Of course, if the front fairing is dropped, it will be notified at the end of the race, and they will receive a 5-second penalty. And in these sort of races where everyone is so close, that can really mean the difference between 5th and 20th. So these drivers, especially when it comes to this final heat where the last opportunity to score vital points, this could be really interesting. So Hayden, who's there in second place at the moment, could be losing positions after the race. Of course, we see the provisional race results, but you can find the official one a bit later on. Miles Burton sneaking his way through. Noah Moulton trying to get in there as well. And a star drive as well from Max Wheatley, who is doing his first race in Junior Rotax here. A guy who moved from the Mini into class. He's moved up to Junior Rotax, can just about see over the steering wheel, and he's looking all right for the time being. But this is a good battle from Teddy Cooper and Miles Burton. Teddy, who had a really strong performance this year, a bit earlier on in the year, where he managed to take a victory in the final. He's had some unluckiness throughout the year as well. But that's sort of with every driver. You all have your highs and lows. But it's about how you overcome them. But there seems to be battles everywhere you look.
Yeah, it's incredible. Here, Callum Sims has got a 3-second gap at the front of the field. He really has managed to break away from the rest of the pack. It is absolute carnage behind him. The marshals working very hard in this race, and there's a lot going on there. I can tell you that the treble 7, Hayden Fisher, currently second under investigation, along with the 77, a bit further down, Daniel Butcher, who's fought through into 10th position. Couple warnings going out as well for the 113 as well, a bit further down in the field of Ben Morgan, currently 17th. So certainly the marshals and the race stewards working very hard in this race to keep an eye on all of this very close activity. We've still got 3 minutes plus the 1 lap to go, as Baden holds that inside line into Stowe, the first corner. Can he make the line through into the Willows? A bit of a move there just behind him as they fight for position. Blake South and Teddy Cooper, Miles Burton all running very closely indeed. But for the number 69, Callum Sims, the race leader, I can tell you now he is nearly 4 seconds ahead of all of this squabbling for second place.
Is it surprising that he's also got the fastest lap? I don't think so, because he has absolutely been flying, and I think he's the only driver who isn't actually either defending or overtaking in this race. That's a strong move from Blake Southern. As you said, has been really dominant so far, took victory in the last 3 rounds of the championship, and is trying to do the same here. Hayden Fisher gets back on the inside. This is not what they want to do. The two teammates here, they've lost out big time to Eli Baden. They should have really worked together and pushed their way through together. But have decided to battle it out together, and they both lost big time, I think. Blake Simmons has dropped all the way down the field. He's about 5th or 6th at the moment. Hayden's still there in 3rd, but that's not really what you want to see from your teammates, especially if you are the team manager. But it's still looking exciting, and watch out for Teddy Cooper as well. They're in 4th place. Now, we know Teddy loves to make a little dive bomb, so that could be something to watch out for in the lap to come. We've got 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock, and anything can happen.
Callum Sims, fastest lap, 41.56, running very strongly indeed. A couple of drivers making their way through here. Max Wheatley, first time at Kim Bolton, the number 12, has moved up to 9th position now, closely followed by Toby Farthing in the number 53 up to 10th. And Daniel Butcher with a great move up the field, up to 9 places now, up to 11th position. Got 1 minute 12 on the clock. I think when the leader comes round, we will get 2 more laps before we get our final board. So still a long way to go in this race, unless your name's Callum Sims, when you can just maintain your pace at the front. All the extra per second, a bit more bar banging here, so to speak, as they come around through Kim Bolton, over the line and in towards Stowe, the first corner. Baden then second from Fisher. Burton, Cooper all running very close indeed. So Miles Burton up to 4th position. Quite a good drive through the top 10 for the number 43 as they make their way out to the Willows towards Derek's corner. And there is the 43 of Miles Burton guarding that inside line on the approach to Derek's corner. Got the 79 Teddy Cooper hustling around behind there, looking for lines. They make their way down the straight. There's Wheatley, number 12, closely followed by 53 Farthing and Daniel Butcher. Those three, 9th through to 11th place. Max Wheatley, Toby Farthing, Daniel Butcher, maintaining a good pace here, and they could get involved in this drawn-out battle for second place. As with 2 laps to go now, Callum Sims exactly where he wants to be.
The man who haven't really spoke about all race, Callum Sims, absolutely on at the moment. You can see the gap on your screens. I mean, it looks like Eli hadn't even come through the Willow section before he was already into Derek's corner. That just shows how big the gap is. You can just see how smooth he is as well on the steering wheel. Absolutely dominant drive from Callum Sims. You had a little chat there about Max Wheatley. Max, who was the mini inter-champion round here last year. In his third ever time in a junior Rotax kart, is doing all right. That's a late move from Blake Southern on the inside of Miles Burton, but gets that move done. That invites one of the Evolution karts to try and find their way through. That's Alex Shepherd, who's having a really good drive so far. The number 53, Toby Farthing, he has been given a mechanical flag, so he'll be entering the pit lane on this lap, or he might stick and do another lap.
Still out on the track, I believe. I didn't see him pull in. I think we only had a quick glance at that car. It looked like the rear bumper dragging slightly, so nonetheless Callum Sims is looking strong here. He leads the race incredibly by 5 seconds. When you say incredible, when you consider how close these races have been so far. Our first runaway winner of the day, Callum Sims, with a brilliant drive.
He even coasted across the line. That just shows pure dominance. Eli Baden there in second place. He managed to pull away from the big squabble of the two Jack Dex karts. Hayden Fisher finishes up in third from Teddy Cooper. Had a really good drive from seventh. Managed to make his way up to fourth from Southern. Miles Burton, Alex Shepherd, Noah Moulton from Max Wheatley, Toby Farthing, Dan Butcher and Oscar Keane. A good drive by John Richardson, actually. He was there in 13th. He made up 12 places. So a good drive by the man who will probably be joining us a bit later on
of course,
in the programme.
John Richardson, who's adept behind the microphone as well. We should think, we'll imagine he'll be up here at some point during the day to give us a driver's eye view of how things are going today and to talk us through some of the races. The next race coming up is our fourth race of the day, race number 22 in the weekend programme. And we move on to the geared karts very shortly, the KZ UK, which has a full group of drivers. Big grid has got to be the biggest grid of the season, Charlie.
I've been so looking forward to this one. It's going to be absolutely amazing. We've got drivers from all disciplines in these KZ karts. Of course, drivers such as Josh Price, British touring car driver. Ralph Younglin, his brother races off in the World Karting Championships. Lucas Anningham, a really dominant driver. Jess Edgar in the F1 Academy. There's drivers throughout this field as well. Oliver Stewart, he raced GB3, GB4. All these drivers have a chance of taking this crown in the KZ, as well as the KZ Masters.
Look at that a bit further down the grid there, of course. Hannah Lang down in 25th, one of the leading drivers in KZ UK, so it'll be interesting to see how she gets on. Yeah,
especially with these KZ karts, all drivers having a couple issues, let's say, especially with yesterday and things do break. And that seems to be what the case was. I mean, there was a few retirees, but hopefully we'll have everyone staying out on the circuit for the whole race, and we can enjoy a bit of the action. It's going to be amazing. That start is going to be awesome.
Shout out to some of our viewers. We've got people watching in from Tennessee in the United States, from all over the country as well in the UK. Big day of sport here. Of course, we've been a week removed from the British Grand Prix at Silverstone, and today, of course, men's final at Wimbledon. Big day in sport. And, of course, here at the Hunts Kart Racing Club, this is the Kimbolton Festival, Charlie, which is, in terms of the club championships, probably the biggest event in the calendar.
Yeah, one of the biggest and probably one of the most enjoyable ones as well. Of course, the Saturday evening seems to be where everyone comes. You've got your annual trolley race, which is basically you dress up a trolley and you dress up yourself. I mean, there's someone in a trolley dressed up as a dinosaur, which was pretty interesting. Couldn't see where it was going, but it was dressed up. So that's always good fun, and obviously loads and loads of raffle prizes and bits and bobs that happen across the weekend. It's such a nice event to come to. Everyone comes in camped as well, which just provides such a good community. Always great to see, and especially when the sun comes out. I think everyone's enjoying the sun at the moment. Maybe too hot.
Oh, it can never be too hot, I don't think. I was in Barmouth yesterday in Wales. It was 35 degrees there, and I don't think we've ever seen the place so busy, to be honest. It was absolutely crammed full of people. I had my park run in the morning. It was about 25 degrees at 9 in the morning, so incredibly hot.
Bloody hell. It's always all right to have a bit of nice weather, especially how it's been the last couple of months. You know,
sweating like a 51 Ridge Transit on an MOT bay I was after that. But yeah, incredibly hot today. And of course, for all of the drivers and really the spectators as well, hydration very important as well. Getting the water in or the electrolytes as well, because it is very hot, very humid out there. Not quite as warm as yesterday. We're looking at temperatures in the mid to high teens, or 20s, I should say. Bit of cloud, which has taken the edge off the sunlight. This is periods of sunshine when you really feel the heat coming through. Crucially, pretty much zero chance of rain, so in that sense, perfect conditions for the drivers. But the high track temperatures mean that as Charlie was saying earlier, tyre preservation very important in these early races. They've got to carry these tyres through to the final later on when the track will be at its toughest. There's a lot of blue groove on the track at the moment, but the grip does seem to come and go as well. You will see here as well for the KZs that there is a slightly altered track layout, of course. These karts carry a lot more power. It's a standing start, and you will notice there as we watch them form into the grid very shortly, they cut out the Derek's corner down the big straight, basically, the Yamitsu straight, where the leading karts are looking at topping out towards 100 miles an hour down there.
Yeah, definitely. The fastest karts you'll probably ever see in motor racing. I mean, it's pretty fascinating to see them all fly down the straights. Of course, 6-speed gearboxes on these karts as well, so you'll see them use a little stick on the side of the steering wheel. That's to go up and down gears. So pretty much most of the lap they're driving one-handed, which is very impressive, especially in these corners. You'll see some of the drivers doing little practice starts, trying to use the clutch to find the right biting point. Of course, all the clutches are all different in their own way, so drivers will need to try and find the best biting point, as you know, these starts are so crucial. And we've seen before races get lost just on the start.
I think we're going to have a wave around here. There was a bit of a mix-up there with the grid, 51 and 6. I think that was Darrell Henderson and Derek Morgan. I think the two karts were in the incorrect rows. So, as you can see here, Charlie, they're very quick, the marshals, to wave the karts back around onto another formation lap. We need to keep these karts moving, basically.
Yeah, we've always got to say a big thank you to the marshals and the officials and everyone who does a superb job to make these races go. There's a lot behind the scenes that people don't really see. You know, we're just watching karts go around in circles, but there's a million things going on that circuit, and that's a big thanks to the marshals who do a superb job to ensure the safety of the drivers. These drivers have got to put a lot of trust in these people, because when it comes to their worst case scenario, they're the ones to save the day. So a big thank you to the marshals, to the officials, and everyone who's involved, and the scrutineers as well, all doing a superb job to keep everyone safe, but also keep the racing exciting. Drivers now forming up once again. You'll see a couple of them doing some practice starts. You'll see them now rolling the wheels just to keep the engine going. It's going to be exciting, as we said. More disciplines.
Grid marshal there working very hard, very quickly to try and get the karts into position. I think one driver may have fallen out of position though, so I think we're going to go around again. Yeah, it's a full start, and the kart's being waved on. So one kart's lost the engine further down. You see the driver out of the kart, managed to bump start, I think, but there is another one stranded. I think that's the number 53, Nino Piccoli, who has lost the engine. I think has managed to bump start and getting back underway. So the karts are back, not in the racing conditions, of course. We're going for another formation lap here. When you look at the likes of Josh Price, Miles Murphy, Oliver Stewart, they will have been held on the grid for quite some time there, Charlie. So if there is
someone off,
yeah, somebody's even gone off on the Yamitsu straight here on the formation lap. It's lost the back end. It seemed very, I don't know if you can get a picture of that, but seemed very peculiar. Whether it was even a mechanical fault, could be when you think of the temperatures, clutch seizing maybe, or that sort of thing. Even could be a potential as well.
Sort of noticed that off the commentary box, and just saw a kart going backwards and thought, you know what, I think the track goes the other way. So that's quite surprising.
Trying to work out who that is. Possibly number 51, Darrell Henderson, not showing on the lap charts here, but we'll have a look when they get back into position. So will this be third time lucky as the KZs all get into position? The clerk of the course there, Jamie Rowe, and grid officials working very hard to get these karts into the correct position. They do seem to be having trouble lining up towards the back of the field, it seems. So the grid officials working very hard to get everybody into position. This is a standing start. They're happy now, so it looks like we're good to go. KZ UK, first heat of the day. The lights go out, and we are away. And Price losing out into the first corner as they pile into Stoke for the first time.
It's going to be very exciting to see. It looks like Del Boy Derek Morgan's managed to get his way into first. It's been a good start as well by the number 5. Miles Murphy, who's had a pretty strong start. Ralph Youngling's up there into third place, as well as Josh Price and Luke Hennigan's trying to hold it around the outside. Scott Oliver Stewart on his inside, but they all managed to sneak their way through. What a sight this is. You can see 30 KZs battling their way through. Oh, I got very tight. That's Ralph Youngling on the inside of Miles Murphy. He rubbed his way through and had to bang his way through to get past and into second place. What a start this is. Racing and action from the get-go. Josh Price, will he go for second place? He's going to send it on the inside. What a move from the British champion. That was superb. And looks like Miles Murphy, he's going to have a look and try and see if he can sneak his way through. But Del Boy Derek Morgan up at the front is doing all right.
Yeah, Derek Morgan with a great start there. Youngling fighting through to second place. This could be the moment here that Derek Morgan, if he can just try and get a couple of good laps in here, try and break away from the rest of the field. But I think Youngling is just starting to break away low now. Into second has gone Josh Price with a brilliant move there. So the British touring car driver up to second place, Miles Murphy. Youngling dropping to fourth, although he's still handily placed. Oliver Stewart, Ryan Green sixth, Lucas Ellingham up to seventh place now. Bailey Rigglesford's dropped a couple of positions to eighth in those frantic opening laps as they make their way down towards the Dan Weldon corner. Jessica Edgar, James Beecroft 12th, Tom Mack, Zavinas Klimas, Hannah Lang up to 15th after starting in 25th position. Kieran Leonard and Neil Hepworth also making up a couple positions up to 17th, but all the action at the front here as Derek Morgan loses out now and Josh Price into the lead.
You can see how good Miles Murphy is on them brakes. He's managed to put his way on the inside of Del Boy Derek Morgan. He's going to try and hold it on the outside. Derek backs off and thinks better of it. Miles Murphy, he's going to try and chase down the British champion and see what he can do. But speaking to Miles yesterday, he was saying to Josh, you know, the first few laps, we just managed to get away. Josh, his plan is to get away for the first few laps and then sort of look after the tyres after that and take it more gentle. I mean, I say more gentle. He's still going to be whizzing it around the racetrack. But at the moment, Derek Morgan, he's having a little battle with Oliver Stewart, who managed to get round the outside of turn one. That's a good move. And Ralph Young is trying to find a way through. Luke Ellingham as well. Luke Ellingham on that MS kart is not doing too bad at the moment. He's having a good drive so far. But there is Josh Price on your screens, the British champion, as we said. He's driven these karts time and time again. He's had so much experience in these KZ karts. And trouble there into turn one. That's a 97 and the 239. Now that's going to be a yellow flag. Actually, Battenberg flags are out down at turn one. So that's James Harvey and Stephen Logan who's had some issues there, and all the drivers are going to line up in a single file just like a safety car and make sure all the drivers are okay. Yeah, this is like a safety car scenario. The karts are still racing here, but that Battenberg flag, by virtue, see when we look at the marshals when they go past very shortly, it is like a Battenberg cake, those diagonal yellow and black squares. Drivers can clearly see those. So we are still racing here. We've got 4:27 on the clock. This is always running the clock down, though, of course. They're circulating very slowly in the interest of safety. There's a couple of drivers. Everyone seems to be walking away. I think one of them may be a bit winded, perhaps, after that collision. It's quite a hefty shunt into the first corner. So a lot of marshals, a lot of officials on the track. Battenberg flags are out just to neutralise the race, bring the karts down to a safe speed. We can continue racing. And as you can see now, Price going very slowly because the circuit is now clear. We're expecting the green flag. Oh no, Battenberg flag's still out. So Price was anticipating the start. You can see the marshals still waving those Battenberg flags though, so they will have to return to that slow pace. I think, yeah, Price did very well there to bring it back down there. I think he was anticipating a green flag, but I think we're going for another lap. Yeah, I mean, the difference is to a safety car, you don't really know when it's going to go green. I mean, with a safety car, you have those lights on the top of the car, and they'll go off to say that the next lap is their racing lap. But with this, you sort of just have to try and guess. So you could see what he was trying to do there. It's sort of like what Oscar Piastri did last week at the British Grand Prix. Slow everyone down and then catch everyone off guard and try and pull away a bit earlier than everyone else. Try and regain that gap, because he had a pretty good gap before. You see Battenberg.
You see Price there just getting the power down, immediately coming back off again into the final corner. Green flag, I can tell you, is being held, and away we go. So we're back under racing conditions. Price jumps quite nicely. He retains the lead. Getting a bit tasty for second place, so almost 4 abreast round that first corner. And will they get through the willows? I think that was Ellingham well and truly shoved wide. He came off worse, but they all stay on the track.
Miles Murphy was getting bullied in those first couple of laps. Oliver Stewart just had a nail of a start and just thought, you know what, let's just send it and hope for the best. Up into second place goes Oliver Stewart. What a drive he's having so far. And he's going to try and chase down Josh Price. But yeah, again, Josh is going to do the same thing he's done before. Just try and pull away in these opening laps and then manage the gap after that. Miles Murphy is there in 4th, because in front is Ralph Youngland, who's had a good restart. Derek Morgan, who is trying to regain some lost ground, he's there in 5th. And who's there in 6th place? That's Isaac Smith, who's had a brilliant start from 12th on the grid. He's managed to make up a few places. Isaac, who is the TCR UK champion from a couple of years back, he's made his way up to the World TCR, European TCR stage before jumping back into KZ karting. It always seems to be the step that everyone takes from Formula routes. Usually it's down to money or just pure excitement that they receive from these KZ karts, because they are some very exciting stuff. You get the same feeling of being in a Formula car, but just a less money, really.
Yeah, it's a often overlooked formula, I think, KZ. It's I would say with the shift, we call the shifter karts, some of the fastest on the, of course, got the 250s on the more open circuits like Silverstone, but this, in terms of your karting circuits, would be amongst the fastest, you would say. And like you say, very reminiscent of the Formula Racing in terms of the speed and the racecraft here. And even people like Josh Price, who's got the touring car experience. Some drivers from other Formula like to come and give this a go.
Yeah, why not? Always got to give it a go. You don't bug it till you try it. So really good stuff there. And you saw that really nice battle there between Ralph Youngling and Miles Murphy. Miles had a look on the inside, but Ralph got him on the cutback, and that's brought in Derek Morgan, Isaac Smith, and the drivers in 7th and 8th. That's Bailey Wigglesberg and Ryan Green. Ryan, who I'm quite surprised about, really. He's been up there at the front of the field, throughout the last couple of rounds. So quite surprised to see him all the way down in near the back of the top 10. But he'll be trying to work his way through. Of course, drivers having issues throughout the weekend. That just comes with the mechanical capacity of these engines. It's not always going to be able to battle it out in these hot conditions. Isaac Smith ran a bit wide there, but Miles Murphy trying to go round the outside of Ralph Youngling, and that will never work into Kestrel corner. He's trying to do it again at the final corner. He's lost out to Derek Morgan, but he's going to try and hold it round the outside. This is exciting racing in KZ. You can't really beat this.
Yeah, very close here as Josh Price starts to break away, but all the action behind it. 1 or 2 drivers really starting to make some inroads into the top 10. Hannah Lang up to 11th place, James Beecroft up to 12th, Bo Phillips up to 13th. Those drivers have passed a lot of drivers. Trouble for one kart on with the Willows on the final lap, but that will not affect Josh Price as Ollie Stewart looks clear in second place. Price now down to Kim Bolton for the final time. The tricky start to the race, but has come very good as the race goes on and takes the checkered flag. So Josh Price, number 1, is your race winner. Oliver Stewart looks like he's going to go through second. Ralph Youngling and Miles Murphy very close behind.
Josh Price makes it 3 for 3 then. What a drive that was. Thought he was going to have some pressure from Murphy on that Battenberg restart, but managed to pull away and just get a bit of a margin. That is what he needed from Oliver Stewart, who managed to make his way up. That was a good drive by Stewart. From Ralph Youngling, Miles Murphy, Derek Morgan, who had a rough start to that race. From Bailey Rugglesford, Lucas Ellingham, Isaac Smith, Ryan Green and Leah Robinson rounds out your top 10. Hannah Lang had a really good drive up to 11th, made up 14 places. James Beecroft as well made it 14, up into 12th, and Bill Phillips up 13. He made his way to 14th, so some good drives through the field, and I'm not surprised saying how much battling there was going on.
Yeah, it was very close, very well thought out racing there. one or two retirements as well. It was a tough race all through the field, especially when you consider, of course, with the clutches and the engines working very hard in the increased temperatures here today. TKM Extreme are currently in the waiting zone at the moment. I think there's just one or two stray carts from the KZs being retrieved back to the paddock. They have a little bit of time just to get those carts out of the way, and in association with Clars and Motorsport is the TKM Extreme getting underway in just a few moments. This is heat number 23 of the weekend, and it will be our 5th race of the day. Of course, this one, we had quite a lot of karts in the KZs, but not quite so many who got Cian Bennett, William Bloom, Harvey Jones, Thomas Shaw, Charlie Whitehouse, Elo D'Alessandro and Reese Porter all out in there. The numbers lower in this class, but that's not to say that the action will be any less diminished.
Exactly that. It's been a dominant drive so far between the two RSR karts and William Bloom and Cian Bennett. They've both had really good drives. Harvey Jones and Thomas Shaw from Charlie Whitehouse, Elo D'Alessandro, Reese Porter. Harvey Jones has been doing well. He's been very consistent, getting third in this first and second heat. Thomas Shaw has been up there. He's been struggling. He's not on a new tyre this weekend, still on a used tyre, so he's having to battle it out, especially in these hot conditions. Charlie Whitehouse seems to be having some issues. He's been there or thereabouts, just trying to find a way through. Elio D'Alessandro has been struggling as well with tyres, losing out over 7 tenths from qualifying to the second race. So he's going to have issues there. But let's see what happens. All it needs to take is 2 people at the front to start defending, and they'll all bunch up. So let's see how they get on then. Cian Bennett from William Bloom on your front row. Will Cian Bennett be able to hold it into turn 1? Let's see how they get on. Down they go. And Thomas Shaw's trying to go around the outside as well. But William Bloom, will he sit there in second place? It seems like he will. But watch out on Harvey Jones. He'll be trying to go for second. He drops to third. And a pretty clean start there.
Yeah, the Extremes getting away quite well as they make their way down towards Derek's corner for the first time. And Cian Bennett, number 44, leads them through. As you can see, less numbers in this class, but the racing still potentially very close here, and I'm sure they will be looking to try and work together here to try and prevent this pack from breaking away as the race goes on. Bennett at the front now, just trying to look for some good lines, but right in his tail got William Bloom, Harvey Jones, right in there as down the inside into Kim Bolton corner goes the number 56, and William Bloom has now taken the lead. Here they come down towards Stowe for the first time. Bennett second, Shaw in third, Jones, Whitehouse, D'Alessandro and Porter rounding up the 7-driver field, but they've all started off very well here, Charlie, and all running very closely indeed.
Yeah, Thomas Shaw made it up into third place on that last lap. That was pretty impressive. Got past Harvey Jones. Thomas Shaw trying to go for a first podium of the weekend. That'll be a great start to his day. Cian Bennett there in second place. He's lost out to William Bloom on that last lap, but he's just trying to keep on his tail and wait for a mistake to open up. But Cian Bennett just doesn't seem to have the pace, and he's going to be lost a move from Thomas Shaw, and looks like Harvey Jones is trying to find a way through. Cian Bennett just seems to not have the pace like he used to yesterday. He's had some issues over the weekend, but just doesn't seem to be going his way at the moment. He's there in second place still, managing to hold on by the thread of his teeth, but yeah, it just doesn't seem to be like how it was yesterday. But of course, as the weekend gets on, the engines get more tired, the tyres start to drop off. You know, it does change quite a bit, and can really affect the performance of the driver.
Yeah, and at the moment, it's we're just looking at William Bloom at the front there, just trying to keep some smooth lines out there to break away from the rest of the field. The battle just starting to emerge now for second position here as they make their way over the line. There goes Bloom over the line. Having a look at the lap times here, 44.69 last time round, fastest lap of the race for the number 56, as we see Harvey Jones, Charlie Whitehouse all having a pretty close battle there for third place, and for the time being, Cian Bennett in second position, just starting to break away as Thomas Shaw and Harvey Jones do battle. There's the number 21 right in there then of Jones. Looks like he has made the move stick onto Thomas Shaw, so we'll now go through up into third position. Charlie Whitehouse, Elo D'Alessandro and Reese Porter, still all the drivers in contention here, so if things start to hot up on the track in terms of battling for the lead, I would say any one of these 7 drivers could still potentially win this race as we carry on, but I'm sure that William Bloom would disagree with that. We've got just under 5 minutes, and he has crossed the line once again with another fastest lap there, 44.44. Still can't afford to relax here, but maintaining the race quite well so far.
Yeah, William Bloom's hasn't been really consistent so far this weekend. He took pole position earlier on yesterday and just stayed up there in the first and second heat. Of course, took the first heat win, was second in the second heat. So at the moment, he will seem to be the man who will start from pole in the pre-final. If he can hold on to this first spot. Thomas Shaw and Charlie Whitehouse on your screens. That's the battle for 4th place because Harvey Jones made his way into 3rd. Now watch for Keane Bennett here because he is slowly closing in now on William Bloom. William Bloom seemed to have dropped off on that last lap. That's opened up an opportunity for Keane Bennett to reel in, and now he's in that slipstream, which is ever so important around this circuit. That means Keane Bennett now doesn't have to worry about losing too much time in the corners because he can gain it back on the straight, but he seems to be gaining everywhere on William Bloom, and I think this lead battle may start to get a bit tasty.
Yeah, it's getting tighter now. Look out for Harvey Jones in 3rd, 43.93 last time round, fastest driver on the circuit, just starting to get involved in this battle for the lead. So Keane Bennett up to with the rear bumper of the leader William Bloom, so he's pulled back that small gap at the front of the field, and Bloom knows now that he has some pressure for the lead. Just under 3.5 minutes to go in this race, plus the 1 lap. As trouble there for the number 12 of Reese Porter, who is at the back of the field. Cart off onto the infield, so it looks like he is away in safety, but is out of the race. And that will not affect that leading group. I think there may have been a collision possibly because Ilya D'Alessandro is quite a way back now from the rest of the field. So we're down to 5 in this leading group. And the 21 of Harvey Jones trying to get involved in this battle for the lead. Here they come. Down towards Kim Bolton. Down the inside goes Bennett, and parking the cart quite neatly on the apex there to prevent the switch back there from Bloom. And he executed that pass very well indeed and has now taken the lead. And of course there, Charlie, when you make the move into Kim Bolton corner, you've got to really get that apex sorted out there to prevent the repassing move. And I think Bennett did that very well indeed.
The momentum is so important, but look at William Bloom back on the inside. That was a great move, and we knew this battle for lead was going to get tasty, and it is starting to arise. Harvey Jones there in 3rd. He might even have a look for the lead. Yeah, that would be his best performance if he can jump into 2nd or 1st. That would be a brilliant drive for himself, but this is really interesting. Look at Bennett back on the inside. This is superb racing here in TKM Extreme. This is exactly what you want to see. We said before that, only 7 drivers, but it can still make for brilliant racing. Harvey Jones, he's on the inside for 2nd place. That's a brilliant move. Just followed Bloom through. That is exactly what he needed to do. That was superb. 2 minutes, under 2 minutes left on the clock, plus that additional lap, and it's all getting a bit tasty here. Jones now defending. That's going to open up an opportunity for William Bloom now to try and pull away like he did before. But it was an interesting last couple of laps there. Bloom lost a bit of time and a bit of pace, and that opened up the opportunity for Bennett. Bennett tried to find a way through, but just couldn't get it done. Yeah,
couldn't quite happen there. We're coming up towards the closing stage of the race now, just under 1.5 minutes plus the additional lap to go. And still fairly wide open here as William Bloom just starts to pull away slightly from Harvey Jones, who's been threatening for the entire race. Jones does seem very quick and smooth through Stowe and the Willows on the previous couple of laps, which just seems to be keeping him in contention. And the previous leader, Keane Bennett, now in 3rd. Charlie Whitehouse and Thomas Shaw are chasing in 4th and 5th, desperately trying to get involved in this race. Ilya D'Alessandro cut adrift somewhat now in 6th place. Reese Porter, who was under investigation, is out of the race, so there must have been a collision between those two. And in terms of the officialdom, it looks like it was more on the culpability of Porter, but as I say, he is out of the race. D'Alessandro still plugging a lonely furrow in 6th position, but looking to keep going and grab those points as the leaders make their way over the line. 32 seconds on the clock now, so next time round it will be the last lap of the race. William Bloom leading by 0.3 of a second from Harvey Jones, Keane Bennett, and less than a second covering the top 3. So in reality here, Charlie, this is a little bit more strung out than it appears, but the race, I would still say, with one more lap to go after this, is still fairly open.
Harvey Jones can really make or break this race now, because he is the man that can chase after William Bloom, and at the moment it seems like he is. I think he's slowly closing in. Whether it'll be the same in a lap time, I don't really know, but it'll be interesting. On to the final lap we go then. One more tour of the circuit to go for this heat. Of course, this is the last heat they'll do before heading into the pre-finals and those important finals. William Bloom has been the man on point this weekend. Took pole position, took the first heat win, lost out in the second heat, but he's trying to regain that back today. Will he be able to hold on for half a lap? Look at Harvey Jones, he's closing in. He just needs to be as close as a needle to try and send a late one. It's going to be exciting. 2 more corners to go then, through Kesher corner and into the Kim Bolton corner. Jones slided a bit too much coming out of Kesher, and that won't be enough to get on the inside of William Bloom. He will take another heat victory here at Kim Bolton for the festival. That was a superb drive by William Bloom. That was super consistent, and that will definitely put him on pole for the pre-final. Harvey Jones there in second place from Kean Bennett, Charlie Whitehouse, Thomas Shaw. Elio D'Alessandro will soon come across the line. There he is. And Reece Porter, of course, had that DNF. So we still got some very good, exciting racing out of that one. That was some good fun in TKM Extreme. William Bloom just holding on there for victory. I thought he was going to lose it for a moment when Bennett was starting to battle him, but that didn't really suit Bloom, and he just sort of drove off and took that victory.
He did very well there. Now you can see there, 5th place Thomas Shaw, only 2.5 seconds down from the leader. I think had it not been for that collision between D'Alessandro and Porter, then we might have had all of the pack really covered by only a handful of seconds. They all ran a very good pace out there. We're going to move on back to the X30s now. We're starting with the senior X30s, race number 24 in our weekend program, and this is the 6th of the day, and a fairly healthy group of senior X30s making their way out onto the circuit now, and quite a few good drivers to look out for here.
Yeah, Jack Dan has been on form this weekend. Jack, who had a fair few problems throughout the year, and then obviously changed to join Ben Maxon team, and on the OTK now. He's been very strong this weekend. Jensen Pugh doing well as well in the Jack Dex racing car. He's been up at the field as well. Josh Jones, who's starting from last, he's one to watch out for. He's been quick throughout this weekend. Hayden Eldridge, he, consistent as always. He's been here time and time again doing consistently well. He's right up at the front in the championship as well. Monty Breathwaite as well. He's had an up and down season. And Aaron Lask, who actually holds the K plate for last year. Will he be able to try and take it again this year? We'll wait and see as the third heat for Senior X30 gets underway, and Jack Dan is on the inside, but he's lost out to Jensen Pugh. But Jensen Pugh runs very deep into turn 1. Jack Dan gets that move back as they all follow their way through. Pugh into second place. Hayden Eldridge stipulating to second place, saying, come on, let's get going. He'll send it on the inside, and now their plan is to work together now and chase down the lead man, Jack Dan.
Yeah, Jack Dan with a brilliant start there. They're all running very close in that chasing pack. There was a little bit of banging of fairings a little bit further down in the midfield. Let's hope they all get through okay without any technical infringements, because that all got very close indeed. Here come the leaders into Kim Bolton for the first time, getting a bit close for third place there. And the number 19 of Monty Brathwaite holding on to that position. Hayden Eldridge, Jensen Pugh right in there as well, but Jack Dan looking good at the front of the field as they make their way through Stowe on towards the second lap. Race just starting to settle down a bit now. It was quite a frantic start there, but they're all in position now and all running very cleanly indeed in the opening part of this race. But Jack Dan with a brilliant start there, leading them through. Hayden Eldridge, Jensen Pugh, Monty Brathwaite all in there as well. Aaron Lass, the K-plate holder. Katie Ashman, currently 6, Oliver Bakula, Tiger Dixon, Tilly Darbeck, all running very well indeed. Here they come down towards Kim Bolton once again. And a good start there from Rylan Ekberg, up to 11th position on the first lap after starting towards the back of the field. So Dan leading the way, Eldridge second. Look out for Monty Brathwaite in third, number 19. Fastest lap of the race with a 41 on the button for third place, and just trying to close that gap. We'll look out for the number 19 there. He is about 0.3 of a second behind the leading group. But Monty Brathwaite getting some nice lines together here in third place and starting to close up on our leaders.
As you said, Monty Brathwaite, the fastest man out on circuit, also fastest in Sector 2 as well. So through the tight technical bits, he's doing very well. But Jack Dan still staying consistent up at the front. He's got the pressure from Eldridge, but he's not really seen too much of it. Aaron Last there in fourth. Of course, he's got that K-plate, so he knows how to win around this Kimbolton circuit, especially on this fine festival weekend. Behind is Jensen Pugh, who hasn't had the best of starts, quite rough at the start. Katie Ashman there in sixth place, one of our female drivers, having a good weekend so far. This seems to be one of her best performances at the moment, really up there at the sharp end of the field. But Jack Dan, he hasn't had much pressure, but he will soon start to feel it, because I know Hayden Eldridge, he'd be looking for this K-plate for quite some time now. Was close to getting one last year, but lost out just in the nick of time. So it'll be interesting to see how he gets on. You can see him, he's slowly starting to close in on Jack Dan. That's going to be from the help of Monty Brathwaite, if he can close in and, you know, sort of push each other along. But it's all still very tight at the front.
Yeah, Monty Brathwaite just starting to push Hayden Eldridge a bit there, you would say. This is keeping the pressure on Jack Dan. Aaron Last K-plate holder still running there in fourth place, so the race settling down somewhat now as we head towards the halfway stage. We are just over 4 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining, so still plenty of time for some action towards the end of the race here. Everyone just being a little bit tactical, I think, at the moment, getting themselves into the right positions here. And at the moment, Jack Dan controlling the races. Down the inside, though, goes Eldridge. And, oh, look at that, Brathwaite into second. Yes, indeed it is. So Monty Brathwaite sneaking through into second place in the Willows. But a nice little move there from Hayden Eldridge. And just as I said, the race just starting to settle down into its halfway stage. We have had a lead change here. So let's see what Hayden Eldridge can do as he tries to break away. Jack Dan, the early race leader, now in third. Watching in fourth and fifth place, you've got Aaron Lask and Jensen Pugh as the top three get very close indeed. Here they come down towards the first corner. Brathwaite gets a nice drive out to the final corner, but you can see there Eldridge just a little bit defensive on the straight, parking that car, just trying to discourage the outbraking move into Stoke Corner. But all the time here, look out for Aaron Lask, K-plate and Jensen Pugh number 60. They really are starting to close up on the leaders.
Yeah, this is going to be very exciting. Aaron Lask, as we said before, he knows how to win races here because he's done so. He had a few victories last year, as well as the festival as well. But Hayden Eldridge did a very good job to get on the inside and put Jack Dan offline, which is what led Monty Brathwaite coming through as well. More of a two for the price of one manoeuvre. So a great job by those two up at the front. Jack Dan, who seems to be a lot more competitive this year, had a lot of issues when he was on that right kart, just couldn't get it settled down with the X30, but moved over to the OTK and he seems to be doing a lot better, so really good to see, because he is a very good driver, but just struggled a bit with the equipment. But looking all right for the time being. Jensen Pugh there in fourth still, fifth, my apologies. Lask in fourth. He had a interesting last couple of rounds. Pugh, once again, he has been up and down the field. Seems to find a lot of pace in the last stages. All move for the lead. Monty Brathwaite on the inside of Hayden Eldridge gets that move done. 2.5 minutes left on the clock, and I think if these two start to battle, it could open up an opportunity for Jack Dan here, because Hayden Eldridge is definitely not one to have someone go past and let it go.
No one really managing to break away and take control of this race. It's still wide open here. Still with Jensen Pugh looking threatening in fourth place, and 40.41, fastest lap of the race. We've got just under 2 minutes to go. Down the inside. Into second place goes the previous race leader, number 62, Jack Dan. Just saw him pointing there to the chasing pack just to work together and keep Hayden Eldridge within range. Oh, but right on cue, there's another repass. It's all getting a bit tasty going through the Willows. And into second place now goes the machine of Hayden Eldridge, I think, who made a bit of a mistake there. And it's another shake-up here. So it's all changed once again. And here they come up towards the Dan Weldon corner. Still the chasing pack there. The K-plate of Aaron Lask still looking to try and get involved in this race. So 5 drivers fighting it out for the lead. The rest of the top 10 just a little bit further behind. Over the line they go with just over 1 minute remaining, and into the lead now goes Monty Brathwaite. So another lead change here. The race still wide open. There's a bit of a move there further down with Aaron Lask, Jack Dan fighting for position. And Dan just losing a little bit of momentum here. He drops to 5th place and around about 1.5 seconds off the leader. So it's all just starting to ebb and flow this race. We've got about 44 seconds on the clock here as they make their way down towards Kestrel Corner with 1 more lap to go at the end of this one into Kimbolton for what will be the penultimate time. So at the moment here, Charlie, looks like Monty Brathwaite has timed his move to perfection, but still 1 more lap to go.
2 more laps to go in this race. It's going to be an exciting one.
Oh, sorry, yeah, my apologies. Yeah, they got through just in time there, didn't they? So, yep, 2 to go.
Hayden Eldridge there in 2nd place. Now, Jensen Pugh, it's going to be a question of what he will do in this in these next couple of laps. You know, Pugh, he can see a win at the end of this race. Could he try and jump for it? Jack Dan lost out big time in those last few laps. Jack has been the dominant driver this weekend. He was obviously took pole in qualifying and won one of the heat races earlier yesterday. Just hasn't had the pace like he had yesterday. But of course, that's all down to, you know, the track changing and the setups having to evolve as well. The number 273 under investigation as well for a little incident out of the circuit.
Ryan Ekberg there, who's up to 7th place now, has made up 9 positions. There is quite a chasing pack here. So Ekberg up to 7th place. Josh Jones, Tiger Dixon also making inroads as well. So 1 or 2 drivers really fighting through quite well here.
All drivers having a brilliant battle out on circuit, but up at the front, Monty Brathwaite, for the first time this weekend, will take a victory in the final heat for Senior X30, and that is definitely the way you want to start your, you want to finish your heats before you enter the pre-final and the final. It'll be interesting to see where he starts for that pre-final, especially as he knows he has the pace now to fight up. Good drive by Josh Jones, who finished up in 8th. He started from last on the grid and managed to make his way halfway up through the pack. So a brilliant drive there from the Senior X30s there. And Monty Brathwaite from 3rd on the grid, doing a brilliant stellar job to get into the lead there. As one X30 race finishes, another one is about to take part. It's X30 Juniors who are getting ready for their final heat of the day. Of the day actually, yep. Trying to question myself there. Adam Bourne starts from pole in this one from Alexander De Benedict's, from Callum Sims, Milo Manderson's, Louis Barker, Finney Allen from Charlie Myers, James Backwith from Harry Myers, Max Wright, Ethan Higgins, Joseph Berkery, Bailey Brooker and Louis Marshall rounds out your grid. You can see the drivers heading out on circuit now. As we said, Callum Sims, one to watch for in this race, of course, took the win in the final heat for the Junior Rotax earlier on today, so he knows how to definitely win around this circuit. He'll be looking to take hopefully one in X30 as well. It's going to be an interesting one to see how they get on as they head round on their formation lap. And it's going to be interesting to see. Of course, Adam Bourne took his first pole position yesterday, so he's been doing well at the moment, and of course has been up there in the heats as well. So really all to play for. You can see him all slowing down now, and Alexander Benedict's definitely the best driver I've seen from him this year. He's been here throughout the year, and he's always been in the mid-pack, but this is really the weekend where he's been showing up at the front end. Can he get going for the first time of asking? They'll head down the tram lines and down into turn 1, and De Benedict's has a brilliant start. Manages to close off Adam Bourne, and into the lead he goes. Little lock-up as he head through. Marlon Anderson there into 2nd place, his first time in the X30 kart, and he seems to be doing all right. Louis Barker up into 3rd as well. He's had a brilliant start. Callum Sims getting his head in there as well. He's into 4th. Adam Bourne, though, has had a horrific start. He's dropped to about 6th or 7th.
Yeah, just seems to lose the momentum there at the start, and they make their way through the Dan Weldon corner for the first time and down the TKM straight, heading towards Kimbolton. Another good clean start here, though, for the junior X30s as they make their way through Kimbolton, the final corner. Green flags, of course. Clear track. A little bit of trouble on that final corner as they make their way through. I think that was Louis Marshall hitting trouble on the first lap. So the leader now is the number 46, Alexander De Benedis, leading the way from Milo Manderson. Sims in third. The top two just starting to break away from the rest of the field. Louis Barker, Charlie Myers, Adam Bourne, Finley Allen all running very well indeed. But De Benedis looking good at the front of the field here, number 46. Manderson just looking for lines. The top two trying to break away a bit now. And as you can see, the sun coming out now. We've got some very pleasant conditions. There is a very gentle breeze which is making its way through the Kimbolton circuit, which makes it pleasant enough for the spectators. But still, I would say here the track temperature is very warm indeed, which is a challenge for the drivers.
Exactly that. That's going to be a big factor in today's racing. These drivers, with the hot track conditions, got to look after the karts and themselves. Of course, I've said earlier, got to be very physical and fit to drive these karts, no matter what condition. Especially in these very hot conditions, they need to be on their game. Especially for a driver like Callum Sims, who's doing double duties this weekend. He's got twice the amount of work that any other drivers need to put in, so he's going to be really at the sharp end, physical and fitness wise. He needs to be working on that throughout the day as well. Callum Sims looks to the inside for second place. Mega move and 3 wide round turn 1. That was amazing between Louis Barker, Charlie Myers and Adam Bourne. All managed to get their way through, but at the apex, 3 wide. I don't think I've ever seen that before. That was amazing stuff. But Callum Sims into second place now, and Benedict, he's still leading the way, and I think that's probably the best drive I've seen from him so far. Oh, Marlowe running a bit wide there, managed to keep it on the black stuff though, but Callum Sims now, will he be able to close down Alexander De Benedict? That's the question. He's
leading quite nicely now. That little fight for second place has just given De Benedict a little bit of a gap at the front here with just over 5 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. The gap is half a second, which doesn't sound that much, but in terms of karting, it just allows that little bit of a cushion that means that the chasing pack can't go for a move into the first corner or some of the more classic overtaking spots here. So he's just got to try and keep that pace going, make life difficult for the chasing pack here, headed by the 69 of Callum Sims, who is doing the double duty. I've done that in motocross before, double entry, and it's a tricky one, really. You've got the physical aspects of competing more, riding or driving more, so it's more of a physical tax. But there again, on the other side of the coin, you haven't got much rest point between the races either. So you get out onto the track and you do feel nicely warmed up and race ready.
And as well as that, looking at the karts as well, the Rotax and the X30 being two completely different machineries in their own way. So having to learn how to adjust and adjust your driving standards towards that, it takes a real struggle. But it looks like Callum Sims looks like he's doing the best of it, and he's doing all right, not just in the Rotax but the X30s as well. It'll be a very dominant victory if he could try and take it in both the Rotax and X30. It'll be a very hard challenge to do, but I think that's what he tried to set himself up for. So that'll be interesting. But look at Sims. He's really closed down De Benedict's now. I don't know if it was because De Benedict's has some rough laps or Callum's just been on it, but he's brought in Louis Barker as well as that, Charlie Myers and Adam Bourne. So this could be a lead change.
Yeah.
Callum Sims on the inside of Benedict's, and he's made his way through. Callum Sims leads the way.
Yeah, good move there, going through into Derek's corner. Not the easiest place to make a clean overtaking move, but Sims has done it. As we look a bit further back there, Milo Manderson, Max Wright, all fighting for position there. Finley Allen, James Backworth a little bit further behind as well. Leaders now making their way through Kimbolton with just over 3 minutes to go. And that brilliant little move there from Callum Sims has given him the lead, but Benedict is fighting back into the first corner, goes for the inside, but overcooks it under braking. Very hot into the first corner. It looks like it's allowed Louis Barker to sneak through into second place. So Benedict is there, going for the lead, going into Stowe corner. That fast braking into the first corner perhaps demonstrates that on a hot day like this, with the hot track temperatures, the grip isn't necessarily there.
No, especially when you're going into turn 1 there. You've really got to get it slowed down, otherwise you do exactly what Benedict did there and just absolutely overshoot the corner, and it's really messed himself up. Look at him now. He's now dropped to about 5th place, and he's lost that all on one singular lap. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock now. Callum Sims leads the way. Louis Barker now into 2nd place. So he's now the man who can chase down the leader. Louis Barker, one of his best drives at the moment this year. He's moved up from one of the Miami Cadet classes and has moved up into Junior X30. He seems to be doing all right for the moment. He's really enjoying it. Actually moved up from the mini interclass, so a different piece of machinery, and he seems to be doing all right for the moment. Callum Sims really slowed it down going into the corner, but manages to get a really good exit. That sort of shows that Callum Sims is having to adjust his driving style to suit the karts, and obviously, as I said, he's changing different karts all the time, but he's also got to learn about how to manage the kart as well. Of course, looking after an X30 tyre compound is a lot different to maybe a Rotax one. The Mojo and the Comet tyres being completely different in their own ways. Yeah,
he's settled into this one quite nicely, and the race just starting to calm down a bit now with 1:15 on the clock. The top two just breaking away. And interesting to see Benedictis there. Just goes to show after maybe 1 or 2 bad laps, just a few bad lines. It just seems to have lost the momentum there, dropping down to 5th position, but still trying to get involved in this one. Sims goes over the line then. 2nd place for the 48 of Louis Barker, who's still running strongly. And here they come down towards the first corner. Barker just trying to get involved in this one. He is about, I would say, half a second behind the race leader. 22 in 3rd place, Charlie Myers running strongly as well. Here they come down towards Derek's corner. Once again, there is the number 22. Closely followed by Adam Bourne and the 46 of Alexander Lee Benedictis, the early race leader, who's still battling in 5th place. Top 5 now well clear of the rest of the field as they make their way down towards Kestrel. That fast left-handed flick out of the TKM straight, which takes them right down into Kimbolton, one of the slowest parts of the circuit, before they wind it back up again down the Hines straight. And at the moment, Callum Sims still looking good at the front of the field with 12 seconds on the clock. Next time round, we'll be getting the last lap flag. And as they go flying through the willows, not too much overtaking or racing going on here, but it's all still running very closely poised. As another move there going into Derek's corner. And again, that little left-handed corner into that bus stop style chicane there, Charlie, it's opening up some overtaking opportunities.
Well, it's really open on the entry, so you can sort of send a late one and hope for the best, and that's exactly what Adam Bourne did. Up into 4th now, so pretty good driving so far. The Benedict gets on the inside of Charlie Myers as well, so he's now into 5th, but up at the front, the last lap of the race now, Callum Sims just got to rag it around for one final lap, and he will take another dominant victory. Now, I think this might be his first victory in the X30s, but he's had a brilliant day so far. Of course, took that Rotax heat-free victory, and what a way to finish off his heats with a heat-free victory in the Junior X30 category. And it'll just be a question of can he take that momentum into the pre-finals and the finals. Round the final corner comes Callum Sims. He takes another heat victory. What a drive from the Evolution driver. Finishes up in 1st. I got very close there between Benedicts and Charlie Myers. That was a dead heat to the line. Benedicts finishes up in 4th as Louis Barker rounds up your top 2. Marlon Anderson there in your top 5 just managed to stick there with the pack. Very hard to keep up at the sharp end, but they did very good from all the X30 junior drivers. And some good drives through the field as well. Max Wright made up 3 places. He got up into 7th place. And Bailey Brooker, who was there in 10th, he made up 3 as well. So battles throughout the field, and only one retiree, so that's all good. Yeah,
all a very exciting fast start there to the Junior X30s today. They'll be back later on, of course, for their pre-final. A little later on this afternoon. We're heading up towards the end of the first block of racing today. We've got the Rotax 177s coming up next there in the waiting zone right now. We'll be getting underway very shortly. Senior Rotax will round out the first group, this 3rd heat race of the weekend. So race number 26 out of 45 for the weekend coming up very shortly. It's the penultimate heat race, and Rotax 177 are getting underway in just a few moments' time. Don't forget, of course, there will be action throughout the afternoon here from Kimbolton at the Kimbolton Festival here on TNL Sports. Rotax 177s making their way out onto the circuit for their formation lap, getting some temperature into the tyres, although with the track temperatures as warm as they are this weekend, that will not take very long. And like we've been saying quite a few times in this first block of racing here today, the care for the tyres, you would say here, it's all about protecting the car, protecting the tyres more for the finals later on this afternoon. And of course, driving in hot weather, it does bring its own challenges. We've seen several times earlier in the season, of course, in the cold weather, how difficult it is sometimes to keep the temperature in the karts almost and look for the grip out there, but this is almost the other way around. There is one driver towards the back of the field and getting underway a little bit later on, but out of the final corner go the Rotax 177s. Looks like they're all formed up and in position, and we are away.
We're going around once again. There's a couple of drivers who fell off the pack, so they'll be trying to fight their way to get back into where they need to be. It's been a good drive so far by Chris Thomas, who starts from the pole spot, the number 56. He won both heats yesterday. Ben Hitch in second place. He finished second in both heats as well, and Adrian Ungwa finished up in third in both heats as well. So he has these top three all been consistent throughout the weekend so far. Drivers such as Jason Haitley as well has done very good as well. Jason, who moved up from the senior Rotax, the driver who struggled with the weight limit in senior, meant he was struggling performance-wise, and took the option to go into 177s, and it has really showed what he can actually do in a kart, and that's what the beauty of the 177 package is. You can be racing sort of your senior Rotax car. You don't need to change anything, just a weight limit. And let's see if we can get going for the second time of asking. Yes, we do. Down into turn one, Ben Hitch trying to get to the inside. Jamie Tyler trying to go around the outside as well. But looks like Chris Thomas up at the front still leads the way. This is definitely the best drive I've seen from Chris Thomas so far this year. He has never really been up in this pole spot, but he's doing well so far. Adrian Ungwa up in second place. Jamie Tyler into third, Ben Hitch in fourth as well, and it looks like Liam Ferguson up into your top five as well. And looks like Alex Jones in sixth as well. He's had a good start as well. He's been trying to climb his way through the pack. Ben Hitch on the inside of Jamie Tyler. That's for third place. That's a mega overtake at the final corner. But as I was saying before, you've got to be careful with that last corner overtake, because otherwise it opens up an opportunity for turn one. That's what Jamie Tyler did. Down on the inside, you've really got to be careful with how you slow down the car at that final corner, especially when making the move. You can easily be cut back. But at the moment, it looks all right for Chris Thomas. He's slowly pulling away, but there's still plenty of time to go.
Yeah, Chris Thomas just starting to break away at the front here, although look out for Naguar in second position, who's gone away quite nicely, just managing to stay ahead of the chasing pack at this stage as they make their way down towards Kimbolton. One or two little position changes here as we go through towards Kimbolton, and it looks like the 45 has gone into third place. Now Jamie Tyler with a good move there as they make their way down through towards Stowe Corner, and Thomas just trying to break away here from Naguar in second position. All still very closely fought indeed in these opening stages. They make their way down towards Derrick's Corner, heading up towards the Dan Weldon Corner, the furthest point of this track, the long right-hander, named of course in honour of the late Dan Weldon, and down towards the Kestrel Corner they go. Chris Thomas just trying to break away here, but Adriel Naguar still keeping in contention. He's about 0.4 of a second down in second place, and Naguar with his eyes down the road here because he's got some pressure behind him. Jamie Tyler, Ben Hitch, Liam Ferguson, Alex Jones, and Gavin Petty's moved up to 8th position now, making up 3 positions in the opening stages. Daniel Walker breaking into the top 10, getting past David German. Matt Lear still well and truly in there in that lead group. For Chris Thomas, the gap goes up to just under 0.7 of a second, so he's just pulling away here and there, a few tenths ever so slightly, you would say, and Adrian Legoire not really in contention for the lead right now, but he's got some work to do here because he's got a chasing pack of drivers just behind him.
Yeah, it seems like Chris Thomas on those first few laps really been on fire. Just pulled away. There's some brilliant battling going on a bit further down. There were nearly 3 or 4 abreast as he head down the start-finish straight. But there's Matt Lear having a great battle with Adam Clark, it seems like, as they go through the Willow section. But as we were saying, up at the front, it looks like Clark giving a little bit of stipulation there to Matt Lear. The 2 are on your screens. But up at the front, as you say, Angel Ungwa just doesn't have the pace to match Chris Thomas at the moment, but is looking at closing in the lap to come. He's actually lost the place now to Jamie Tyler, and that's another move loss for Angel Ungwa. Ben Hitch gets past, and that will drop him down to 4th place as the rest of the pack comes flying through. Ferguson's through as well, so Ferguson up into 3rd actually, as Ungwa and Ben Hitch still battle side by side through the Willow section. That will never be an easy one to do.
Oh, it's going to be close coming out of the Willows there between Naguar, Hitch and Alex Jones. They all stay on the track though as the leaders make their way through Derek's corner, and Chris Thomas, who has pulled away quite neatly now, 1 second ahead. We've got Liam Ferguson looking strong, Edril Naguar then still fighting with Ben Hitch and Alex Jones. Leaders now making their way down towards Kimbolton. We've got just under 4 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining as they make their way over the line once again. So Thomas crosses the line. Leaders now making their way down towards Stowe Corner. There is Thomas, and Jamie Tyler still in 2nd. Liam Ferguson, who's made up 4 positions, just hustling away in 3rd position, trying to find a way through. Got Ben Hitch, Naguar, Jones, Clark, Gavin Petty still making his way through. And one driver we haven't really mentioned so far this race is the 197 of Sam Yaxley, who has made up 11 positions and is now sitting in 10th position right now. There's Naguar, still in 5th place in the number 35 with Alex Jones, and a bit further behind there, the number 32, Gavin Petty, still making his way through into that 8th position. Naguar coming down in towards Kimbolton Corner and trying to get back with Ben Hitch, who has now gone back into 4th place, but Chris Thomas increasing the gap to 1.14 seconds. Fastest lap of the race, though, is the 165 in 3rd. And now in 2nd, which is Liam Ferguson. You see him there just pointing at his rival Jamie Tyler to work together. And the momentum here very much with Liam Ferguson. We've got just over 2.5 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. And the 165 of Liam Ferguson, the gap was 1.1 seconds. I'll keep an eye on this as they make their way down towards the finish line to complete another lap. We've still got 2.5 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. Chris Thomas has controlled the race well so far. Over the line he goes. Let's have a look at this. And Liam Ferguson maybe just pulling a 10th or so. 1 second gap with just over 2 minutes left. Is there still something left in this race here, Charlie?
I think there may well be, because if Chris Thomas makes one slight mistake, could really close Liam Ferguson in. And we know Liam is going to be pushing like hell for the next couple of laps just to try and close it in. And well, he's got the help of Jamie Tyler behind, because Jamie, if he has managed to close up on Liam Ferguson, he'll be able to try and push him through, and them two can work together. But it'll be close. It'll be very close, because at the moment I just don't think a 10th a lap will be enough to close in that gap. You know, we've only got about 3 or 4 laps left of racing, and I mean, looking at the times, about, as we said, about a 2/10 gap now between Thomas and Ferguson on pace-wise, but you know, the gap is still 8/10, so it'll be very close at the end. The battle a bit further down, Ben Hitch and Adrian Ungwa still going on. That's battle for 4th on the screens, and a bit further behind there's Alex Jones and Adam Clark, who are both trying to close in to try and see if they can nip into the top 5, but will never be easy when trying to get past Adrian Ungwa, who took a very dominant victory a couple of rounds ago. So he's been on form recently, but it's always hard to battle out in these 177 grids, because of course some of these drivers are a lot older than most other drivers. They probably have a lot more experience and a lot more knowledge, let's say, around these tracks. So especially for a driver like Ungwa, who is, you know, quite young, just sort of starting out in karting, only been doing it for a year or two, the experience advantage can be really demanding in these sort of conditions where you never really know how the cart's going to angle.
Yeah, it's certainly going to bring him along, you would say, racing against some of the more experienced competitors. 26, Gary Bumford is just ahead of the race leader as he goes through with 12 seconds on the clock. So this will be the penultimate lap of the race. Liam Ferguson still charging and bringing the gap down to 0.7 of a second now. So he's not giving this one up. They have got the back marker in front of them here, who will be warned, I would imagine, that leaders are coming through very shortly. So Gary Bumford, who hit some trouble earlier on in the race and has been cut adrift from the rest of the field, is now about to be lapped by our leaders as they make their way down. 0 on the clock. So we're going to move through to our final lap of the race, the blue flag prize. Bumford is able to make his way clear the circuit for the two race leaders. Over the line then comes Chris Thomas with 1 lap to go. Let's have a look at that gap for second place. Liam Ferguson still charging. The gap remains around 0.7 of a second. So at the moment, Ferguson not quite getting close enough to go for the lead here, but still keeping the pressure on our leader, Chris Thomas, who has led pretty much the entire race. Is still Jamie Tyler third, Ben Hitch, Edril Naguire in fifth, Alex Jones, Adam Clark, Gavin Petty, Matt Lear and David German rounding out the top 10. But here comes Chris Thomas round Dan Weldon corner for the final time. Has a quick glance over the shoulder. He can see that Liam Ferguson is behind him, but it looks like Thomas is going to wrap things up with 1 more corner to go.
Through that second sector on that final lap, Chris Thomas didn't really seem to be pushing it, and then he sort of looked behind and actually checker flag's out now. So the checker flag has been called. It is Chris Thomas who will take the victory there from Liam Ferguson and Jamie Tyler. From Ben Hitch, Adrian Ungar, who rounds out your top 5. From Alex Jones, Adam Clark, Gavin Petty, Matt Lear and David German, who rounds out your top 10. Brilliant drive by Scott Clee makes up 9 places to 11th, and of course Sam Yackley made up 8 places to 13th. But it seemed like they called it a bit earlier then. There was still another lap to go, and it seems like they just called it there and then.
Oh no, I think it was coming through to I think it went through just over the 1 lap board, so he was able to wrap it up there, and very close drive from Liam Ferguson towards the end there, but Thomas able to bring it home in the end by just over half a second from Liam Ferguson, who did get the fastest lap of the race there, 41.69. Our final third heat is about to get underway. This is the senior Rotax. Once this race has been completed, we will move on to the pre-finals for the cadets, and action all the way through the afternoon here at Kimbolton with the Hunts Kart Racing Club. Round number 7 of the championship, also incorporating this weekend the Kimbolton Festival. And our final heat race is about to get underway. Senior Rotax are in the waiting zone. The heat rising trackside as the sun comes out. You can see from your screens there just how warm it is. This is the third of a recent wave of heat waves that have come through in the UK, and track temperatures quite warm and humid, not quite as hot as yesterday, but nonetheless it'll be quite warm for the drivers out there. I'm sure they will be well hydrated as we are about to get things underway. I believe the track is just being cleared now. Green flag is up from the marshals, so we should be ready to go any moment now for what will be race number 27 of our 45 race program for the weekend. Charlie Webb from Daniel Lamore, Finley Jones, James Tester, Archie Flint, Joshua Valance, Ewan Richards and Tom Pryor taking us down to 8th position. And a bit further down, the 74 of Elliot Rice, Dan Renton, Samuel Cook, Michael Morgan, Jake Fisher, Adam White, Louis Judd and George Sanders. So the drivers now making their way out onto the circuit for their formation lap. Senior Rotax and the rest of the field made up there. Charlie Upgrave, Jack Middleton, Luke Collins, Ben Thompson, row 10, Alexander Gergris and Harry Welch, Charles Sutton and George Robinson on row number 12. Tyler Green rounding up the field in 25th position. So our final heat is about to get underway. The senior Rotax now making their way down towards the Kestrel corner. And once again here, Charlie, very, very slow at the start. The leaders bringing the pack down almost to walking pace here. And he would say the objective here is to try and jump away from the field when they get down towards the start line.
Exactly that, and that's exactly what Charlie Webb's been doing this weekend. Charlie on dominant form again. He was 3 tenths faster than anyone in qualifying and managed to build big gaps in the first and second heat. Will he be able to do that again, or will he be able to have a bit of pressure from Dan and Moore? Dan, who's been really on it this weekend, had a really good first day out yesterday. Didn't actually do Friday testing, so had to go from the back. But will they get going first? I'm asking. Yes, I do. Down to turn 1. Dan and Moore's going to try and hold it around the outside. Watch out for Thomas Pryor, James Tester as well. He's ever so close, and I think Dan and Moore's had to drop to second place. Nearly third, actually, because Finley Jones tried to find a way through but couldn't get it done. Charlie Webb trying to breach a bit of a gap whilst he's got a bit of space now as they all come filing through Derek's corner. James Tester there as well. Joshua Valance was in there as well, but Dan and Moore now has got to try and chase after Charlie Webb now. He's right on his tail now and needs to chase him down before he can try and get away.
So here they come through towards Kimbolton for the first time. A very fast-paced start to the race. Everyone's staying out of trouble on that first lap. Here they come through Kimbolton for the first time. And over the line they go, headed by the number 24 of Charlie Webb, who's had a very strong start to the race. Daniel Lamore keeping that pressure on, though, in second place as they make their way through the Willows. Finley Jones and James Tester well and truly in the mix here, but Charlie Webb making his way through the Derek's corner, heading up towards Dan Weldon corner, and once again a very fast-paced start to the heat races here as the senior Rotax make their way through Dan Weldon corner and down towards the TKM straight. So James Tester with a strong start there. Tom Pryor's moved up to 6th on that opening lap, so he's got away very well also. Here they come through Kimbolton and over the line 24 Charlie Webb. We'll have a look at the pace in his early stages, just under 42 seconds. Webb just pulling a couple of tenths away from Daniel Lamore in second place. Oh, as one driver goes wide on the Stowe corner, and you may see them just on the right hand side of the screen. They've picked up some kind of mechanical trouble there, out of the race. But no, we'll try and pick up the number of that kart in a few moments. Driver okay, but out of the race. But this does not affect any of the drivers. There's a waved yellow down in the towards Kestrel. There's a driver off to the side of the circuit here who I think might be winded. I think the marshal's just checking him out. Is that... I'm trying to see if it was possibly Tyler Green. And the other kart, I believe, that's pulled off to the side of the circuit is, from what we can tell, the 123 of George Robinson. So whether there's been a collision perhaps earlier in the race and... the mechanical issues being caused as a result of the collision, possibly. The driver okay, who...
it does look like Tyler Green. He's having a little sit down. I think he may just be a bit winded after that one. The other driver off as well down at Willow section was Tyler Green. So yellow flag still out for Thomas Pryor, my apologies, who's off at the Willow section. Down at your Kestrel corner is Tyler Green. Tyler's just sat down with the medics at the moment. Of course, with this heat as well, having that sudden stop can really, affect the driver. The heat waves, as you were talking about, really take a big play into these drivers, especially with their fireproof race suits. They get very, very hot, and especially when you're sat next to an engine that reaches degrees like no other. But still at the front on your screens, Dan and Moore. Still on the tail of Charlie Webb. Hasn't pulled away just as much as we thought he would, but James Tester's there in third as well. He's going to be trying to look at a move. And a funny story about James Tester. He was speaking to me earlier, and he said that he might not be able to do the final because he's actually racing in Le Mans this week. And he has to get... I think he has to leave the circuit at about 6 o'clock. So he may not be able to do the final.
Was that the Le Mans Classic? Or?
It's the RMC International Trophy, I think it is.
Oh,
so
is that on the international karting track?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, if it runs till that time, might not be able to complete the final. But that'll be an interesting one. But James Tester at the moment doing very well up in third place. Finley Jones just behind as well. Finley Jones had a very good weekend so far. This is probably the highest he's been all weekend long. He's been there or thereabouts this year. He's been up at the front in stages of the year and then had some troubles throughout the year as well, but we're all going to have highs and lows, and that's just how racing works. And he's just been able to bounce off them drawbacks and doing all right for the time being. Dan and Moore, who we haven't seen much this year, his dad is a fair weatherman and he likes to come out when there's sun, but is now moaning that there's too much sun and he wants the rain to come back. So We don't really know what Ian wants, but Danny Moore still looking good when he's out in a car, and he's doing very well so far. Running full privateer as well, just down a lad. So always great to see.
Just keeping the pressure on the race leader, the number 41. Over the line they go then. So Charlie Webb still looking good as they make their way down towards that first corner. We've got just over 3 minutes remaining, plus the 1 lap remaining. And the 24 of Charlie Webb still leading the way. 41, Daniel Moore not too far behind in second place. The gap around 0.4 of a second as that leading group make their way through the Derrick's Corner, that bus stop style chicane that really does open itself up for potential overtaking opportunities there as well. Ewan Richard, Elliott Rice, Archie Flint and Michael Morgan a bit further behind. Dan Renton also in there as well. Finley Jones also looking to try and get involved as the leading group make their way through Kestrel Corner down towards Kimbolton, final corner of the circuit. And the race leader Charlie Webb over the line and making his way down towards Stowe Corner. The lead is just going through there now. We're looking at the rest of the top 10 as they make their way through. 2:20 on the clock, all running very closely indeed. In this final heat race, we've got Archie Flint, Michael Morgan, Adam White all in there as they make their way through the Willows and back towards James Tester, the third place driver, number 27, who's coming under some real pressure here from Finley Jones, who's looked strong on the last couple of laps and is just trying to break into the top 10. Here they come, down towards Kestrel Corner into Kimbolton. Finley maybe just going a bit wider on the entry to the corner. You can see him lining himself up for the first corner, but oh, look at that. 27 is wise to it there. James Tester shuts the door. Finley Jones goes a bit wide, goes for the squares, the turn off, and a neat little move there going through the Willows. And Finley Jones finally breaks through into third place. That was a classic racing manoeuvre there, Charlie. He was already starting to line that pass up about half a lap before he actually did it.
Yeah, that's how most moves really come about, really. It's just, you've got to line it up a couple of corners before, and he really works with that last corner as well. Really made sure to get the exit right, and did exactly that, and then got that mega toe down into turn 1. That's exactly what you needed to get on the inside. That was a brilliant move from Finley Jones. A well-deserved third place with that overtake. Still at the front note, Charlie Webb and Dana Moore are basically setting the same lap times because they haven't gained any time, they haven't lost any time. They've just been very consistent and literally doing the exact same times. I mean, 200ths separates them two, so really close up at the front. And it's going to be interesting to see how the pre-finals go along. I mean, I think Dana Moore sort of realised now that if he needs any chance of winning this event, he needs to get Charlie Webb on the first couple of laps or have some sort of issue with Charlie Webb, because at the moment it seems to be that Charlie can push away for the first few laps and then manage the gap after that. There is the 41 on your screens, Dana Moore. That is the lead pack you're watching at the moment. Finley Jones is a bit behind. Number 29 on you has been given a mechanical flag.
Ewan Richards, who was in 5th place, so he will be out of the race. If you're not aware of this, of course, technical flag, it is essentially a black flag, but it means that the marshals have spotted a mechanical issue on the kart which may cause danger to other drivers. Typically it's normally the bumpers on the rear of the kart. They sometimes can work loose, especially if the karts have been too aggressively over the curbs or there's been a collision. It's just bad luck for the driver involved, and I can tell you now that Ewan Richards is coasting going down towards Kestrel Corner. Driver okay, but kart, the back end of it looks like it's dragging on the ground there, so it looks like he's out of the race. But with 1 lap to go here, 24, Charlie Webb has pretty much led the entire race. At the moment, Daniel Moore not quite close enough to go for the pass here, but it means that Charlie Webb certainly can't afford any kind of a mistake. There is a waved yellow flag here because you've got Richard's kart being pushed away, so this will essentially neutralise the race. No overtaking, and out to the final corner goes Charlie Webb. And the final heat race goes to the number 24, Charlie Webb with the win. Daniel Moore second. The Finley Jones, James Tester, and to the line there, Elliott Rice and Archie Flint racing to the line.
A dominant victory from Mr. Webb. That's 3 for 3 now in this Kimbolton Festival. Dana Moore finished up in second place there as Richard, who sadly didn't make it to the finish line. That would have been a great result for him. He was up in the top 5. Finley Jones from James Tester, and it was Elliott Rice from Archie Flint, Josh Valance, Adam White, and Michael Morgan rounds out your top 10. That is the end of the heat races for this Kim Bolton Festival. It only means one thing now. It's time to get into our pre-finals first. So the heats were detected where you start in a pre-final. Of course, the points you get from your heats. And with the pre-finals, where you finish in this race, will detect where you start for the grand finale in these Kim Bolton races this weekend. A lot of surprises for the cadets this weekend. A lot of drivers with the opportunity in Honda to receive a set of slick tyres as a voucher from Vega. Also able to get some oil from Rome, who have been very fortunate in sponsoring some oil for us, and a 1 hour coaching with the iRemote coach. So that's always useful, as coaching is very important, especially with these sort of cadet drivers who are just starting off. And we've got plenty of time to go in their careers. In Micromax, you can win a set of slicks from the Orem race engines. Of course, that's ran by Danny Sweeney, who does a brilliant job in there and make sure everyone's engines are at the top of their abilities, let's say. Of course, more oil from Rome, and 1 hour coaching from the iRemote coach as well. The Iron Water Strip restricted. The drivers are able to win a signed F1 cap, which would be very nice. Oil from Rome as well, and 1 hour of coaching with the iRemote coach. And the Inter and Minimax class, which we'll see in the next final, that's got a set of slicks from Orem, oil from Rome, and a 1 hour coaching from iRemote coach. So loads of prizes up for grabs in this race. Now let's have a look at the grid if we can for these Honda cadets. It's Sawyer Henderson, a very dominant drive so far in this weekend. Dana Rowlands there in second place from Delaney and Becker from Marcus Cooper. James Murphy, Arthur Murphy from about 7th on the grid. He's going to have some work played out for him. Harry Sturch from Keane Doherty, Nicholas York, Harry Parker Ray, James Windsor, Zach Squire, Teddy Murphy. We'll start from pole from Jensen Darlow. This is in your Micromaxes. But the Hondas are getting ready to start their pre-final here at Kim Bolton, the circuit that was once established in 1959. Will we get going for the first time asking? No, we go round again. We'll talk about the Micromax grid as well. So, of course, we were talking about Jensen Darlow, who's starting on the front row. Arlo Gamble in third from Ollie Brunt. Mason Munzer, Freddie Walker, Isaac Garth, Joseph Cox, and Oliver Kilfenter. So they will go round again. Kilfenter actually in the Iron Watersmith class, so he'll be winning a signed F1 cap at the end of this event, which would be a very nice prize to go away with. Hopefully he'll be getting a trophy as well. So there are the Micromaxes on your screens. That green and blue kart being Jensen Darlow, who's had a very competitive season so far. But he has some work cut out for him. Let's see how the Hondas get on. Can he go for the second time of asking? The pre-final is away in Honda Cadets, and look out for Sawyer Henderson. Will he hold his pole spot into turn one? It's going to be close. Dana Rowlands holding on from Keen Delaney. Will they make it through turn 2 and 3? Yes, they do. And Delaney's having a little look for second place. Will it be? Oh, contact made between Nicholas York and Harry Parker Ray a bit further down the field as the Micromaxes get underway. But at the front of your field, still on your screen, Sawyer Henderson leads the way. And look at the gap he has already from the drivers behind. This is superb stuff in the Honda 200s. Looks like Dana Rowlands still holding on to second place there. Dino Rowlands, my apologies. He's always been going at me for that one, so I'll try and get it right this time. Keane Delaney there in third place. And look a bit further behind, Arthur Murphy trying to find his way through. Nearly going 3 wide. Look at James Murphy. He's there into fourth place now. A very good drive in the last couple of rounds from James Murphy. He's been picking up the pace throughout the season, and in the last round really showed his capabilities, and he's going to be trying to work and see what he can do in this pre-final. Look at the front now. Look at Rowlands. Rowlands right on the tail now. Sawyer Henderson. This could be a lead change coming up here for the lead in the Honda 200s. Keane Delaney there in third place. We'll have a little talk about the Micromaxes. Teddy Murphy seems to be leading the way. Or could be Freddie Walker as they head down into Derek's corner. Oliver Gamble's up there as well. But I still on the Honda 200s as they all fire through. Harry Search is having a brilliant weekend so far. He's had a couple of consistent results, but always been in that top 5, so not much to complain about. He's going to be there when all hell breaks loose in these at these top 3. So Henderson, though, he still leads the way. Dino Rowlands in second place, and Keen Delaney rounds out your top 3. Then filing through the second sector, a really technical sector to get right. Year 27 does exactly that, gets it nailed. But with the slipstream, he just can't pull away. No matter how quick Sawyer is through the corners, he just can't pull away. He actually goes defensive into the final corner. That's going to mess up his run. And look out for Dino Rowlands. He's going to try and have a little look, but couldn't get it done. Delaney put offline as well. They head down into turn 1. 7.5 minutes left on the clock. These pre-finals are very long indeed, so they're going to have to work with each other and try to extend that gap just a bit more. The 99 Oliver Brunt gets a warning flag in the Micromaxes as the rest of the pack files through into Derek's corner in the Micromaxes. They're all heading into turn 1, and it does seem like Teddy Murphy has still led the way. Jensen Darlow in second place and Arlo Gamble in third as well, all getting the head down, trying to pull away from the rest of the pack behind. Still on your screens, there's Harry Search in 4th. He's going to be trying to knock onto the back of the top 3. He's going to work with James Murphy. You'll see them all just in little trains with each other, just pushing each other along. And we'll see how they get on a bit further in the race. But at the moment, it doesn't seem like much overtaking or battling going on. And I think that's really respectful from the other drivers, because they've sort of realised that they need to work together now if they want to either pull away from a driver or close in on the pack at the front. So, of course, these drivers go through all tactics with their teams, and they'll be told exactly what they need to do. And, of course, brilliant coaching from the teams as well. There is the Micromax battle on your screens. Teddy Murphy, the 77, still leading the way. Jensen Darlow there in second place. He's having a good battle. And Arlo Gamble, the number 72 there. He's still holding on and just a bit off the top 2, but is slowly closing in, and it won't be long till he's right on the tail. But look at Darlow just off the commentary box, just seeing now Darlow going for the lead into turn 1, gets past Teddy Murphy, and that's a brilliant move for the lead. But look at the battle on your screens here. Rowland's still trying to find a way through. Sawyer Henderson has been very consistent on the last few laps, runs a bit wide going into Kestrel corner. He really needs to try and itch a bit over on the apex. Hopefully he can try and sort that out in the next laps. Surprising to see Arthur Murphy hasn't really been up to much in this race. I thought he'd be further up the field than where he is now. He's sitting in 8th place at the moment, and that's been where he is. It's sort of been where he's been all weekend long, to be fair. Definitely doesn't seem to have what he had yesterday. But look at Harry Search on your screens. That beautiful yellow and purple kart. Working with one of the Murphy brothers. That's James, trying to close in to these 3 at the front. Sawyer Henderson and Dino Rowlands. Dino, speaking to him yesterday, really excited about this weekend. Really want to just try and get a good result. He's been up there at the front and the sharp end of the field, been involved in a couple mishaps in the last couple of months, but he knows he has the pace to be up the front, and this seems to be the weekend where he's really using it to full effect as they head into Derek's corner. Keen Delaney, a brilliant drive by one of our novice drivers here this weekend. He has really been up at the front end of the field the last couple of rounds. Keen Delaney, one to watch out for definitely in the future. There is the Micromax on the screens. A lovely panning shot from the TNL Sports crew, so well done about that one. Jensen Darlow now leads the way from Teddy Murphy in second place. Arlo Gamble there in third. Top 3 not really together at the moment. They're sort of just a bit further away from each other, not in that sort of toe margin, let's say. But look at this battle for the top spot in the Honda 200s. Look at that Marshall, cool as ever, down at turn 1. I think everyone needs to get their sunglasses out. It's definitely going to be a hot day and definitely a hot weekend to remember. But Sawyer Henderson, this has to be the best weekend he's had so far this year. Of course, I think when he took that final win last month, that was his sort of tick in the box to say, you know what, I can be at the front, I can win races, so let's carry on this momentum. And he's done exactly that. 2 out of 2 wins so far in the Honda 200s. Was on pole as well in qualifying. Could this be a third heat win? And oh, sorry, my apologies, I've forgotten where we are. He's won all the heats this weekend. Could this be a pre-final win as well? And if he won this pre-final, it'll take him beautifully into the final, where, of course, that grand prize being the K-plate, exactly what all the drivers are working towards. So it'll be interesting to see how Sawyer gets on. But of course, Dino is trying to have a little look. Oh, I got very close there. Dino's also been looking at this this K-plate for quite a while now, and he also wants a bit of wants a taste of the pie, as well as Keen Delaney, who has been up there all weekend, as we said before. So really, any of these top 3 have a good opportunity, and don't count the guys, you know, sat in 4th, 5th and 6th. I think Harry Search definitely one to watch out for. If he can close in to the back of this pack, he will definitely be one to watch. Arthur Murphy there in 7th place, it seemed like. He managed to make a way through on Mason Becker. Becker, another driver who hasn't had the momentum that I thought he would have had through what was a good qualifying session for him. But as I said before, some drivers who were pretty dominant on Saturday, not having the same momentum into Sunday. 1 minute left on the clock then for the first pre-final of the show. And the Honda 200s have been very exciting, as well as the Micromax. Let's not forget about them as well. They've had an exciting fight so far. But up at the front, what is Dino going to do here? Because Dino has been sat behind Sawyer all weekend long, and I've played the sort of team game to just sit behind and just push away together. Now, Keen Delaney is losing a bit of track. He's actually onto the back on him now, so I thought he'd lose a bit of time there. He dropped back quite a bit, but now back on the tail. This is the penultimate lap of the race, so 2 laps left to go. So if Dino wants to do anything, he's got to do it now. Dino Rowlands, he's so close to a final victory and has actually not taken a final victory at Kimbolton yet. This could be a first one for him as well as Keen Delaney. Could be a first final victory at Kimbolton. Now Sawyer, the veteran, has that one to take home with him every time. Of course, he's going to be trying to look for a couple more throughout this year. But as they come round the Kimbolton corner, 1 lap remains in this pre-final, and it's going to be between the 27 of Sawyer Henderson and the Dino Rowlands and Keen Delaney, 21 and 91. How will they get on? They come through the first sector. All seems calm for the time being. But look at Keen Delaney. He had a little look for the lead. Couldn't get it done. So he sits back and waits for an opportunity to come around. He needs to wait for Dino to make a move. Or will Dino make a move? That is the question. As they head into the last couple of corners now. It's now into the Kestrel corner. Carry as much speed as you can around this corner. Will Sawyer defend into the final corner? He doesn't need to. He carries enough speed through. Sawyer Henderson will be starting from pole in the grand final as he takes victory in the pre-final. This is going to be an exciting final between the top 3 on your screens. But only one person can take victory. Who will it be? And you'll find out later today. Harry Search will finish up in 4th from Marcus Cooper. and James Murphy from Arthur Murphy, Mason Becker, Keen Doherty and Zach Squire as all the micro maxes come through. And it looked like Teddy Murphy finished up in second place because Jensen Darlow will start from pole in the micro maxes for the grand final. An amazing drive that saw Ollie Brunt finish up in third as well, and Arlo Gamble in fourth. But there are the provisional results on your screens. I know Sawyer's mum will be watching on the stream. Happy as ever for his young man. So Sawyer Henderson will be starting from pole position in the grand final here at the Kimbolton Festival. So it's really all his to lose when it comes to that final race later on today. And as one pre-final finishes, the next one will come around. It's the Mini Inters. And we're getting ready to go. Of course, Keo Nangioni, ANG, starts from pole position. He has been on a mission this weekend. I thought he was going to lose that winning streak in the last heat, but managed to keep it going. He'll be joined on the front row by Ronnie Smart from Jack Fulbricama, Lewis Herbertson, Oliver Barton from Rian Townsend, Jackson Hilton, Noah Hammond, Toby Wortley from Jackson Heath, George Quinlan, Finley Beals, Edward Munns from Will Aidan Hammond, who drops. He's tightened a bit further down the field than I thought he would be. He's got some work to do. Teddy Higgs from Alex Deniskis, Noah Clark from Charis Owen, George Wilden, Brune Hewitt and Jake Hansford rounds out your field of drivers. So, Keel Ningioni, A&G, will he be able to take this pre-final? Let's see how they get on down into turn one. Gioni on the inside, Smart's going to the outside. What will Smart do? He's going to try and send it around the outside. Oh, a couple of drivers on top of each other, but they all follow their way through. And Gioni still leads the way. Jack Paul McCarmer into second place. Good start by Fulbrook Karma. Ronnie Smart into third. Townsend into fourth. And it seems like a driver. Was that Oliver Barton? No, it wasn't Oliver Barton. There was a driver in the in about fourth or fifth place who came out of the Derrick's corner and just sent it on the grass. Went round the back of post 5, which was a move I've never really seen anyone do, but managed to keep it going. As they all file through. A bit further down, Teddy Higgs on your screens. Teddy's doing a really good job this year, just keeping the was learning throughout the year, and was actually really quick in Friday practice. Just hasn't been able to put it into battle. That was very close between Jack Fulbakama and Akil Nangioni. Jack literally on the grass as he entered Derrick corner. Townsend still on your screens there. He's in fourth place. He's going to try and battle it out with Ronnie Smart for the final podium spot. George Quinlan, you saw on your screens there, the Jack's Motorsport kart, that sort of green, blue and white kart. He have had engine issues yesterday, but now is clawing back, lost ground. You saw there as well, Ronnie Smart losing out a spot to Rian Townsend, who's now into third place. Akil Nangioni doing well so far, staying consistent like he was this rest of the weekend. What a drive he's had so far. The driver on your screen there, the red and yellow car, a very vibrant, colourful car, and he is putting it to good use. Jack Fulbakama there, newly joined MLC Motorsport, and has been doing very well since his announcement that he was joining the team. He's put in some very good results. Look at that from Aidan Hammond on the inside of Ronnie Smart. Aidan started from the mid-pack of the field. Now up 8 places. So a very good drive by Aidan Hammond. And he's now going to try and chase down Rian Townsend. And that'll be for the final podium spot. But of course Townsend, he's not wanting to mess around here. He's going to try and look at Jack Fulbakama. And it's just going to be a pure dominoes effect, really, of every driver trying to fight each other. Hopefully, cause for some brilliant racing in this mini into pre-final, of course, where they finish in the pre-final. The text where they start for the final, the grand final, where those K-plates will be awarded. And George Wilden, well, doing a bit of lawnmower in there, and he's actually got himself stuck in the cornfield. Now that is a very far way off the circuit, and I hope Wilden is okay. They'll try and dig him out the cornfield, and I think he is alright. But that was a very far way off the circuit. I don't think you really get to see how far away that cornfield is from the track. Looks like Oliver Barton running a bit wide there as well. But all looking good in this mini into pre-final. Oh, big spinner down. Whoa! Oliver Barton went into a spin, and who was that that went for a bit of a fly? That may have been Will Eden, who had a little of a moment there. And I hope they are both okay. Whoever that was went for a big airborne moment, and yellow flags still out at the final corner. That's where the driver is, who the marshal's done a brilliant job getting him off the circuit. But that was a big moment for the driver who lost that big time. Now that looks like Jake Hansford may have been the 264, whose car is left there on your screens. So a big moment there, and I hope he is okay. Now look at the battle. Akil's lost the lead. What on earth has happened in that final lap between Akil Nagyoni and Aidan Hammond? Aidan Hammond now leads the way. Superb. In the mini-enter pre-final, this is exactly what Akil Nagyoni did not want to happen. A&G losing out big time, and is now not leading. He's not been used to that all weekend. Like, big moment there for Jack Fulbakama. Runs off wide into the grass. Can get it back onto the circuit, but will lose a lot of time. They're into the yellow flag sector now, so no overtaking in this part of the track. But up at the front of the field, what a drive from Aidan Hammond, who now leads the way. Superb stuff in the mini interclass. As they all file their way through. Now Townsend into second place, so Akil Nagyoni has got a lot of work cut out for him. Of course, this is where you start for your final. So at the moment, Akil will be starting from third on the grid, which despite his really strong results in the heat races, exactly not where he wants to be for that final. But of course, the race is far from over. 4 minutes left on the clock. And can we just say, Aidan Hammond started in 15th place. Now leads the way. What a drive from the global karting driver. Amazing stuff in the mini interclass. This is definitely a race to remember. Definitely one for the ages. Jackson Hilton there got past Ronnie Smart a couple laps to go. He's still going to try and close down the top three on your screens. Of course, that being Hammond, Townsend and Gioni. They filed away through. Ronnie Smart, who has been consistent throughout this season, had shown at times really strong pace, was up at the front of the field, moved over to Jax Motorsport, actually with a partnership with Project One and Jax Motorsport, now working together. So Ronnie Smart, big changes, and he still is up at the front of the field, so still has a good opportunity. Lots of potential for Ronnie Smart to try and take this crown, but it's going to be quite a hard battle, especially where he is now. He's not really with the top three at the moment, but slowly closing in. Now the question is, because Akil is losing out a lot of time on these last couple of laps, he really can't keep up with the top two here, but Townsend has got some mega speed into turn one. Could this be a move from Townsend? No, he's 6 behind and finds a better opportunity. What a race we're having at the moment. Akil Nagyoni, the big loser out of all of this, who we thought was going to have a pretty clean sailing pre-final, now struggling big time. But Reed Townsend They're in second place at the moment. Now needs to look at a move for the lead. Aidan Hammond for the Global Karting team. This could be a first victory for the Global Karting. And what a way to do it at the Kimbolton Festival. Of course, it'll be a first victory here at the circuit for the newly established Global Karting team. Was around years ago and now been rebranded and brought back. So good to see the team back in place. Of course, the team was then Synergy, now Global Karting. But Townsend for the Zipkart factory team, just waiting for a moment to pounce. And with 1 minute and 10 seconds left, it's gonna have to be quite quick because time is ticking. The laps are closing down. It's gonna get about 3 laps of racing left in this race. Townsend closing in now. 3 laps to go. What will he be able to do? Will he get the slipstream down into Derek's corner? He gets a bit of a toe, and that closes him in. Now he's got to try and keep the momentum up, keep flowing through the corners. And watch out for Akio Nengioni. Will he be able to close it back? We'll have to wait and see in the next couple of laps. Of course, after this lap, 2 laps to go. Now, it does look like Aidan Hammond is putting the foot down and pulling away just a tad. But will it be enough to hold on to this pre-final victory, which will set him up perfectly for the final? Of course, we've had some mishaps in the heat races. Start all the way down in 15th, but look at what he's done in this race. Up to the lead. And basically took him only half the race to really do that, and then had to battle his way around. This would be a stellar drive from Aidan Hammond if he can hold on for 1.5 laps. Aidan Hammond, who's really been on form all year long, has really stepped up since joining the Global Karting team. Has found some hidden pace and is up at the front of the field. 1 lap to go in the Mini Inter pre-final. How will Rian Townsend compete with this pace from Aidan Hammond? Will he ruin what will be a victorious and dominant victory for Hammond? Half a corner to go through Derek's corner. Keep the momentum up, keep the speed up. Akil Nengioni, he will not be able to win this pre-final from where he is now. He will be starting from 3rd. But who will take the first spot? Will it be Townsend? Or will it be Aidan Hammond as they file through the final corner? It looks like it's going to be Aidan Hammond who will start from pole position in the grand final for Mini Inter. What a drive from 15th on the grid. That was superb from Aidan Hammond and the Global Karting team. Very well done. Townsend finishes up in 2nd place from Akil Nengioni, Jackson Hilton, from Ronnie Smart, Lewis Herberson, George Quinlan, who made his way up to 7th. He'll be starting from 7th in the final. From Toby Wortley, Will Eden from Jack Fulbakama, Alex Teniskis, Brian Hugh from Travis Owens, and Teddy Higgs rounds out your top 14. What a drive from Aidan Hammond, though, from 15th on the grid to take victory, and that is a perfect position for the final. Of course, Akil A&G is going to have a lot of work cut out for him in the final, starting from 3rd, who we all thought was dominant throughout the weekend. Really the man who was struggled to be beaten. So he will have to work from 3rd on the grid. As 2 cadet class finishes, now time for juniors. It's Junior Rotax coming up next, and we've got a pretty exciting pre-final coming up. Of course, on your front row once again, Callum Sims and Eli Bannon. Now, Callum Sims, we've seen so far, as Chris joins you back in the commentary box, he's won the final heat in Junior Rotax, won the final heat in Junior X30. So today it's going well for him, but, you know, pre-finals are a different story. Yeah,
it's still coming up towards the crunch part of the weekend, you might say. The pre-finals coming up very shortly, and of course the final is where it all matters. Of course, Blake South and Hayden Fisher, Noah Moulton Alex Shepherd, Oscar Keane and Ryan Rapini rounding out the leading group of drivers. Teddy Cooper, Max Wheatley, Toby Farthing, Lucy Wheeldon, George Cole and Connor Lard on row 7. Miles Burton, Ben Morgan on row number 8. And looking a little bit further down, the number 77 of Daniel Butcher from Archie Ray Watson, George Fountain, Harvey Sargent, Harry Frail, John Richardson on row 11, George Johnston and Joseph Orton on row number 12 in the junior Rotax. Zach Sidney, Easy Wikes on row 13, Alfie Irvine and Molly Misen, Josh Phillips, Archie Buchanan, row 15, Bill Winslade and Jack Corser on row number 16. Drive 11 down in 32nd in this big group of drivers with Ava Reynolds, kart 111, rounding out the 33 drivers, just like the Indy 500, you might say.
Yeah, exactly that, and I think everyone's going to be sticking together like they would in the Indy 500 as well. Some big names at the front of the field. Of course, Blake Southern, we said before, took 3 consecutive victories in the last 3 rounds of the Club Championship. So coming into this weekend in the perfect mindset and the perfect place to be. He's got good contention for victory. He's got his teammate alongside him as well, Hayden Fisher, new to the junior Rotax category, but has really shown up in the first couple rounds he's competed in. As for Callum Sims at the front, he's got all to lose really. He's the man at the front who's been putting in the laps. Of course, in that third heat as well, a big margin as well. 5 seconds is very hard to get around the circuit, and he's done just that. So it's going to be a mix, but of course a lot of battling going on as well. So loads of action to watch. Yeah, plenty in prospect. Of course, the leading group will be hoping to get a clean start and be able to build that advantage at the front as the leading junior Rotax bring them down to almost walking pace as we make our way down towards Kestrel Corner once again. Much like the heat race earlier on, the leading row just looking to really bring that pace down. As you can see, the karts just crawling along their bad and just getting that last little bit of temperature into the tyres on this hot racing circuit. A little bit of a jink there just to get that front end working as it should be. Here they come through the Kim Bolton corner, and as you can see, a very slow pace, but it's all going to increase now as they make their way out to the final corner. And we are underway for the pre-final. Looks like the start is good. Everyone diving to the inside as they make their way down towards Stowe. Oh, and Baden gets punted out there. Just caught the back end. There was about 3 of them going into the first corner. And unfortunately, someone had to come off first. Baden is okay, and I think is around 20th position. I think he's got back underway, but a lot of work to do here. As up at the front, all looking very close indeed. Leading group make their way through. Dramatic start to the race, though. Well, it's been a dream start for the Jack Dex racing team. Blake Southern takes the lead. Hayden Fisher there in second, but a big loss for Eli Baden in the one race you don't want to go out. He did exactly that. He's going to have to work his way through, because if he cannot get a good starting position for the final, it will really affect his result. Hayden Fisher though in second place. Now what will he do? 79 Teddy Cooper gets a warning flag. Will he stick behind his teammate and follow team orders, or will they battle? That'll be the main question. Noah Moulton, who's on the flyer this weekend, he's there in third place. And who is that who's joined him in fourth? That could be Oscar Keane, who's doing very well so far as they head through the downward corner down into Kestrel. Kestrel corner and Kim Bolton corner being two corners that you have to be very consistent and keep the momentum up through. Hayden Fisher goes a bit defensive, and that ruins his run around the final corner as the rest of the pack comes flying through. Noah Moulton had a look for second place, didn't go for the move, but Teddy Cooper there in fifth, slowly starting to close down. And Callum Sims, with a rough start there, he's now in seventh place, but he's got a lot of work to do as they head through Derek's corner. Yeah, it's all looking very close here. The two teammates just trying to work together here just to make that gap at the front establish itself as the race goes on. We just saw the treble 7 of Hayden Fisher just there in second position, almost like a wingman at the moment as the leader just starts. Oh, down the inside though. Nice little move there from Noah Moulton to go through, although not quite. It looks like Southerners regained that position coming out of the corner. Southern coming through the first corner through Stowe, and it's a 1-2 at the front. All the action behind though as they make their way through these pre-finals
slightly longer here, 10 minutes plus the 1 lap as they make their way down towards Derek's corner. And we concentrate here on the treble 7. Hayden Fisher fighting hard to hold on to that second place. 51 right in there as well. Here they come down towards the Kestrel corner. Once again, we just saw the 99 Lucy Wilden, currently 10th place from Toby Farthing, Miles Burton. Baden's moved up to 17th position, incidentally. Got punted out at the start, of course, so we'll keep an eye on Baden as the race goes on. 100, though. Blake Southern still leading the way. Fight down the inside, though, as again you can see Hayden Fisher driving defensively, guarding that inside line through Stowe, which is allowing Blake Southern to pull away. And it's almost like Fisher, I'd say, almost acting as a defensive mechanism here, just to protect that leader.
It reminds me of Abu Dhabi. With Checo and Max Verstappen. Of course, Checo has to defend to let Max get away. That's exactly what Hayden Fisher's doing here, trying to hold off Noah Moulton and Teddy Cooper. But we know Cooper, he loves a little bit of a late move, so he's going to be one to watch out for. The battle for second place still raging on, and Callum Sims, looks like carnage a bit further behind. Miles Burton getting into a bit of a tangle with one of the Evolution cars. That looks like it may have been Alex Shepherd, who he's went into a bit of a running with. Alex Shepherd dropping down the field, as well as Miles Burton. So a bit of carnage throughout the field. Teddy Cooper now in front of Noah Moulton. So that's for third place. Now Teddy takes down the driver in a second. That is Hayden Fisher, the first of the 2 Jack Dex racing cars. So he's going to have to try and get past this one, and then he's in that Jack Dex sandwich, which may not always be the best solution.
Here they come in out of Kim Bolton, that final corner, and Blake Southern leading the way quite comfortably at this stage. The gap around half a second. Teddy Cooper setting the fastest lap of the race, 41.97 in third place as they make their way through the Willows. Hanging on in there as well, Noah Moulton. Callum Sims looking strong in that 5th place after a difficult start to the race. Just seemed to get caught up in that first corner melee, but is still running quite strongly in 6th position, or 5th I should say, from Ryan Rapini, Oscar Keane, Toby Farthing, John Richardson up to 9th. Great race for Richardson so far, making up 13 places. Daniel Butcher also on the move. Battenberg flags are out. There's an incident on Stowe on the first corner. At least two karts getting together on the first corner. We'll try and pick up who they are, but as you can see, the pace drops once again, so we are still under racing conditions. But look at the right-hand side of your screen. You see the yellow and black diagonal, what's called the Battenberg flags. This is akin to a safety car procedure, you might say, where the drivers have to slow right down in the interest of safety. There are marshals and carts lodged in the crash barriers on the outside of this corner. You may just see them on the left-hand side of your screen. But look at this. They are racing here, I should say. There's the incident. Drivers appear to be okay, but those carts lodged into the barriers, and as you can see here, the pace is once again, like we saw at the start of the race, almost at walking pace here. So they're looking to try and extend this for as long as they can, I think.
Well, Blake Stubborn, what he's trying to do is just like what you do in football. It's time wasting. He's trying to waste as much time as possible so he has less laps to do. Of course, 4 minutes on the clock at the moment, but that clock still ticks. There's 2 drivers off. So one of them seems to be one of the Jack Dex racing cars. That's the 111 of Ava Reynolds, who has just come back from a leg injury.
And Archie Buchanan, I think, the other one.
Yeah, so
as you saw on the screen there, both the drivers appear to be okay. There's no medics down there, and I think they're just sat on the tyre barrier, just maintaining their thoughts. So, yeah, a little bit of, it's a bit strong to say gamesmanship, but they're playing their advantage here, the 2 teammates at the front here. In terms of the rule book, they are entitled to do that. Of course, they've got to slow the pace down, but there's not really any sort of indication as to how much within reason.
No, and exactly that. I mean, Blake, down in the regulation books, is the pace setter,
isn't he?
So he can go as quick as he wants or as slow as he wants. It's exactly... Well, of course, there's in reason. He can go too quick and get penalised, but he's doing the right job of getting it nice and slow down and wasting time, because the more time he can waste, there's less laps he's got to do, the less opportunity he has of other people trying to get past. Will they go out of this corner? Will they go green flag racing? Yes, they do. Back racing again. The Miles Burton under investigation.
Immediately there from the treble 7, Hayden Fisher guarding that inside line, and they did a brilliant job there as one driver gets pushed wide through Stowe. They absolutely timed that, or played that tactic to perfection there, kept it nice and slow on the Battenberg lap. They were, as you saw, almost at walking pace, and Blake Southern sped away. Immediately, Hayden Fisher guarding the inside line into Stowe. And look at this. We'll have a look at the timing charts when they come through in a moment, but the top two drivers, the Jack Dex team, have a little bit of a cushion now between second and third place. It's exactly how they wanted to play it. So, good bit of tactics there from the two leaders. Over the line they go. Let's have a look at that gap. And yes, indeed, there's half a second between Hayden Fisher in second, Teddy Cooper in third. And in terms of the situation that was thrown in front of them with the Battenberg flag, I think that was quite a good bit of driving there.
Oh yeah, they've maximised it to full potential, and the two Jack Dex racing karts getting away. That's exactly what they wanted to do. But look at Teddy Cooper, the 79. You just saw it there on your shot. He's slowly starting to close in. This could be something to watch out for, of course. 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock. Blake managed to save a bit of time, but he's still got a couple of laps left to play with. He's got about 3 or 4 laps still to do.
Dive down the inside into Kim Bolton there. What this has done here, Charlie, as well, is because the pace was so slow on that Battenberg lap, again we see Fisher, just interrupting myself here, to guard that inside line and holds on to the second place, but it's getting quite tasty, that battle for second place. Because the pace was so slow on that Battenberg lap, what it's done, it's almost been like a fresh restart. Look how close everybody is at this stage.
Exactly that. It's just exactly like how you would in a safety car procedure. All the drivers then close up to each other and they have another crack at it, and they say, let's restart, let's forget about what's just happened, let's go for this. And it's exactly what's happening. It's just a little showdown, really, a Mexican showdown in the heart of Kim Bolton.
Let's have a look at this when they cross the line. We've got 46 seconds on the clock, so this is going to be tight in terms of the last lap. He crosses the line. Oh, now that's going to be tight. Well, he's lapping 42.2 at the moment. They crossed the line with 42 seconds on the clock here, so it's going to be tight whether we've got 1 or 2 more laps remaining. I don't know how aware he is. Don't really want to back off too much at this stage. He has got a 0.8 of a second gap, but you don't really want to artificially sacrifice that. There is a yellow flag on Stowe with the number 12 going off with the Willows. Actually, that's Max Wheatley. Shame for him in his debut here at Kim Bolton in this class, but he's hit some trouble on the Willows. Here they come, so I'm going to keep a close eye on the timing screens here and watching them.
That's a very late one from Teddy Cooper, and managed to find a way through. Good job by Hayden Fisher to pick that one up.
The last lap flag has gone out. The marshal was hesitating, keeping a close eye on the clock, and the race leader Blake Southern goes through literally within tenths of a second before the clock went down to 0, just after he went over. So we are now on the last lap, and he's timed that to perfection.
This is exactly what Blake Southern needs for this final. If he can hold it for just half a lap, this will be a perfect opportunity to take that K plate. Look at the rest of the field. Eli Ballin's managed to close in, but Blake Southern, as he comes round the final corner, will be starting from P1 in the grand final. Callum Sims will be starting from second, Hayden Fisher in third, from Teddy Cooper and Oscar Keane. Noah Moulton actually finished up in front of Oscar Keane. Miles Burton from Eli Baden. John Richardson makes it to 9th, up 12 places from Ryan Rapini, who rounds out your top 11. Toby Farven in 10th from Lucy Wilden, Harry Phil, Harvey Surgeon, Dan Butcher, George Fountain, George Cole, Alex Shepherd, RJ Watson and Izzy White rounds out your top 20. But that was the perfect team play from Blake Southern and Hayden Fisher. Hayden dropping to third, but that's exactly where you want to be when it comes to that final.
Still be very well placed, and excellent driving there from Blake Southern, of course, to control the pack on the Battenberg lap. And it was interesting to watch when he came through onto the last lap of the race. The finisher was holding the last lap flag, or the last lap board, and just hesitating and putting out, watching the clock, making sure it was down to 10 minutes, and it was pinpoint precise. If he'd have been through a second sooner, that board wouldn't have gone out. So he really did time that to perfection.
Tenths of a second, no matter where you are around the circuit. KZ now heading out on circuit, and it's been the perfect weekend so far for Josh Price. But can he hold on in this pre-final? There is a very stricken Ava Reynolds kart who has been taken to the scrutineering area. Josh Price will start from pole in this race from Miles Murphy and Oliver Stewart, from Derek Morgan, Ralph Youngland, Jessica Edgar and Bailey Ruggsford, from Leo Robertson, Isaac Smith, Ryan Green from James Beecroft, Lucas Enningham from Darrell Henderson, Sylvius Kilmash from Hannah Lang, Tom Mack, Kieran Leonard, Richard Smith from Neil Hepworth and James Harvey, Bradley Calder from Kai Springfield, Bea Phillips and George Barker from Stephen Logan, who rounds out the rest of your field. Now, the real battle is going to be between the top two here. I think Josh Price and Miles Murphy. Miles, who got caught up in a bit of action in the final heat, but was still there with Josh Price. But Josh is so good at getting away those first few laps and then managing the pace from there. And of course, Josh with a big amount of experience he has in motorsport, as well as Miles Murphy, who is one of the main people behind the Demon Tweaks program. Miles Murphy, who was up in very high in the British Championships, of course finished 5th in the Championship. Oliver Stewart's come from Formula Racing back to karting as well.
Josh Price, of course, the driver with BTCC experience and racing in the Mini Support Series as well in recent times as well, which is if you've not been to the BTCC before, that's a very competitive supporting class and one of the highlights of the race weekend. So he's certainly got the credentials, one would say, but still looking to keep his finger in, you might say, in karting as well, because this you would say this sort of KZ racing, in this sort of karting-based sort of competition, it's about the fastest form of karting formula might get, you would say, with the geared machines. They run, of course, down the full length of the Imitsu Straight. Very fast, very competitive, and certainly a great way to maintain that experience.
Yeah, exactly that. You've basically got what you need in a Formula car, but in a car, you've got your gears, you've got your gearbox, you've got obviously anything you need to go racing. And it just makes it a lot more exciting. You're 2 inches off the ground, you're going over 100 miles an hour. It's the scariest thing you've ever done in your life, but it's so enjoyable. And that's why these drivers come back every month, because they just love racing KZ karts, and who wouldn't? Of course, thank you to Rowan, one of our sponsors, who's providing oil as a prize, as oil can be very important in these machineries, especially on these hot conditions. You'll see some of the drivers now doing their practice starts. You'll see them letting go of a big sort of lever. That's their clutch, and they're trying to feel for that biting point. So have a little practice start, and then they will.
It's worth, when you look at these karts closely, you can pretty see on the grid there with some of the
we're going round.
We're going to go around. We just look at the your right of the kart, the driver's left, the size of the radiators. Of course, these are all water-cooled engines, of course, and when you consider they're only relatively small machines, the amount of the radiators they have, huge. I'd say in terms of diameter, they've got to be about half the width of a regular car radiator. They're pretty substantial things. I know with running two-stroke motocross bikes, the cooling very important indeed, and especially on a day like today, there'll be nobody really covering the radiators up today because they will be working overtime.
Exactly, and I mean, the temperatures these engines can get up to is extreme, especially in these hot conditions. So managing the cooling of these engines is ever so important for their performance.
And in terms of the fuel, Charlie, is there any regulations in terms of the octane rating, and is it pump gas regulated, or are they allowed to use racing fuel?
It's just sort of fuel gas, really, and I think that sort of keeps it all together. Of course, fuel is regulated, and of course they have to have a certain amount in at the end of the race. But despite what you can use, I think people tend to just go for your normal pump gas. But yeah, I think it's something that people may try soon. Is different octane ratings and see how it works with the engine and performance. But let's get going for a bit of KZ racing. We're just waiting for a couple of karts to form, and I think one's
lost the engine, I think.
Yeah,
so we're having a roll round again. There was a kart just lost the engine on the grid. So of course those guys on the front row have been waiting there for quite a while. So as we were talking about engine temperatures, don't want to have the kart stationary for too long. I think it was the number 92 that's gone away now. So that was Kieran Leonard. Just seemed to lose the engine on the start. So managed to bump start that kart. Get it back going again. We do seem to be seeing this quite often in the KZs today. We've seen drivers losing the engine on the start grid. So could that be it is getting hot out there now. We're getting towards midday. The sun's breaking through. Noticeably hotter than it was this morning, and certainly the hottest round of the year so far. Would that sort of issue play a part in them just keeping the karts moving and keeping them ready on the grid?
Yeah, exactly. Because obviously the clutch is the more you leave it stationary, the more they start to burn, and it's a real play for these drivers to keep it just rolling as well. It's very easy to stall one of these karts as well. Not the easiest to get going.
I would say, of course, that's one thing to remember. Of course, the competition clutches, it's very different to your road car, you might say, and very easy to lose the engine on such competition machines. So let's hope that we get a successful start this time. As you can see, the grid marshal working very hard to get the drivers in the correct position on the grid. Let's get these karts lined up as quickly as possible. Keep the guys at the front here. They've been waiting for quite some time, so we need to make sure that they are kept in position. It looks like we're ready to go. Starters ready, and we wait for the lights. So the red lights just lighting up now, same as Formula 1. The lights go, and we are away. A brilliant start there from Miles Murphy. Anticipated that perfectly. Nails the start. Ooh, we had to be tight into the first corner there because it was getting a bit close, but they all get through okay. Price drops to third. We've got the number 6 of Derek Morgan's had a good start. They go streaming down the Imitsu straight here. Price immediately getting to work to try and retake that lead, but an absolutely fantastic start there for Miles Murphy.
Big issues for James Beecroft. He had some problems trying to get through the Willow section. Josh Price in second place, and look at Del Boy trying to get back on the inside. He's in third place. Derek Morgan, he's going to try and see if he can get an opportunity down into turn 1, but in the pre-final where it really matters, it looks like Miles Murphy's had a brilliant start. Got away at the start on the launch, and Josh Price, of course, with that dominant flying so far, taking all 3 heat wins. It's not going his way at the moment. That was a big hit from Isaac Smith on the back of Jessica Edgar. Jessica managed to slow it down. Of course, Jessica coming from the F1 Academy, who of course were flying all over the world with the F1. Back to KZ karting she is, and as of course taking it with good stride and really showing up again against his big field of competitiveness and a really good strong field of drivers. Josh Price now closed in on Miles Murphy up at the front, and if these two start to battle, it could bring in Derek Morgan as well.
Yeah, Derek Morgan looking to get involved in this one a bit further down. I can tell you that James Harvey has pulled off the side of the circuit with some kind of mechanical issue. Was very quickly able to get the car off the circuit, though, just on the exit of Kim Bolton. So no worries on the track, no dangers here. They can keep racing on a clean circuit. And over the line goes the race leader, number 5, Miles Murphy, looking strong as down the inside goes Josh Price. Can he make the move stick? Yes, he can, as he makes his way through the willows, and Price with a very clean move there. Didn't lose any time either because he didn't want to draw Derek Morgan into this one. All the action just a little bit further behind as well, but Josh Price with a brilliant move there into Stowe has retaken the lead. Trouble on the willows.
That's a big loss for Isaac Smith. Isaac Smith getting a bit of contact with Ralph Youngling going through the willow section. Isaac off worse and has had to pull off, so that he will be able to start from the back of the field when it comes to the grand final. His K-plate chances, of course he is the K-plate holder from last year. His K-plate chances are quite over. To be fair, it's going to be a big ask for him to drive through the field. So really unfortunate that for Isaac Smith. He will not be able to clinch back-to-back K-plate winners. There is Ralph Youngling on your screens. He got into contact with Isaac Smith going through the willow section. Now he's with Leo Robinson, the number 36 driver with the FF Course Academy. They will be helping him out, trying to get him up the ranks. Of course, FF Course running the Ferrari Challenge. Could we see him in that series in the years to come as they all file through? Jessica Edgar, he's got Luke Siangam in front of him, as well as Oliver Stewart, who we talked about earlier. He comes from a Formula background now in KZ karting. Hannah Lang is in front of them as well. Hannah Lang, a veteran really in KZ karting, has been racing these for years now and has really built up a strong foundation.
And she's come through quite nicely, actually, making up 6 spaces. You can see her there just in the middle of that pack, number 91. good fight back there. Another one on the move is Bo Phillips up to 12th position, having made up 11 places. Notably there, I saw there was no penalty for Ralph Youngling. I think it was, we just saw there, it looked like more like a racing incident there, so just been unfortunate, of course, for Isaac Smith. But the race goes on. I think it was just two drivers going for the same part of the track.
Exactly around the Willow section as well. You know, it's a very tight section. Of course, these cars are travelling through there at immense speeds. Sometimes a bit of one bit of tarmac, two cars can't take it. And the worst happens. Lee Robson on the inside of Ralph Youngling. That was a very strong move. Will Ralph try and get him back? He tries to close in on the braking zone. Can't get it done just yet. Hannah Lang will have a look at Youngling in this lap. 5.5 minutes left on the clock. Youngling back on the inside of Leo Robinson. Leo tries to fight it but can't get it done. Youngling holds that precision. And this is a brilliant battle for the top four. Battle for fourth place. So just on the brink of the podium spot. They won't be able to chase down third place because they've already got a bit of a margin. But starting fourth wouldn't be a bad way to start your final. Of course, as I said, wherever you start, wherever you finish in this three finals, where you start for the final, and sometimes you've got to make moves like that. But it looks like Leo Robertson, I think, has got a
this is drawing Hannah Lang into this one as well. She's having a look as down the inside of Youngling. Ralph Youngling, of course, it's I think he's from Kent, isn't he? But sounds very German. His German father, and Timo, of course, went on to world karting success. Both named after Timo Glock and Ralf Schumacher, respectively. So certainly also German motorsport heritage going on there.
And of course, his brother here this weekend, Timo Youngling, he races off in the World Karting Championships for the Soli Kart Factory team. He was very dominant out there. Sitting consistently top 10, top 5 in the world, which is, especially in his KZ karts, not an easy thing to do. But a very good drive from Timo and Ralph Youngling at the moment. He is, I think, taking a few tips from Timo and is doing all right for the time being. Ralph's
doing very well here. He's coming under a lot of pressure, and it's drawn everybody else in that top 10 as well. So Ralph Youngling really with his back against the wall here, but he is remaining cool and calm. He is placing that kart exactly where it needs to be at the moment, and again just guarding the inside going into Kim Bolton corner, just making sure it's very easy to nip down there and snatch the apex away. You can see Youngling now guarding the inside into Stowe. He's going to have to peel away now to try and make the corner. But he kept it in there. That's going to back everyone in because, of course, by taking that inside line into the corner, it's a very slow entry. Look at this. It's like a boost on Mario Kart here. He's just pulled away from everybody else because the concertina effect in the corner, everyone else got together. It's like when you're Mario Kart, one of those mushrooms, isn't it? You just go flying down the track. He's done quite well there.
I thought he had a bit of whiplash after that turn one. He got hit very hard.
He had to be brave, didn't he, to make that stick? But it's paid off for him, hasn't it?
He's done very well. And Oliver Stewart now trying to close in. So Oliver Stewart up into fifth. Looked like Jessica Edgar coming out the Dan Weldon section. Couldn't get it done. Hannah Lang pushing Leah Robertson through.
That's a nice move, isn't it?
That was very good. Hannah Lang, the females, really showing up against the men here. Leah Robertson getting absolutely shoved out of the way. Pure KZ style. If you can't get past them, go through them. And Lucas Ellingham pushing Leah Robertson straight off the circuit. And, that will be something to look at with the stewards. Lucas Ellingham and Leah Robinson been going at it tank to tank all year long, and maybe that was a sealed deal, but we'll have to wait
just
and see.
To add insult to injury for Leah Robinson, he's the one that has picked up a black and white warning flag for driving conduct, so he's come off worse in a little situation on the Dan Weldon corner, but something in the lead up to that the marshals weren't too happy with. Really
interesting and unfortunate that for Leah Robinson, but Lucas Ellingham there on your screens. He's now got Bure Phillips behind, who's having a really good drive. Of course, Bure Phillips was on the podium a couple rounds ago, a bit earlier in the season. Bailey Wixford on your screens as well. That's Oliver Stewart, who's flying through. Oliver Stewart, of course, in fifth at the moment. Ralph Youngling still there in fourth place. And look at his field of drivers. You've got drivers such as James Beecroft, Jess Edgar. Of course, the Edgar name, very, very fond of the motorsport world. And, is that Oliver Stewart? I think Oliver Stewart's got past Ralph Youngling on that last lap. So that's the battle for fourth starting to reel in. And Stewart now looking for a podium spot. Now, the top three have really pulled away from the rest of the field. So I don't think Stewart will have the best opportunity. We haven't really spoken much about the top three here. Josh Price still leads the way. Miles Murphy in second, Morgan in third. But the battles really seem to be a bit further down the field. These drivers, and just on the brink of the top 10, really going hammer and tongs.
Yeah, it just seems to be settling down with those top three now. It looks like Josh Price leading by around 0.7 of a second from Miles Murphy, and Derek Morgan a bit behind in third. It's as the blue flag going out with one of the back marks. I think that's the number 232 as the rest of the field goes through. So Tom Mack, currently 21st, is a lap down. Here come the group in the edge of the top 10, all screaming through there. Ralph Young and Leah Robinson, Hannah Lang in there, Oliver Stewart also, Lucas Ellingham, who's been fighting through the field as well, Bailey Rigglesford and Bo Phillips, all in very close contention. We've got 38 seconds on the clock as we look at Miles Murphy making his way through the Dan Weldon corner, and still just under a second adrift of the race leader, Josh Price. Here he comes into the final corner. Number one, Price over the line with just over 25 seconds to go. So next time round, we'll be getting the last lap in the pre-final of KZ UK. And at the moment, Josh Price, he hasn't quite had the starts today. He's had to fight his way through in the early stages, but once he's got there, he has been able to control the race, and he's been looking very good so far.
Exactly that. He's taken 3 heat wins, and if he can take this pre-final win, that will be a perfect way to start him off in the grand final. Miles Murphy there in second place. It's really been the 1v1 between them two this weekend. It's always been Josh Price versus Miles Murphy, and Derek Morgan has always been there. So it's going to be interesting. If Miles Murphy can get one of the starts like he had before and just sit on that white line, that can make for interesting racing in the final, which you can all stick around and wait to watch. Derek Morgan sitting there in third, also known as Del Boy from the old Only Fools and Horses, as they come through the Dan Weldon corner for the final time.
There's a bit of trouble on Stowe Corner. We've got Wade Yellows. Just trying to see who that is. Not too sure if it's one of our leading groups. Certainly not the number one of Josh Price, though, who makes his way around the final corner. And what will be a very important pre-final win. Price takes the win. Murphy in second. It's going to be the number 6 in third of Derek Morgan. And in fourth, 22. Good fight through him. Oliver Stewart narrowly ahead of Ralph Youngling and Hannah Lang.
So Josh Price will be starting from pole in the grand final, and he'll be joined, just like he has every race this weekend, by Miles Murphy. Derek Morgan from Ralph Youngling and Leah Robbins and Hannah Lang, my apologies, from Oliver Stewart, Lucas Ellingham, Bailey Rigglesford and Bure Phillips. And out your top 10. So a very exciting KZ UK final coming up. But it's time to get into some TKM Extreme racing.
Yeah, TKM Extreme coming up next. This is race number, will be now number 32 of our 45 race programme. So there we see our results there. Josh Price and Miles Murphy, Derek Morgan, Ralph Youngling, Leah Robinson and Hannah Lang. Notable there, Hannah Lang fighting through to 6th at the end, making up 9 positions. That will come in very important indeed when the final gets underway later on this afternoon. Also for Bo Phillips there, we saw finishing in 10th position, making up 13 positions. So when you consider, of course, that is all ahead of the final later on this afternoon, those two drivers have picked exactly the right moment to get a good result in and be handily placed when the final gets underway later on. So we are well and truly underway with the afternoon programme here at Kimbolton, round number 7 of the HKRC Championship and the Kimbolton Festival. And we'll be underway with what will be the 5th pre-final of the day, the TKM Extreme, in association with Clazen Motorsport. And that will be getting underway in just a few moments' time. I think there is the stricken K-plate of Isaac Smith, whose kart is just being drawn into the infield. I think they'll be able to try and get that kart off the circuit back to the paddock before they let the next group out onto the circuit. It's very close to the paddock entrance, so they should be able to get that kart back underway very soon indeed. So TKM Extreme just waiting in the waiting area at the moment. I think the green flag is now being readied. The kart of Isaac Smith is safely off the circuit, so the marshals are happy and we'll be able to get this race underway. William Bloom from Kean Bennett, Harvey Jones, Charlie Whitehouse, Thomas Shaw, Ilio DeSandro and Reese Porter are your drivers. So don't forget, of course, only 7 drivers in this race, but If it's anything like it was in the heat earlier on this morning, then we could be in for some very close racing indeed. I mean, when you consider as well, there was an incident between Alessandro and Porter later on in the race that dropped those two out of contention, but everyone else was running very closely indeed once the racing got underway. So here they go on the formation lap. 10 minutes plus 1 lap for the formation lap of the TKM Extreme, and this is the pre-final. We've got Senior X30, Junior X30, Rotax 177, and the Senior Rotax yet to come this afternoon before we get underway with our finals to round out the Kimbolton Festival. But we are about to pick things up with the TKM Extreme. A very early wave around there, though. I think there was a car just cut adrift at the back there, so looking to make sure that they are kept together. They'll go around for another formation lap. Through the willows they go, back towards the Yamitsu Straight. And as the afternoon goes on, temperatures, like we were talking about earlier, will have a real part to play. You certainly won't see the drivers with the covers on the radiators today to help keep the temperatures up. They don't need to do that. The ambient temperature outside, very warm indeed. The breezes have eased a little bit now as well, so it does feel hot trackside. The track temperature is certainly getting very warm indeed. And, of course, the drivers having to protect those tyres all the way through the afternoon. So they certainly can't afford to be too wild when they're going around the corners. Certainly are not looking to burn the tyres up, because that could play a part in the final later on. That'll be not yet confirmed, but likely to be another at least 10-minute plus 1 lap race. So they've still got a bit more track time to go. Here we are. We are now underway with the TKM Extreme. And here they go into the first corner, nice and smoothly for the number 56. And William Bloom leads them underway as they make their way through the willows and into the Yamitsu Straight for the first time. Good clean start. They all get through okay. Kian Bennett, Charlie Whitehouse, 43, I believe, has made up a position in those early stages. Through Derek's corner for the first time and in towards the Dan Weldon corner. And there they go, named, of course, in memory of a former competitor here, of course, Dan Weldon. The late Dan Weldon, sadly, former Indy 500 winner, of course. And here they come in towards Kimbolton. End of the first lap here. 10 minutes plus 1 lap in this TKM Extreme pre-final. And a great start there then for William Bloom. Lapping 44.8 on the first lap. So a good clean start to the race. Quite a fast pace for him there as they make their way through the willows for the first time. He is determined here to try and break away from the rest of the field, but Kian Bennett is hanging on in there in second place. We're going to have a look at the lap charts when they come back around here, because Bennett is just starting to break away from the chasing pack. We've got Harvey Jones moving up to third place now, number 21, the driver we're looking at now. Closely followed by Charlie Whitehouse, who made that position up at the start of the race, but has dropped back down to fourth. Thomas Shaw, Ilio D'Alessandro and Reese Porter rounding out the field. Oh, down the inside. Neat little move there for Thomas Shaw to make the move into Kimbolton. Classic overtaking manoeuvre there into the slow right-hander, and he was able to guard the apex to prevent the repass coming out of the corner. So he has done very well indeed. William Bloom leading the way. And the gap at the front is currently 0.7 of a second. And there's not much difference between Bloom and Bennett's lap time here, give or take a few thousandths of a second. They are running very similar pace and just starting to pull away now from the rest of the field as we focus on this battle between the 21 of Harvey Jones and the number 42 of Thomas Shaw, closely followed by 43 Charlie Whitehouse, Ilio D'Alessandro, number 23, and Reese Porter, number 12, are still well and truly in this one. And if these two start scrapping, then they could really get involved in the battle for third place as well, because they are holding each other up now. The top two now really starting to break away as the fight goes on for third. They make their way through Stowe. Let's have a look at 42 here. Thomas Shaw getting back into third place. Just allowing the top two to break away a little bit now as they make their way through. And again, you see 21 there. Harvey Jones trying to retake that position there, side by side through Derek's corner. And it looks like Jones holds the line into the Dan Weldon corner and retakes the position. But look at this. That battle for third place has brought Ilio D'Alessandro and Reese Porter, 23 and 12, right into this one as well. So it's all very, very close indeed. The top two just starting to break away now. William Bloom over the line with a 44.29. And he is just starting to break away a bit now from Kian Bennett, who is still lapping very quickly indeed, but has dropped to 1.3 3 seconds down on the race leader. Going to keep a close eye on this battle for third place. Now, one would speculate here perhaps that the number 21 of Harvey Jones and the 42 of Thomas Shaw, they might just want to work together here, this chasing pack, because looking at the gap here, there is about 1.4 seconds between Cian Bennett in second place and that chasing pack. They've still got a bit of time on their sides here. We've got just over 6 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. So with a bit of race tactics here, it may be prudent for these chasing drivers just to hold position for now, not to race each other, just try and catch up with the second place driver, because Cian Bennett does have that cushion in second place, but he's by no means out of touch here. Number 21 just starting to break away now. Harvey Jones in third. Here they come through toward Derek's corner. Still quite comfortable at the front. Here's the number 56, William Bloom, who has led pretty much the entire race. Fastest lap of the race last time round with a 44.09. They make their way through the Dan Weldon corner. The pack still running very closely indeed. Last time round, 4.2 seconds covering the entire pack. So it's all very closely poised. You can see as he makes his way out to the final corner there, we just saw Bloom just having a quick glance over the shoulder, maintaining that strong pace, lapping 44.1 last time round. So he continues to pull away slowly from Cian Bennett. The gap goes up to 1.6 seconds. But crucially here, Bennett doing just about enough to stay ahead of Harvey Jones, who has closed up by around a tenth of a second or so. Still, we've got Charlie Whitehouse and Thomas Shaw. There is Shaw, number 42, trying to get past Whitehouse. The pack just starting to spread out a bit now compared to 2 laps ago, so it's all to play for here, one would say. I think the tactics have gone out of the window here. Everyone's just racing for themselves at this stage because there's no real benefit for them to race together now. So Bloom leading, Bennett second, Jones, Whitehouse, Shaw, Porter and D'Alessandro, the final 2 drivers battling for position as well. As D'Alessandro, you'll see them just coming through onto your screen now. There they go, just behind this battle. And Ilya D'Alessandro and Reese Porter fighting away for the final position. Remember, only 7 drivers in this race, but everyone running very competitively indeed. William Bloom, pretty much identical on lap times with Cian Bennett now. The gap remaining 1.6 seconds down towards the TKM straight they go. And there we just saw the rear of the number 12 of Reese Porter, currently 7th place, incredibly at the back of the field. It's by no means, certainly not something against him, because it's a very competitive class here, and he's still fighting away with the 23 of Elio D'Alessandro just behind this battle that we're looking at now, which is the 42 and 43, Charlie Whitehouse and Thomas Shaw, constantly trading positions here. And as things stand now, after 3.5 minutes plus the 1 lap to go, they are all back where they started in terms of grid position. Here is the 23 with that very distinctive Dayglow helmet and blue overalls. That's Ilya D'Alessandro. Very easy to spot out there on the track, and he is closely followed by the number 12 of Reese Porter. This is the battle for last place. Incredible as it sounds, you would say, because they are really motoring. But such is the pace of this race that they are not all that far behind the leaders, who's just gone through Stowe Corner. Let's have a look at the gap in terms of the whole pack. It's less than 7 seconds at this stage. A very fast, very clean race at the moment. William Bloom setting another fastest lap of the race day. He's picked up the pace again, 43.86. So the race leader pulling away a bit now. Cian Bennett in second, number 44, 1.6 seconds down. Harvey Jones, Charlie Whitehouse, third and fourth still from Thomas Shaw. And then these 2 drivers here, Ilya D'Alessandro, number 23, and the number 12 of Reese Porter, still having a very close battle at the back of the field. And as they make their way down towards Kimbolton, there they go. D'Alessandro holding on to the line. Porter right on his tail. We've got 2.5 minutes to go, plus the 1 lap remaining. William Bloom maintaining a good pace there. I can tell you that Harvey Jones has set the fastest lap of the race now, 43.67. So it's a very fast pace out there, and the grip does seem to be coming back towards the drivers as the race goes on. We are well into this race now. 2 minutes plus 1 lap to go or thereabouts, and they are still picking up the pace as the race goes on here. They are now lapping firmly into the 43-second marker. William Bloom leads the race now by nearly 2 seconds from Cian Bennett. As we look at this battle once again between the number 42, Thomas Shaw, Charlie Whitehouse, they've been trading positions here. Bloom over the line, Cian Bennett just maintaining that 2-second gap in second place. Harvey Jones in third, just starting to put the pressure now on the second place driver as the race goes on. So Bennett has been pretty comfortable in second, but you would certainly say that Harvey Jones, who set the fastest lap of the race earlier on, has worked very hard to make a bit of a battle here for second place. There he is, 21, making his way through the Dan Weldon corner and back down the TKM straight. So Jones, again, just eking every bit of power he can out of that car so they make their way through Kestrel corner into Kimbolton. Final corner of the lap, I should say. And over the line goes the race leader, William Bloom, with just over 1 minute on the clock. So they will get one more complete lap in, one would say, before the last lap board goes out. Yeah, still lapping, I would say, in the 43 second. Most of the drivers in 43 seconds, and just a little bit slow for Reese Porter and Elio De Lissandro. They're lapping in the mid to high 44s, so they're all lapping quite consistently quick here. 11 seconds covering all of the pack so far. So there we see the 21 just ever so slightly trying to close up here and there. Harvey Jones, we've got 30 seconds on the clock as the race leader makes his way out to the Kimbolton's corner, and William Bloom over the line with 2 laps to go now. And all of the pressure is on for second place here as Cian Bennett holds on to that position. He's got to be so precise on this penultimate lap because Harvey Jones matching him for pace here, not really closing up on the previous lap, but still certainly keeping that pressure on. There's your race leader. William Bloom has had a pretty quiet race so far. The clock goes down to 0 any moment now, so next time round for the number 56, it will be 1 lap to go. Here he comes down towards Kestrel corner. He has had a faultless race so far, and into Kimbolton, where he will come out of here and see the last lap board go out. 1 more lap to go for number 56, William Bloom. Over the line he goes, closely followed by Cian Bennett. The gap 2.3 seconds, and still the pressure on for third. Harvey Jones, fastest first sector last time round, just closing up a couple of tenths on the second place driver. Can he go for something on the final lap? Here they come through Derek's corner for the final time. William Bloom comfortably ahead now. The gap over 2.3 seconds, and all of the action here for second place. Here they come through the Dan Weldon corner for the final time. And you can see Jones taking a slightly tighter line there, trying to steal some yards out of the corner. Here they come down towards Kimbolton for the final time. William Bloom coming round the final corner now, on his way to the checkered flag. And it's going to be William Bloom that takes the checkered flag side by side for second place. Oh, and I'm going to have to consult the lap charts for that. Cian Bennett awarded second place by 100th of a second. That's how close it was. Thomas Shaw gets through to 4th place on the final lap from Charlie Wrighthouse. Reese Porter and Elio De Lissandro only 14 seconds, covering the whole pack in a very closely fought TKM Extreme race. So there we see your final results. William Bloom from Cian Bennett, Harvey Jones, Thomas Shaw, Charlie Whitehouse, Reese Porter and Elio De Lissandro. But look at that gap between second and third. 100th of a second. It was barely a tyres width at the line, but that's your pre-final for TKM Extreme. Thanks to Easy and Elegant Weddings and Events for their support as well of this category. And, of course, for the HKRC Kart Racing Club. A lot of charity raffles and things behind the scenes going on for the chosen charity, which is Promised Dreams. And that's been taking place across the weekend. We've got the famous trolley race as well over the weekend, which is a long-standing tradition. So pretty much the halfway point of the 2025 season here at Kimbolton in the height of summer. And always the Kimbolton Festival, a firm favourite with the drivers and one they desperately want to win to get that coveted K-Plate. Senior X30 is about to get underway for the pre-final. Making their way out onto the circuit for their formation lap. This is race number 33 from your 45 race program. We have the pre-finals for Junior X30, Rotax 177 and Senior Rotax coming up. And then taking us through the final part of the afternoon is the all-important final, where the K-Plates for 2025 will be decided. Here they come through the Dan Weldon corner and making their way through Jack Dan, Monty Brathwaite, Jensen Pugh, Hayden Aldridge, Aaron Lask with the K plate from last year. Look out for that one as he makes his way down. Katie Ashburn, Oliver Pickler, James Reynolds, Jessica Fitchall, Tyler Dixon and Natalie Darbeck a little bit further behind as they make their way very slowly in towards the Kim Bolton corner, keeping that pace right to the minimum, barely above walking pace, and they will look to scream into life over the line as we get the pre-final 10 minutes plus 1 lap for the senior X30. Over the line they go, the start's good. They pile into the first corner, braking very important. You can see the grip is not quite there with the track temperature so warm, but they all get through cleanly. They fight through the willows. Everyone gets through safely down towards Derek's corner for the first time. And immediately there, Jack Dunn, very defensive, guarding those inside lines, getting the elbows out here, you might say, on this first lap. Just looking to maintain that lead on the first lap and then try and break away. And of course, with those defensive lines from the race leader, it's backed everyone together. Oh, look at that down the inside there. That was that Braithwaite going for the move. Neat little move down the inside. Well, it's the my apologies, number 60, Jensen Pugh that took the lead. So despite all the hard work there from Dan, loses out, and now Braithwaite goes through to second place. So it looks like Jack Dan dropping to third. The top three just out of the K plate of Aaron Lask in fourth position as they make their way through Derek's corner. Jensen Pugh, nice little move there going through the Kim Bolton corner, now trying to break away at the front of the field, but it all very close indeed at the start of this race. Here they come down towards the Kim Bolton corner, and Pugh just again, you see him trying to break away. Oh, down the inside there. And back into second place. Nice move there, and he's made it stick out of the corner as well. That's Jack Dan who goes back into second place. Braithwaite drops to third, number 19, Lask, and then Oliver Pickler's had a good start at the fifth position. Hayden Eldridge currently sixth. Josh Jones in the number 84 has had a good start as well, making up 7 positions as Tiger Dixon and Natalie Darbeck close behind as well. Max Anderson up to 11th place, having a strong start also as they make their way through the Dan Weldon corner. Looking a bit further back, Sam Houghton and Zach Whelan also on the move in those early stages from Madeline Ekberg, Jack Stewart and Katie Ashburn, but they're all running quite closely. There's one or two just dropping back towards the back of the field. Maybe an incident on that previous lap, but Jensen Pugh just starting to break away now. The gap goes up to 0.8 of a second, and Pugh putting in a very fast banker lap, you might say there. 40.7, just trying to break away from the chasing pack. Maintain that cushion. He's got an 0.8 of a second gap from the previous lap. He'd really like to try and increase that as the race goes on. So Braithwaite second place, Dan, Lask, Eldridge, and one to look out for here is Josh Jones, number 84, who is continuing to increase the pace and get his way through the top 10. He's up to 6th position now. He started 12th. And the MS cart starting to close up on the number 10 of Hayden Eldridge. At the front of this pack is the number 19 of Monty Braithwaite, currently in second place. Jensen Pugh almost 1 second ahead at the front, so the start going very well indeed for the number 60, Jensen Pugh. He made those moves on the opening lap, and now just trying to maintain that gap at the front. So Braithwaite second. We focus here on the 33 of Oliver Pickler, currently in 9th place, fighting with Natalia Darbeck, who's moved up to 8th position. James Reynolds and Jessica Fitchall a little bit further behind. Jensen Pugh leading them over the line once again. 6.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Over the line they go, down towards the Stowe corner. No real change on that previous lap though. It's still Braithwaite second place, down in third, Lask in fourth. Hayden Eldridge from Josh Jones. So Jones with a good start there, up to 6th place now from 12th, but coming up against some pretty firm competitors here and not really going much further than 6 at the moment, but time still very much on his side. We've got 6 minutes plus 1 lap to go in this pre-final for the X30 seniors. Don't forget, of course, we've got juniors, the Rotax 177s and the senior Rotax to round things off for the pre-finals, but still just over 5.5 minutes to go, plus the 1 lap remaining in the pre-final for the senior X30. And number 60, Jensen Pugh, continues to lead the way here, but I'm keeping a close eye on the second place driver. Look out for Monty Braithwaite in second, who has set the fastest lap of the race, 40.39. The pace of the race really increasing as it goes on, and he has halved that lead. It's almost half a second now between Pugh and Brathwaite, so there could be a bit of a challenge going on here. He has notably cleared away from Jack Dan, who's still there in third place. Down the inside of the K plate goes that was the 84 of Josh Jones, who now is starting to make some moves at the front of the field. He's fought through very well indeed, and Jones now up to fourth place. He's 0.7 of a second down on Jack Dan in third. Brathwaite still trying to close that gap on Jensen Pugh, but Pugh has picked up the pace here and maintains that half-second gap at the front. Here they come. Brathwaite there through Derek's corner. Looked to me like he was taking some slightly tighter lines there, so covering less distance, but he's got to keep that pace up, not to lose to the faster outside sweeping lines that Pugh seems to be using at the moment. And he looks noticeably closer here. Let's have a look at the timing charts. When they go over the line, let's have a look. And Monty Brathwaite with another fastest lap of the race, 40.35. Jensen Pugh notably has also picked up the pace. He goes 40.4 last time round. It's his personal best, but nonetheless Brathwaite continuing to close up here. They have pulled away now from the third place Jack Dan, and Brathwaite again just trying to steal a few yards in the corner, steal a few tenths here and there, trying to close up. The timing is on his side here. He's got 4 minutes plus 1 lap to go in this Senior X30 pre-final, and Brathwaite continuing to chip away on the lead. He's not quite close enough to go for a move here, but he is still charging. It takes a tighter line again. Those tighter lines, the kart gripping up quite nicely out of the corners here, and it does seem to be working for him so far. There is the third place number 62 of Jack Dan. Josh Jones still there in fourth. We've got Aaron Laskin fifth, Hayden Eldridge sixth, Tiger Dixon, Natalia Darbeck in eighth place, Oliver Pickler and Jessica Fitch-Hall rounding out the top 10. Moving up to 11th place now is Max Anderson. We've got Zach Whelan, James Reynolds, Sam Houghton, Rylan Ekberg and Jack Stewart rounding up the field, with Katie Ashman out of the race. 3:20 plus 1 lap to go. It was another fastest lap for Monty Brathwaite last time round, 40.33. The gap now 0.3 of a second, but he can't quite get close enough to go for a pass just yet. But he has still got 3 minutes to go, plus the 1 lap remaining. And again, the pace increases here. Jensen Pugh, 40.33 last time round, but Monty Brathwaite, 40.32. It is as close as that. 0.3 of a second separating the top two. And these two leaders really are picking up the pace here. They're pulled away from Jack Dan. They're lapping yet quicker again. That's Pugh's best lap of the race, and Monty Brathwaite, just 1/100th of a second faster, is the fastest driver on the track at the moment with 2.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go. But Jensen Pugh, who has led most of the race here, is not going to give that one up lightly. Over the line they go, 2.5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. The gap pretty much stays identical. They're lapping almost an identical pace here, and Brathwaite not quite close enough to go for a pass here. He's almost on the rear bumper of the race leader, number 60. Dan still in third from Jones, Eldridge, Laskin 6th place, Dixon, Darbeck, Pickler, and still the number 14 of Jessica Fitch-Hall rounding out the top 10, as Brathwaite again just ever so slightly tighter around the Dan Weldon corner. That line seems to be working well for him so far, and now just jinking about at the back. Just looking for lines here, not committing just yet though. He doesn't want to be too rash here and bring the third place here into this. Jack Dan is about 1.5 seconds behind in third, and again you see Brathwaite looking for a move down the inside. Takes the apex, and can he make the move stick? No, he can't, because Jensen Pugh finds that line on the inside, and yet again making an overtaking move at Stowe is a very difficult proposition. It's easy to get the front wheels in there. It's difficult sometimes to maintain that line and not be repassed going through into the willows. But it looks to me like Brathwaite is not perturbed by that one. Again, he's making that tighter line work through the Dan Weldon corner. Just seems to be gaining a little bit of time on the race leader, Jensen Pugh. Here they come down towards Kim Bolton. And let's see what happens here. Will Brathwaite try and fight again? I don't think he will. He has lost a little bit of time here. The gap goes back up to 0.4 of a second. Still Jack Dan in third. The impressive Josh Jones, who's fought through very well. He's still there in fourth place from Hayden Eldridge, Aaron Laskin, Talia Darbeck, Tiger Dixon, Oliver Pickler and Jessica Fitch-Hall still running up the top 10. Here come the leaders, making their way through Derek's corner and up towards the Dan Weldon corner. Still Pugh leading, Brathwaite second, Dan, Jones, Eldridge running up the top 5. Here they come down towards the final corner. We've got 35 seconds on the clock here, so it will be 2 more laps to go as they cross the line once again. So this is the moment for action here for the number 19 of Brathwaite, who goes wide. Was he going to try and cut into the inside there? Not quite. He follows as he makes his way through the willows. Nothing going here. Will he try and move? Well, you may have just seen there Brathwaite just pointing ahead there, just telling Pugh just to concentrate on the road ahead here. So he's not interested in going for an overtake just yet, but crucially here, just making sure they stay ahead of Jack Dan, who is just over a second behind in third. So it looks to me like Brathwaite, for the time being at least, not committing to a move just yet. He has a peek down the inside though and makes it stick. So now he's made the move and he's covered it very well indeed, covering the apex. So Brathwaite now into the lead with 1 lap to go. And now going full defensive, guarding that inside line. It's going to be quite slow here. This could draw Jack Dan into it if the defensive driving goes on anymore. And again, you see Brathwaite there very aggressively into Derek's corner, guarding that apex on the entry. So he's going to make himself very difficult to pass here, but crucially is going to be a little bit slower as well. So that could potentially draw the others in. Here they come, down towards the Kimbolton corner for the final time. Let's see what Brathwaite does again. Very aggressive on the inside, guarding the apex. And he's going to have to make sure he doesn't get passed on the exit here, but he's done enough. Over the line he goes. Monty Brathwaite takes the checkered flag from Jensen Pugh. Jack Dan in third, Josh Jones, Hayden Eldridge, Aaron Laskin sixth, Natalia Darbeck seventh. They're further back, Tiger Dixon, Oliver Pickler, Jessica Fitchhall, Max Anderson, Zach Whelan, Jack Stewart, James Reynolds and Sam Houghton, the final finisher, with Rylan Eckberg and Katie Ashman out of contention in the senior X30 pre-final. Junior X30s on the dummy grid right now, and they'll be underway in just a few moments. So no sooner have the seniors left the circuit than we welcome the junior X30s onto the circuit for their pre-final in association with ADM Paddock Shop. Thanks, of course, to all of the sponsors here at Kimbolton and the Hunts Kart Racing Club for their continued support in 2025. Let's have a look at how the starting grid lines up. Callum Sims from Adam Bourne, Alexander De Benetis and Charlie Myers, Finley Allen, Louis Barker, Milo Manderson and Max Wright on row number 4. Row 5, James Backworth from Ethan Higgins, Bailey Brooker and Louis Marshall on row 6. And the final 2 drivers are Joseph Berkery and Harry Myers in 14th position. So 14 drivers out on the grid. X30 Junior then about to get underway. Drivers now on the formation lap, and here they come down towards the Kestrel corner, and very slow indeed. Again, just keeping the pace to an absolute minimum as they make their way down towards Kimbolton corner. And again, you see, just looking to keep that pack as close together as possible here. Number 69, Callum Sims, the pole sitter, on the inside line, and Adam Bourne right alongside him. Now they'll pick up the pace as they make their way out to the Kimbolton corner. And the start looks good. Here they come down towards the first corner. Oh, and there's a big trouble there on the first corner. 3 drivers off into the barriers. And including there, number 22, Charlie Myers, 69, the pole sitter Callum Sims went off big style into the barriers and picked up some damage, I think, but the kart still seems to be going. Here they come, though, through the Dan Weldon corner for the first time, and Callum Sims, well, I did tell you that he had picked up some damage. I can tell you he's also got a technical black flag here, so that damage ruled by the clerk of the course as not able to continue. So after that dramatic first lap, the leader is Alexander De Benetis, who leads the way. Max Wright second, Louis Barker in third, Milo Manderson, Ethan Higgins, James Backworth, Louis Marshall and Finley Allen all charging through. But Charlie Myers right at the back of the field, number 22, trying to get involved in this one. Adam Bourne, it was the driver that went into the barriers and is out of the race. And I can tell you that Callum Sims has got a technical black flag after that incident on the first corner, and I think he has pulled out of the race. The kart sustaining quite a bit of damage. It was continuing in the race, but too damaged to continue safely. So Callum Sims, Adam Bourne out of the race on the first lap, and Charlie Myers right at the back of the field with some serious work to do. But this is all playing into the hands of De Benedettis, who leads quite comfortably as they make their way through at the end of the second lap. Well, not too far behind there, number 48. They make their way through Derek's corner, all running very well indeed in these early stages. So the pre-final, dramatic start here to the pre-final with some of the big names crashing out on the first corner, and that could really shake things up in terms of the final later on this afternoon. But here come our leaders down towards the Kimbolton corner once again, all running very closely indeed. De Benedettis leading the way. Number 46 just trying to break away at the front of the field. So we've got Barker in second place. Number 48. Max Wright, Milo Manderson also well placed. And we've also got James back with Ethan Higgins. De Benedettis 0.6 of a second ahead. But Louis Barker, 48, has set the fastest lap of the race here with 7.5 minutes. Plus the 1 lap to go in this one. So X30 is now, the Junior X30 is well and truly underway. Charlie back from his lunch break and joins us at a very important time in this race with Callum Sims and Adam Bourne both out of the race on the first corner. Charlie Myers at the back of the field, so this could really potentially shake things up in terms of the final, but De Benedettis running quite well at the front of the field here.
Yeah, Benedettis looking good. Of course, yeah, Callum Sims was in potential. He was sort of the rocking star, saying that, you know, he has best opportunity to take this victory, as was Adam Bourne, two who are really up at the front. Now it's going to really shake up the rest of their weekend. They've got to really work from the back of the grid now. Of course, that's what the main issue with the pre-finals is. If you have an issue, if you have a DNF, that's you put straight to the back for the final. So that's going to be a very exciting final indeed. So stick around and make sure you're watching for that. But Louis Barker's doing all right in second place at the moment, and maybe closing down on first.
Just watching some of these drivers actually on the Dan Weldon corner. I think Barker's doing the same here in this race as well. There does seem to be a slightly tighter line. We'll watch them when they make their way back up towards the top of the circuit now. De Benedettis leads them through Derek's corner. And we'll have a look. Look out for the grey kart in second there. Louis Barker in second place. Let's see what line he takes through the corner again. He just appears to be ever so slightly tighter through the... Not by much, but just enough to be able to maintain that pace, but cover less ground.
Yeah, I think mid-corner. Quite a bit tighter, but then that ruins him on the exit. But he's closing a lot. This could be a move for the lead here. And it is into turn one. Louis Barker, for the first time this weekend, and the first time in his June X30 career, takes the lead of a race. And that is the perfect way you want to get to midway in the pre-final. He's got a perfect opportunity here. With the unfortunate for Callum Sims and Adam Bourne, this now sets him up perfectly. He's got a real opportunity of the win here. Not just in the pre-final, but this could definitely lead onto the final as well. Benedet's still in second place, and Max Wright onto a podium spot. Superb.
Yeah, this is really shaking things up here. Some of the pre-event favourites in this class crashing out of the pre-final, which means that some of these drivers who have been on the periphery here, the likes of Louis Barker, Alexander De Benedettis and Max Wright, these drivers not quite in contention over the heat races, but now really thrust into the limelight here with victory and a real bench seat, you might say, for the final later on. If they can get the victory here, this could be vitally important for them, and it could really mean their hard work pays off. They've been hanging around the front of the field throughout the weekend here, but right at the crunch part of the weekend have been thrust to the front of the field here. Alexander De Benedettis trying to fight back here, taking the early lead and finding some good lines here as he fights back to Louis Barker. But look out for the number 66 of Max Wright in third. He is also trying to get involved in this one. He's getting some good lines here. De Benedettis, I think he was just trying to gesticulate there to Barker just to concentrate going through the willows here as they follow each other through Derek's corner. Milo Manderson a little bit further behind in fourth place. James back with Ethan Higgins, Louis Marshall all in there as well. Here they come. through the Dan Weldon corner. Again, that slightly tighter line does seem to be working there. The driver's able to go a little bit tighter to the apex on the Dan Weldon corner, but still maintain the speed. Down the TKM straighters, down the inside. Oh, that was a squeeze there, but he made it stick. Max Wright has held on second place. De Benitez drops to third, but this is good news for Louis Barker, who for the time being at least pulls away.
Brilliant opportunity here for Louis Barker. He's now got a bit of a margin from the two behind, and Benedict's, I think he's got a bit of an idea that he wants to try and fight it back, but it's just he's slowly losing time. And of course, when you get overtaken, that momentum you have then completely loses out, and you have to sort of reset and go back to square one. Marlon Manderson there in fourth as well. Good race so far as well. James Backworth, he started in ninth, he's into the top five. All these drivers trying to close in, and you can just see there Benedict's really on the back now. He's going to have a look into turn one on the inside. Will he be able to get that one stick? He's going to be late on the brakes and gets it done. And Milo Manderson, and could there be a slippy surface out on track? Because there was a couple of drivers who went in a little spin there into turn one. That seemed a bit heroic.
The flag has come out, so yellow and red stripes. So that indicates, of course, that there is slippery surface on that part of the track.
And I saw Milo Manderson there. He looked like he dropped some coolant or something as he entered that turn one. So I think that may have come from Milo. We'll wait and watch when they come round once again.
Battenberg flags are out.
Yeah, the Battenbergs need to be out now because, of course, turn one being a very hard braking zone. If they have a slippery surface going into there, that could be very dangerous for these drivers. So they've got to take it nice and gently, and a bit of barrier damage as well. So that could be the main reason for the Battenberg, actually. So these drivers will start to slow it down now. Louis Barker, not really at walking pace at the moment, but will start to slow it down. Marshall's now running over.
Not quite as slow as we saw a little bit earlier on, was it? That was almost jogging pace around the track, wasn't it? But they're still maintaining a bit more of a pace out there, aren't they? And then they know, of course, to slow down yet more coming into the first corner. I'm just looking down, just off camera here. You may see at the top of your screen the Marshall's hard at work. I think it's more the barrier damage. I think they're going to check the track, aren't they? Just seeing if there's any sort of the Marshall. You'll see now the Marshall on the track, just gesticulating the drivers away from this section. So the immediate concern is damage to the tyre barriers, but yeah, that Marshall we just saw on the track there, waving the drivers off the racing line. There is something, do you think it's coolant possibly that's gone onto the track?
It may be. I did see Milo Manderson when he went into turn one, a big puff of liquid or smoke, something like that. But it gives the perfect opportunity for the marshals and stuff. And a very brave marshal that was at turn one, with a bunch of carts coming straight at him. He was very brave to stay there and fight against them. There's a barrier being repaired. That seems to be all good. So I think I'll have a little check of the track.
There's a warning for Louis Marshall as well. The race is still going on here, of course. 38 seconds on the clock. They're cruising at the moment. And I don't know, they're discussing things on the infield there. They don't seem too concerned at the moment about that incident or the track surface, or whether they'll get some cement dust down there, I don't know. Yeah, I'm just wondering if perhaps he lost some coolant or something, maybe. Some sort of fluid came from the kart. And yeah, I can tell you off the screen at the moment as the leaders make their way through Derek's corner, there's quite a lot of officials down by the first corner, and they're all liaising with each other. Just determining it's a bit of a tricky part of the track to have loss of fluids. It's a hard braking zone, so whether it's enough to warrant some track repairs, I don't know at the moment.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Of course, yeah, that is where they're going to be taking the most amount of speed. I think we're going to go round once again.
I think
the Marshall's still out on
It's
circuit.
the checkered flag, so we're going to end under the Battenberg conditions. So it's going to be a race win for Louis Barker.
Look at Louis Barker. Look how much it means to him for that.
Yeah,
that is superb.
Well, I tell you what, that's a bit of good fortune for him at the end, but you make your own luck, it has to be said, and he was the one that fought his way through to the lead. Alexander De Benitez in second place, Max Wright, Milo Manderson, Louis Marshall, Charlie Myers, Finley Allen, Harry Myers, Bailey Brooker, Ethan Higgins, Joseph Berkery, James Backworth, and crucially here, of course, Callum Sims and Adam Bourne, both out of the race.
Interesting stuff there. Callum Sims having to battle from the back of the grid. 13th will be starting the final. Adam Bourne as well. So them two are going to just work together. But a very brilliant victory for Louis Barker. What a race that was. Called quite early. Now the officials are going to have a little look at the track surface at turn 1 to see how it is. Of course, yeah, Marlon Anderson, when they all went into turn 1, dropped a bit of coolant or something like that, and you saw a bunch of drivers then. I only saw it just out the commentary box. A bunch of drivers went in there and locked up them rear wheels and went off spinning. Next race coming up is the 177s. Now I'm joined by John Richardson. And John, it's been a very abrupt race weekend, I say, because of the heat, and I know you've had some issues as well with some chassis changes. And tell us a bit about your weekend so far.
For once, we actually decided to do well in quali. I qualified P4, and in Heat 1 was round 3rd for about 3/4 of the race, and then the I'm going to say a little bit of the dodgy Battenberg restart happened, and my entire front end of the go-kart was bent. So I finished about 26th, which wasn't very good. And Heat 2, I got spun at Willows and recovered to about 26th. So it's been a bit eventful, but obviously earlier today we've been having some pretty decent luck. Finished 8th in the pre-final from 23rd, so it's looking good so far.
Awesome stuff there. The 177s now heading out on circuit. Chris Thomas and Ben Hitch on your front row from Angel Ungwa, Alex Jones, Adam Clark, and Jamie Tyler from Matt Lear, Liam Ferguson, David German and Gavin Petty, Jason Haitley, Scott Clee, Dan Walker, James Butcher from Sammy Axley, Max Taylor, Colin Walker from Richard Bull, Andy Cherry, John Davis, and Gary Bixford, and Max Cushing rounds out your field of drivers. Now, Chris Thomas, who has been very dominant, took all 3 heat wins. He is going to be starting from the pole spot in the pre-final. His main objective is to stay there and hold on to the end. Now, it's going to be interesting this turn 1, because obviously that coolant that was dropped. Now, the marshals and the officials had a little look over turn 1, and they are saying it's free and safe to go, but we'll wait and see. Down into turn 1, let's see how they get on. They're going to go onto the brakes. Will they all be able to hold it into turn 1? There's a couple of drivers having a little spin, half spin, and all piling up into each other there. And that is not how you want to start your pre-final. That's Matt Lear, who's in a bit of trouble as they all head down into Derek's corner. Chris Thomas leads the way still from Ben Hinch and Adriel Ungwa, who's trying to have a look for second place. Can't get it done. He'll wait for a further opportunity in 4th there. That's Alex Jones, and looks like Adam Clark into 5th. Well, actually, that's Jamie Tyler into 5th. So the 2 Jack Dex racing carts in 4th and 5th respectively. Now Jamie on the inside of Alex Jones, but Chris Thomas at the front seems to be leading the way with quite a good advantage.
Yeah, and just on the gantry, number 29 of, I believe, Matt Lear under investigation. I probably presume it's probably at turn 1, but Chris Thomas, what a start he's had, already pulling a gap from the rest of the field, and he really looks like he does want this pre-final win. He has been one of the most dominant drivers so far this circuit. Hasn't done much go-karting recently, but we're back with the Evolution team, and last round he took the win there. It looks like he's going to try and take the win this time out, as we do see the rest of the field flying through Castro corner and into Kimbolton corner. And it looks like Ben Hitchin is back in the drivers up. It looks like he doesn't really have the pace at the early stage of this race. Yeah, he seems to be a bit down on time. And it looks like, oh, what a moment for it. Ben Hitchin looks like a bit of contact. Through goes the number 35 of Adriel Ungwa and Jamie Tyler. But what happened there to Ben Hitchin? A lot of maybe got a bit squirmy under the brakes, or maybe had a little bit of a love tap. We'll see.
Yeah, it looked like Ben Hitch there. Of course, there is that still look of a bit of coolant. He could have tapped a bit of it and nearly went off the circuit, but managed to keep it on the track. But Adriel Ungwa in 2nd place now, the Precision Racing team, supported by the TCR UK and the Civic Cup Championship, who Precision are in the track, sort of leading that kart into cars, sort of respectively, and of course Precision Racing team working well with the Ben Sharp Racing team to look into Civics and touring car racing. So if it's something you want to look at, head over to Precision Racing, they can sort you out with that. But still at the front, Liam Ferguson now into 4th. He's on the back of Ben Hitch, and Ben Hitch really competitive in this championship so far. This season has been very good for him, a bit on and off, but he is doing well so far. Ungwa Of course, he's had some good luck recently, of course, taking a final victory a couple months ago. Looks like Ferguson on the inside of Ben Hitch, and will he hold on for that spot? We'll wait and see. They go down the start-finish straight. Hitch still on the inside, Ferguson on the outside. Who will take it down to toe on? Ferguson trying to go round the outside. That just won't work. And now he's going to have to watch out for Jamie Tyler. Oh, that's so close, but it looks like Ferguson keeps it in front of Jamie Tyler. And Jamie Tyler now looks for the inside, can't get it done. Alex Jones sat there behind. Now, a different feature going on today is these pre-finals. How do the pre-finals affect the overall race weekend?
I believe the pre-finals can be a make or break situation for you. Like, obviously with me, it really helped me because obviously I've DNF'd. Well, I'm going to basically say I did DNF in all of my heats. So it's obviously ruined my starting position. If it was just a normal weekend, I'd be starting near the back. But with these pre-finals, say you start 20th and finish 10th, you'll be starting 10th for the final. So it really just does depend on how it goes. And obviously the pre-final as well is an extra race, and obviously you're not allowed to take more than one new set of tyres. The tyres that you qualify on are the tyres for the entire race weekend, and they've done what, four races now. So there's obviously the pros and cons to it, but most of the time it can be very helpful. As we watch the battle here, with down the inside goes Liam Ferguson on Ben Hitch. A very neat move into Kim Bolton corner. As Adrian Ungwa, we haven't spoken that much after his overtake, but he's slowly but surely gaining in on Chris Thomas. But only 4,000 separate these two drivers, and it just shows how competitive it is here at Kim Bolton. As what a move from Liam Ferguson! Just went round the outside of Ben Hitch through Derek's corner. A very neat move from Liam Ferguson. As we see the rest of the lower ends of the top 10 rounded out by Ben Hitch, Jamie Tyler and Alex Jones. As another move, a very neat move from the 45, but is he going to get switched back here onto the Heinz straight? Is Ben Hitch going to try and make a repass? Yes, he does. A very neat move, and I do think there is liquid there, because when he was under the brakes, it looked like he was really sliding there. So that may be something for the finals upcoming.
Yeah, something interesting to watch. Of course, you're speaking about the pre-finals there. There is a love and hate with the two, and we've seen it in that June X30 race. Of course, Louis Barker, who took the victory there, he is now in the prime position for that grand final with drivers such as, Callum Sims, Alan Bourne, who were really quick and up there in the heats, but then because of that DNF in the pre-final now puts them to the back of the pack. You really have to conserve your pre-finals, get yourself in a good spot, and then go hammer and tong in the finals. It's going to be interesting to see how drivers get on with this pre-final that leads them into the finals. Ben Hitch behind Jamie Tyler at the moment. Now Jamie's in third at the moment and is chasing down Liam Ferguson. My apologies, is Jamie Tyler chasing down Ferguson. That is to Adrian Ungwa. Now Ferguson, I say, is the fastest man out on the circuit. Ungwa now being closed in, and with 3 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock, could be shortly with the pace that Ferguson has at the moment. He's over a tenth faster than Adrian Ungwa, and a 10th round here is quite a substantial amount as they head into turn 1. One of the hardest braking zones here on the Kim Bolton circuit. Stowe corner, very hard to get right. Into the Willow section, kind of really throw it in, be very smooth with the steering, be very smooth with the power and the brake as they head into Derek's corner. A tight chicane to get right, but when you get it right, it is a job well done. Through into down Weldon corner. You've got 3 apexes to hit. Make sure you get close to them and carry as much speed as you can round. And then into Kestrel corner. Carry the speed through, keep the momentum up, get over to the left hand side before the braking zone for the Kim Bolton corner. Make sure you get your exit right on the right hand side and get your power down and head down the start finish straight. What a lovely track this is, and a mega lap for these 177s. Talk about this track to us, John. It's one of a kind. You don't really get a circuit like this.
No, it's a very unique track, I would say. It has a mixture of straights, corners, fast corners, and it's a track for one of the drive around the car. If your kart's really good, it's just a unique experience. Obviously, you've got tracks like PFI, Wilton Mill, and all them lot, but I think this track's really unique. It's just got a mixture of everything, and some tracks have more corners, more this and that, but this track has just got a mixture of everything. And I think that makes it such a great and unique track, as we see this man here, Chris Thomas. He's just been absolutely dominant so far. He's not even made a foot wrong, and it just shows how good of a driver he is. But this is a man to keep out. Liam Ferguson, he's won here a lot, and I'm emphasising here a lot, and he's a driver who knows what to do under pressure. As through onto the TKM straight we go. Entering Kestrel corner, Liam Ferguson is slowly but surely gaining in. On that last lap, he was a 10th quicker than Adriel Ungwa, and now he's nearly all over the back of him. We're now about 4 laps until the end. Liam Ferguson has a look behind his shoulder, sees the Jack Dex machine of Jamie Tyler, but Liam Ferguson is just gaining and gaining. That lap, another 10th out of Adriel Ungwa. Could have Ungwa gone a bit high on his pressures, but there is yellow flags waving through Dan Weldon and Derek's corner.
That's for Max Taylor, who's off the circuit.
I think he broke down because it just looked like maybe a stranded tire. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah.
Unfortunate there for Max Taylor, and a couple more retirees, Sam Yaxley, Matt Lear, Dan Walker and David German, who didn't really start the race, but this is interesting here. Liam Ferguson closing in on Adriel Ungwa now. The battle for second is still on. And watch out for Jamie Tyler as well. Jamie in 4th place. He could be one to watch out for a podium spot here. But at the front, Chris Thomas is looking okay for the moment, because he has got the pace on those first few laps. He managed to pull away and has just bided his time throughout the rest of the lap. It's going to be quite close to see if this is the final lap or not. We'll wait and see with the time. I think we're going to get 1 or 2 more laps left of racing. It's going to be 2 more laps of racing. So this will now be the penultimate lap of the race. Chris Thomas on your screens still leads the way. Very smoothly driven by the driver there, 56 of Liam Ferguson. And he is now behind of Adriel Ungwa. It's going to be close. The orange and black kart versus that white, red and white kart. And then right behind Jamie Tyler, who's absolutely closed in now on the back of these top 3. This is going to get interesting here. 2nd, 3rd and 4th is not finished just yet. Chris Thomas is alright for the time being. If he holds on for 1 more lap, he's going to be starting this grand final from the pole spot. But he's got 1 more lap of the circuit to do. Can he hold on for 1 more tour? What can Liam Ferguson do? What will he be thinking now? Will he think that, right, I know I've got a good spot here for the grand final. There's no point in me overtaking it. I can get him in the next race. Will he sit there, or will he go for a late move? Let's see and watch. It's going to be Jamie Tyler. Look at Jamie right on the tail now of Liam Ferguson. These two are really going neck and tail here. I mean, battling it out all throughout this season. Down into the final couple of corners. Round the final corner, it's going to be Chris Thomas who will take victory and will start from the pole spot in the 177 grand final. It's Adriel Ungwa who finishes up in 2nd place. From Liam Ferguson, Jamie Tyler, Ben Hitch from Alex Jones, Scott Clee, Adam Clark, Jason Haitley from Gavin Petty, who rounds out your top 10. That was very consistent from Chris Thomas. He really just had to drive around in circles. He got that gap at the start of the race and just held on from there. And Adriel Ungwa managed just about to hold on from Liam Ferguson, who was an absolute rocket all race.
Yeah, it was a very interesting race. Obviously, the start was very interesting with the unfortunate incident for those 2 drivers. I think it was Matt Lear and Daniel Walker. But it just shows how important that race start is. For Chris Thomas, you could say he won it at the first corner, which, although it rarely happens, but it sometimes does, as there's your results up on the screen. Chris Thomas winning by over 1.5 seconds, a very dominant performance. But as I was saying, it just shows that how important that first lap is, and it can be a win or lose situation.
Brilliant stuff there in the 177s, and a brilliant result for the Evolution team. There's your retirees at the bottom of your screen there. Mark Taylor, Sam Yaxley, Matt Lear, Dan Walker and David German. who all retired. So they'll be starting from the back of the field in the final. Now, we're going from the heavier senior Rotaxes to the senior Rotaxes, and it's going to be an exciting one. 10 minutes plus a lap on the board for the top two here. Charlie Webb, Dana Moore on your front row. Now, these two, I say I've been going at it all weekend long. Charlie Webb's always had that upper edge and has just pulled away every single time. 3 temps faster than Dan in quali, and then from there just led the way for the heats. Will he promote that to a pre-final victory? We'll wait and see. It's 22 degrees at the moment, quite cloudy actually, which is a bit of a difference to how it's been the rest of the weekend. James Tester and Finley Jones alongside in the second row. Josh Valance, Archie Flynn, Elliot Rice and Dan Renton rounds out your first 4 rows. And from 9th on the grid, it's Samuel Cook, from Michael Morgan, Ewan Richards, Adam White, Tom Pryor, Charlie F. Grave, Jake Fisher and George Sanders. Rounds out your 8 rows, your top 16 there on your screens. From George Sansa, it's Jack Middleton and Louis Judge. From Alex Gergis, Luke Collins, Charlie Sutton, Harry Wilch, Ben Thompson, Tyler Green. Rounds out your 12 rows, 24 carts. And your final one is George Robinson, who DNF'd in a couple of the heats. That means he starts from near the back of the pack, or at the back of the pack, starting from last on the grid. So for someone like George Robinson here...
Ooh. So just a bit of a moment at the Willows. I think it was one of the Jack's Motorsports. It just looked like he broke down. Sorry.
I think that might have been Ewan Richards, who he had an issue in the last in the last heat. And now it seems to be an issue going into the pre-final as well. That is not what Ewan Richards wants. There he is on your screens. George Robinson getting held behind as well. Now, George Robinson, from last on the grid, we've seen him time and time again come from the back of the pack to the front. This is a brilliant opportunity for George Robinson to get as many places as possible in this pre-final. Up at the front of the end, it's Charlie Webb. Charlie has got 10 minutes now to hold on to this lead spot, but he's got Dana Moore, he's got James Tester, Finley Jones, Joshua Valance as well, Archie Flint. He's got a big pack of strong drivers who could really make an effect here. Let's see what happens there. It's time for the Senior Rotax pre-final, and whoever wins this will start from the pole in the grand final. Will we get away for the first time asking? Yes, we do. Down into turn 1. Here we go. The 1v1 starts between Webb and Dana Moore. Who will hold on to it? Round the outside tries to go Dana Moore, but he can't get it done. Everyone files through, and all stays nice and cleanly. Dana Moore in second place. Webb still holds the lead in Tester. Tester is in third as they all file through. Charlie Webb really aggressive on the opening lap, trying to just pull away. He's doing that at the moment, but watch out for James Tester. Will James sit behind Dana Moore and push him through, or will he try and make an overtake? We'll wait and see as they come down into Kim Bolton corner for the first time this race. James Tester sticks behind and he's going to try and look at a move into turn 1. Finley Jones in there as well. Joshua Valance just behind. Charlie Eckgrave on the inside of Samuel Cook as they head down to turn 1. They're on the brink of the top 10. Archie Webb, though, after the first lap, hasn't got the biggest of margins, but still leads the way.
Yeah, it was a very interesting start, but the game plan here for Dana Moore is just to get to the back of Charlie Webb and almost just shuffle him down the field, because I'm going to give a good example of this. Callum Sims, he won all of the heat, and obviously you have a target on your back, and what drivers would do is just try and get that driver as low down in the field they can and to help and benefit them. As into Kim Bolton corner we go. The gap now is just about 0.3 of a second. James Tester goes down the inside on Dana Moore through Stowe corner. Is this a tactical move though? Does James Tester have the pace to catch up to Charlie Webb? Webb slowly pulling away as James Tester puts his head down. He's trying everything he can catch up to Charlie Webb, but it does look like he is slowly gaining as anyways, Charlie Webb still there in second place. Let's see the lap time. So through Kim Bolton corner we go onto the Hines straight. The lap time's that time out 41.3 for Charlie Webb, 41.3 as well for James Tester, but make sure to include that overtake. So as it stands, it might be that James Tester does have the pace here, but Danamore goes
coming back. He's going back on the inside for second place. That was an amazing move on the inside into Derek's corner. Now we thought James Tester, that's the highest he's been all weekend long, and he thought we had the opportunity to see him try and close in on Charlie Webb. He just didn't have the pace to do so at that time. But Danamore back through second place. Now this has only been the test of who looked after their tyres the best. James Tester back on the inside. This is exactly what they don't want to do. They do not want to keep battling here. This is going to lose their given ground to Charlie Webb. And I think Danamore's just thought at this point, I'm not going to catch Charlie Webb anymore. Let's keep this second place. We can think about that in the final. Finley Jones all over the curb there. Tried to go side by side with James Tester through the Willow section. That got very close between the drivers in second, third and fourth. And Finley Jones now trying to find a way through on James Tester. It's probably going to be in either the last sector in the last couple of corners or down into turn one if you can get a good run and some good momentum. Danamore, there he is on your screens. There's James Tester. There's Finley Jones. He has a look. Can't get it done. And he come around the final corner and down the start-finish straight. There's Charlie Efgrave on your screens. One of the best drives he's had so far this weekend. He's up in the top 10 as they come down into turn one. Tester couldn't get the move done on the more, so now they're going to sit together and work together now. Charlie Webb, he's used the first few laps, he's managed to pull away. Now he's got to conserve and manage his tyres, his engine, and anything else that goes with it. It's going to be an exciting one. We've got 6 minutes left on the clock, and anything can happen, John.
Yeah, it does look like, though, Charlie Webb does have the pace at this stage of the race. He's just pulling away each lap so far. And this battle, though, for third place is really, really heightening up. It looks like Danamore has managed to keep his second place, but Archie Flint, Josh Valance and Elliot Rice seem to be slowly but surely catching Finley Jones. But saying that, it looks like James Tester is really, really struggling out there. It looks like he's making so many mistakes out there. It could be a little bit of pressures or something wrong with the car, but it looks like his rear end is very slidey going through the fast sections as we go onto the TKM straight here. Archie Flint recently joined the Cadet team a few months ago, having his best weekend so far. Down the inside goes Archie Flint. What a move. The switchback, though, happened against him through the hind straight go. Flint defends into turn one. A very interesting battle here for fourth place. I think this was James Tester's plan to just try and get a gap for fourth place, but it looks like, though, that he has managed to pull away successfully from Flint, but Flint's going to try and come back at him.
Yeah, this is the best performance from Flint so far this weekend. Looking a bit further down the field, of course, Ewan Richards had that problem that is still going on from the final heat. He retired from the race. One man to watch, though. George Robinson up 14 places to 11th place. One of the fastest drivers out on circuit. He is the fastest man out on circuit. This is why the pre-finals are so good for some drivers. He was starting near the back of the field. He's got one opportunity now to bring it through the rest of the pack to put himself in a good spot for the final. And now from 11th at the moment, he's going to make it more places. Look at this battle going on. This is Charlie Efgrave on your screens for the Aircart team. He's with the drivers of Samuel Cook. George Robinson's in the back of that screen as well. Now Samuel Cook's going to be his next victim. The 1, 2, 3. Trying to look away past the 106 of Samuel Cook as they head down into turn one. Look at Charlie Efgrave down your screens. He's got pressure from Adam White, but Adam White goes on the inside, gets that move done. George Robinson still one of the fastest drivers out there on circuits. Look at the battles going on still. George Robinson gets on the inside of Adam White. He is firing through this pack like it's no tomorrow. What a drive from George Robinson. From last on the grid, he's about to get into 8th place. He's got to try and find a way past Charlie Efgrave. That will never be an easy way, an easy option. But he gets on the inside at Kestrel Corner. One of the hardest overtaking spots on the circuit. That is superb. From last on the grid to 8th. That is mega from George Robinson.
He's having an absolute race of his life at the moment. But will he have weared out his tyres too much from racing and pushing a lot hard. We will see, but he's having an absolute mega race so far. He is the fastest person in Sector 1 by nearly 0.2 of a second. He's having the brilliant race, and his next victim almost is going to be Elliot Rice. And he's just gaining and gaining on everyone, left, right, and centre. He's having an absolute super race, and I think he already has passed him. And I think I could see him, if he could keep up this pace, I could see him battling for Finley Jones for the podium here. And he's definitely gaining. Yeah, he's definitely gaining on Elliot Rice. He's having a brilliant race so far.
Yeah, Elliot Rice, one to watch out for in this final as well. Look at this battle for second place. Finley Jones right on the tail of Danamore now. Finley was right on his bumper, now dropped back through the second sector. Danamore seems to be a lot faster through there. When it comes to the straights, looks like Finley Jones has a bit of an upper edge. They come into the final corner. 1 minute and 45 seconds left on the clock. Charlie Webb losing a bit of time actually. I think Danamore is starting to close in. The gap is 1.05 seconds. The time difference is about 2/10.
I think Webb's conserving his tyres. It looks like, just visually though, it just does not look like he's pushing that much. It's just not really locking up into the corners. So is probably thinking a bit more tactical for the end of this race, which is very clever to see from like young drivers here. But look at this battle here, the battle for second place. Jones versus Amore. Danamore hasn't raced that much recently. He used to race here a lot in the past. Obviously, comes here a few months here and there, and he's having a very decent race so far. But it looks like Jones is slowly but surely catching Amore. But I can see what you mean, that Danamore is definitely pulling out of the corners. But on the big straights like this one, the Yamitsu straight, looks like Jones is very, very quick. So it could obviously be gearing, sprockets, and all the other technical stuff involved with the engine. But I could see a move happening very, very shortly as this battle for second heightens up even more. And it looks like Jones is creeping ever so closely. Are we going to see a move into Kim Bolton corner? No, Amore covers that. Very well done. But is that going to leave him to a switchback here on the hind straight? 20 seconds left of the clock. Amore defends. Jones goes to the outside. Round the outside goes Jones. Can't make the move stick. Into the willows we go. And onto Yamitsu straight. Amore looks behind. Jones follows, copies him. He's doing a brilliant job, Amore, to hold off the very charging Finley Jones. But this is allowing James Tester to catch up to these two. They're batting like it's the last lap of the grand final here. Amore still focusing forward. Is Jones going to have another chance to overtake? No. Amore covers yet again. A brilliant defensive drive from Danamore, but this is leaving him very susceptible to an overtake. We see the rest of the grid flying through the last corner.
I love how you talk about as well Charlie Webb, a young driver. Well, Charlie's had so much experience around the circuit, through the junior ranks into the seniors as well. Charlie Webb, years of experience around this circuit, but the battle for second still rages on. There he is on your screen. It's Danamore, the number 41, the clean, plain body kit. That shows he's a privateer. Doesn't run with any team, just dad and lad. As they come round the final couple of corners. What a drive so far for Charlie Webb. As he enters the final corner, the number 24 will start the grand final from pole position as he takes victory in the pre-final. Danamore from second place and Finley Jones in third from Tester and Archie Flynn from Josh Valance. And from last on the grid to seventh place, George Robinson. A round of applause. That was amazing driving from the 1, 2, 3 Elliot Rice. A mega drive as well. Good job to Mr. Rice. We haven't seen him up at the front too much this year. This could be a really good opportunity for Elliot Rice. Adam White and Michael Morgan rounds out your top 10 from Sam Cook, Thomas Pryor, Charlie F. Grave, Alex Gergis from Dan Rentham, George Sanders and Jack Middleton from Louis Dudd, Luke Collins, Tyler Green and Charles Sutton rounds out your top 20 drivers. Harry Wilch was your last finishers. Ben Thompson, Jake Fisher and Ewan Richards all retired. So really unfortunate there, but that just shows consistency is key. Charlie Webb maximising the tyres that he has for the first few laps and then conserving afterwards. Very nicely done and a very solid drive from the number 24. Now it's the first grand final of the weekend. K-plates will be awarded to the man who sits on the front spot at the final lap when it comes to that checkered flag. The first group we're having is the Honda 200s. Now the battle throughout this field has been between Sawyer Henderson and Dino Rowlands. Who will take it at the end? Sawyer and Dino start from from the front row. Keen Delaney and Marcus Cooper from Harry Search, James Murphy, Mason Becker, Sack Squire rounds out your first four rows. We'll head to the further field. It's Keane Doherty, Nicholas York from James Windsor, Arthur Murphy and Harry Parker Ray starts from the last spot on the grid. 13 drivers will enter this race. Only one can take victory. Who will take the K-plate? Most would say Sawyer Henderson, but I would never count out Dino Rowlands as they head round the final corner, getting it nice and slowed down. Will we get going for the first time asking in the Kimbolton Festival? Oh. It looks like we're racing down to turn 1 in Honda Cadets. Let's see how they get on. They all file through turn 1. There they are on your screens. Sawyer Henderson still leads the way. Look out for Keane Delaney trying to find a way through. Can't get it done. Dino throwing hands around saying, what on earth was that start? Keane Delaney now into third place. Keane Delaney, a really good opportunity here for a victory. James Murphy there in fourth as well. But Sawyer Henderson leading the way for the time being, and what a start it was.
Very interesting start. It looked very quick. Not up to me, obviously, but all goes down to the marshals. But it's been a very, very good start so far for Sawyer Henderson. This is exactly what he probably had in mind, and he should just try and push away. And Dino Rowlands is just right behind him. Into Stowe Corner we go. They are absolutely inches away from each other, but is Dino Rowland going to make the pass here? If he thinks about it, he should try and push away. It's worked in the past. I think I'm trying to recall back a little bit here. 2 years ago, I believe it was Joshua Smith and someone else in Honda Cadet. They just sat on each other's bumper, pulled away over 7 seconds from third place. So it's looking very interesting here. As onto the TKM straight we go. Into Kestrel Corner we go, and we're starting to see the gaps opening up here. The top three separated by at least less than 3 tenths, followed by fourth place from James Murphy, who's a little bit far away. But with these Honda Cadet finals, there won't be that much action until the last laps. These usually in the lower classes, they instruct their drivers just to push away and to try and build a gap and then fight it all you want.
Yeah, exactly that. Speaking to Deno a bit earlier on, he was saying that, I'm going to keep to my promise that I made with Sawyer at the start of the weekend, which was that, I'm going to follow you around till the very end, and then with a couple laps to go, I will try and overtake you. Keane Delaney, speaking to him, he's just sort of in the right mindset, I think. He's just thinking, what will happen will come, and he's going to just sit there and wait for an opportunity to come around. It'll either be between these two up front. He's going to try and take full action of it, and as they head down to finish another lap of the Kimbolton circuit, pretty much near flat out for most of the lap for these Honda Cadets. They head out of turn 1, and from now on they're all flat out through turns 2 and 3 and down the straight into Derek's Corner. This is their next braking zone, and very nicely done on the brakes. Keep it nice and smooth, carry the speed through. And back on the power again into Downworld, and just got to keep the speed up as they head through this free apex corner down the New Mitsubishi straight down into the last couple of corners into Kestrel and into Kimbolton Corner. Look at how close Dino Rowlands is behind the bumper of Sawyer Henderson. They're near on pushing him his way through, and it's going to be interesting when it comes to these final laps. We don't know what Dino Rowlands is going to be like, because we haven't really seen him battle with Sawyer Henderson this weekend. He has really said to him that I will stay in second for the heats and the pre-final. It will all come down to the final. That's where the main prizes are given. James Murphy in a bit of a battle, a bit further back. That's with Marcus Cooper. So Cooper finds a way through. Really good job there to get his way through. Now the rest of the pack files through. Arthur Murphy a driver who we thought would have been a bit further up the field, struggling a bit this weekend. And as well as that, I think Harry Search was pretty dominant a bit earlier on. There's Arthur Murphy on the inside. Harry Search will have a look through, as well as Mason Becker going side by side with James Murphy as they head down into turn 1. But with just less than 8 minutes left on the clock, there is really no battles left unturned. I mean, Harry Search, he was up near the front of the field, now in the middle of this really strong pack that separates the top 3 spots to the rest of the field. Arthur Murphy now going for 4th place, gets that move done. Now Arthur Murphy, we knew he was a bit in the mid-pack. He's with his brother now in 5th and 4th. Arthur, he's won races here before. He has got mega pace. This could be the moment for Arthur Murphy. Can he close in on what is a 2.5 second margin? John, do you think he could do it in the time?
As it stands, it's going to be a very, very difficult task, because obviously the front 3 are just line astern at the moment. But if they all start to use their heads and work together, I can see this being possible. But also comes down to what the lap times are on this lap, because it seems to visually that they have calmed down a little bit, and it's going to be very crucial to see what happens in these next few laps, because obviously we're about halfway through the grand final so far, and if you use your head here, you need to try and catch the leaders. Obviously Arthur Murphy and James Murphy are obviously 2 brothers, and they are currently running 4th and 5th, but they should try and just push together, as a very neat move there by the Project 1 58. I believe that was Mason Becker. Mason Becker, a very neat move. But on the lap times here, it looks like they are running about the same pace here, so it's not really looking good, and they just have to hope that the front 3 start to battle away. But what you said earlier about what Dino Rowland said, I'm very, very surprised about what he said, because obviously racing drivers, you want to win. Every driver wants to win, and I understand with the promises, but it looks like with the pace of Dino, I'm very surprised he hasn't gone for the move yet. And also it does come down to what the drivers say, and it's looking very interesting so far.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one with the laps to come. I think Arthur Murphy, a couple of laps ago, stipulating to the rest of the field, when he got into 4th, he stipulated and said, you know what, guys, let's all work together now. You all know I have pace. Mason Becker is doing the exact opposite. Just off your camera shot, Mason Becker makes the move for 4th place. Arthur Murphy gets it back. You'll see in the back of your screens here, that pack is really raging on, and I think the rest of the field is actually in that pack, so that's quite interesting. But look at the top 3 here. Sawyer Henderson, now he took his first final win last month, and that was a big achievement for himself. And if you actually go to the Facebook to the HKRC Facebook page, I had a little chat with Sawyer Henderson about what it felt for his family and all his loved ones for that victory. And he said, you know, it was a big pat on the back, and it was a long time coming. He had a really unlucky season so far. He got up in a bit of a mishap, or just a lack of pace, but recently has really come alight. And of course, since that final victory, has been absolutely on it. And John, I think this is the question, and I know I've sort of felt the same about it. When you have that first win, your mindset changes completely, because you now know, you have more confidence to know that you can actually win. And I think once you get that first win, you actually start doing better and finish, more consistently at the front.
Yeah, obviously this sport is a big confidence sport, and ultimately it is a very big confidence sport. And when you do win, it absolutely heightens your confidence, and you start taking more risk. You start driving better almost. But also, if you don't do that well, it can really sting almost. And it does come down to the driver as well. Some drivers aren't bothered about it, others are, but it does depend on. But obviously, winning your first race, getting your first ever podium, it can mean so much. And obviously, I got my first win in juniors here, and it felt amazing. It was my first ever win at Kimbolton. Not my first ever podium here. Got one in, I think, Honda Cadet a few years ago now. Very, very long time ago. But it really does change your confidence as a whole.
Yeah, exactly that. And I mean, I think I was the same when I first got my first win here. Now, Arthur Murphy, he stipulated to the drivers a few laps ago, saying, "Come on, guys, let's work together." And I think no one really listened to that. That was Marcus Cooper. Made his way on the inside. Now Murphy's going to go for the move on Cooper. These two really not helping out. They're trying to their battle for the... Oh, move for the lead! Move for the lead! Deno Rowlands has made his way into the lead, so he said that with a few laps to go, he was going to make a move. That is the move. Sawyer Henderson now doesn't lead the way. Deno Rowlands leads the way in the grand final for the Honda Cadets. Keen Delaney now sat there waiting for an opportunity to come around. How will Sawyer Henderson react to this? Will he think of a move now? He's going to be lining one up. He's got the slipstream. He's going for the move down into turn 1. Sawyer Henderson, he has one final victory so far. Deno has 0. This could be Deno's first ever victory. And what a way to win it at the Kim Bolton Festival. This is now a battle for that K plate. It's going to be so exciting. And look at Deno. Deno had to slot in there. He had a look to the outside. He knew that was not a move that he could have taken in this opportunity. Sawyer now leads the way once again. Delaney in the best possible position. I think Keen Delaney here has got it nailed because he's in third. He can do what he wants. He can wait for an opportunity to come around. But Deno, he had a look. He got that move done. Sawyer fights back, and I think it's going to be one to watch out for. 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock. Let's get going. This is where it matters most then. 90 seconds to go, so we're going to get a couple of laps left of racing. Sawyer Henderson still leads the way as they head down into Derek's corner. On the defensive line, Deno tries to go round the outside, can't get it done. He's going to use this now as a switchback manoeuvre. Can he get the momentum to get round the outside? No, he can't. Sawyer Henderson still holds it there. Sawyer is putting everything into this race now. This is the final area where they've been really conserving the tyres. They can use all the tyre now. Every bit of starvation they've done. Oh, that's a move for the inside. To the inside goes Deno Rowlands again. Superb stuff. Now, what will happen here? Look at Keen Delaney. Delaney's got a run. Could this be a move for Delaney? Round the outside into turn 1. No, it's not. He'll sit there in second place. In third place, my apologies. Sawyer Henderson now drops a second. Now, what will Deno do? Deno, he's gone defensive again. Sawyer looks to the inside. That was close between the two. He could not get that move done. 25 seconds left to go. Sawyer Henderson, he needs to find a way through now because this could be going on to the final lap of the race. They might have 1 lap left. They might have 2. We'll wait and see as they come out of the final corner. It's going to be very, very close. The last lap board is not going to be shown. Actually, no, it's going to be shown. The last lap board is out. We're going to crown the first grand final, and Deno Rowlands is back to the lead. Back to the lead in the final corner. This is it. The 1v1 between Deno Rowlands and Sawyer Henderson has been the tale all along. Deno said that he will follow him till the end, but Sawyer Henderson's going to go on the inside, and he's got it done. The 27 takes the lead of the race. Superb in the Honda 200s. This is ever so close. Who will take the victory at the very end? I know Sawyer's mum will be screaming at the TV right now. What will Keen Delaney do? Still there in third place. It's going to come down to the final corner of the circuit. Who will take the K plate in Honda Cadets? It's not going to be Deno Rowlands. It's Sawyer Henderson. Sawyer takes the K plate here at Honda 200s. What a drive. Sawyer Henderson wins the Kim Bolton Festival. And that was some superb racing, John.
Very, very, very good racing from those drivers. It was an absolute intelligent drive from those three. They pulled a 9-second gap to the rest of the field, and I think that is a record here. I've never seen this ever. A 9-second gap clear of the rest of the field is mental. But what a performance from Sawyer Henderson, though. He absolutely did that race to perfection. I thought for a moment Deno Rowlands had that win until the bus stop where he got overtaken from Sawyer Henderson, who set it up that move brilliantly. And ultimately, Sawyer Henderson comes out on top for the Honda Cadets as we now crown our first Kim Bolton champion.
That was mega. Sawyer Henderson, as we went into it, we knew he had a first final win in the bag. He has that momentum now to carry it through, and he did exactly that. That's our 2 for 2. Back-to-back victories. You really can't ask for much more. What a drive and what a finish to the Honda 200s. Now we're going to get into the next cadet race, and this is the Micromaxes, and this is how they're going to line up as they start to head out onto the circuit. That was amazing stuff in the
Hondas.
In the Honda 200s. Oh, that's a problem for Arlo Gamble. Arlo Gamble, who's starting on the first 4 rows. He has an issue. He was starting from 4th on the grid. Now can't get going.
I think another person had a mistake, had an issue with their car. It was that one, the number 60.
The number 60 there, that's one of the Miami Water Swift karts. He had a bit of an issue, couldn't get it going. But the grid will be Jensen Darlow and Teddy Murphy. On the front row of the grid, it's going to be Ollie Brunt and, was going to be Arlo Gamble. Now won't be. It'll now be Freddie Walker and Mason Munzer. Now Isaac Goff, Joseph Cox, and of course Oliver Kilfenter, the Miami Water Swift driver. This is the second final of the weekend. Who will be crowned the K-Plate in the Micromaxes? They come out of the final corner where we go for racing for the first time, asking, yes we do, down into turn 1. Jensen Darlow's in that green and blue kart as they head into turn 1. Doesn't have to defend, which is a very, very good thing to do. The 99, Ollie Brun, into second place now. These two are going to be on each other's bumpers as they head down into the Derek's corner. Ollie Brunt, the number 99, tries to find a way through. Can't get it done. Teddy Murphy. Now Teddy and Ollie, really good friends with each other. Both started together at Red Lodge. Both started their karting journeys there. Moved along to Kim Bolton. Now moving up the ranks. And both drivers really exceptional in the Micromax class. Jensen Darlow, one of the main drivers up at the front of the field. Teddy Murphy on the inside. Gets that move done. The 99 tries to find a way through. Can't get it done. So he'll have to stick behind now.
Freddie Walker's just under investigation now. I did see someone move. I did see someone move very early in the tram line, so it could be a potential penalty for Freddie Walker. But that's not up to us. It's up to the stewards. But this battle here for the lead, and comprising of Jensen Darlow, Teddy Murphy, and Ollie Brunt, it's heightening up every single corner. Teddy Murphy made that very, very neat move. For a moment I thought the Ollie Brunt missed the corner, was going to go in the back of Teddy Murphy, but it was a very, very sensible there between them two. But this battle here, the Jax Motorsport versus MLC Motorsport, Jensen Darlow versus Teddy Murphy, who's going to come out in front as 10 minutes left on the clock. Through the Heinz Straight we go. Murphy is just gaining ever so slowly. Is he going to have a run through here, through the Willows? He's going to have a slipstream all the way down this very long straight. He's pulling out. Is he going to try and make the move? No, I think he's going to play what the same game the 3 Hondas did of Sawyer Henderson. I think Teddy Murphy's going to try and just push away with Jensen Darlow and just try and build that gap. And for a moment, did Teddy Murphy just have a slide or something? Just looks like he was very out of control through Dan Weldon.
I think the main difference here between the Honda race and the Micromaxes here is that I don't think Teddy's got enough oomph to really get alongside the lead driver. That's Jensen Darlow. Of course, Deno and Sawyer in that last race, they were right in each other's bumpers. Now Teddy doesn't seem to have enough pace to be on his bumper. Yeah, he's still there. He's there in the slipstream, and that's how he's still sticking with the driver in front. But it seems like Darlow's a lot quicker through the corners. So he's the number 77 there has got a lot of work to do if he wants to try and close up to the back of Jensen Darlow. Well, I say that he does, and he does just that. 77, Teddy Murphy really on the tail now of Jensen Darlow. This could be a move for the lead as he goes down into the final corner. He had a little look. Couldn't get that move done. Darlow now stays in the lead. They're now bumper to bumper as they head down into turn 1. Will Murphy go to the inside? Yes or no? No, he doesn't. He sticks behind in second place. Ollie Brunt there in third. He's there to pick up the pieces if everything goes a bit pear-shaped. And the driver in fourth as well, Freddie Walker. He's had a good weekend so far. Freddie just keeping the pace up now, wanting to try and seal a podium spot. That'll be a great way to finish his weekend. But Jensen Darlow, who's been on form all weekend, still leads the way. But Teddy Murphy, I think he's got something hidden that he's waiting to show in the laps to come.
Yeah, I think Murphy's just going to try and just cruise his way almost. Obviously, these two Micromax drivers know each other very well, and I think Murphy here is just going to try and stay behind and push away, which is a very sensible thing to do, especially, most of these drivers here are about 8 or 9 years old, and they're already thinking of that, which is very clever.
Yeah, it's a very clever and smart thing to do. I think when I was about 9 years old, I couldn't even think how to read the English dictionary. Never mind do any of that. So these drivers really know how to tackle this circuit at such a young age, and it's a brilliant reason to try and get your kids into cadet karting. If you're looking at karting and you've got a child, 8 to 12 years old, and want to know how can I get him involved, get him yourself into a cadet kart, whether it be a Honda or a Rotax Micro. The best way to get involved, go down to your local kart track, come to Kim Bolton and have a talk with the people here, and they'll be able to help you out. The number 16, Jensen Darlow, still there on the screen, still leads the way with Teddy Murphy there in second place, Ollie Brunt there in third. And if you're only just joining us now, we're into the finals. These are the grand finals. This is the Kim Bolton Festival, and whoever wins this race will be awarded a K-plate. And we've had a long weekend of racing, qualifying and 2 heats yesterday. We had Friday practice as well, and today the third heat, the pre-final, and now the grand final. So the drivers have been quite at it all weekend long, and I think everyone is ready to have a lie down when they get to the end of the race. This has been a long weekend for all these drivers, really putting drivers to the test, which is what we love to see. We love to see drivers on the edge all the time. Now, these two at the front, Teddy Murphy. Now, Teddy, quite a short karting career, really. He hasn't really done much. He hasn't done much over a single amount of time, but has really developed and improved as a driver. Of course, joined MLC not long ago, so MLC really helping him out, making sure he's got the best equipment possible, as well as make sure he's the best he can be. Of course, in these short races, you need to make sure that your driving equipment are on its best till the very, very end, especially in these very hot conditions where mistakes can happen very, very easily. Now, Jensen Darlow here, he seems to not have the pace like he used to in the previous races, John, and I think Teddy Murphy might have a chance in the closing couple of laps.
I think Murphy's just gonna I think Teddy Murphy's just gonna let Jensen Darlow just cruise around at the front. Obviously, the leader has the most pressure here. When I've won here, it's so much pressure. It's obviously there's a final win at stake, and I think Murphy here is just going to try and relax, calm himself down, and think strategically where he can make a move. But obviously, he doesn't want to make a move too late, because in let's say minute and a minute half, the driver in front will start to defend for position. So it's going to be very interesting to see when Teddy Murphy does make that move stick, and it'll be very interesting to see.
Yeah, it's going to be one to remember for sure. These drivers all in the mix. Mason Munster there on your screens, having a good weekend. Still learning the ropes, and speaking to his mechanic yesterday, he's had a lot of progression over the year, which is always great to see with the cadet drivers. The cadet series is all about improving and progressing with the driver, so when they get to the junior, senior stages, they're ready to go at it. These drivers really do learn a lot, not just with the driving, but with doing the setup. These drivers start to become mechanically minded and know certain bits about the car that they can use to their advantage to change how the car is performing and use it to their advantage, because there's a lot of things you can do on a kart, and you know it can make vital differences to your performance out on circuit. 3.5 minutes left on the clock. Then, not much action going on so far in the race. All drivers sort of keeping to themselves, but up at the front, still Jensen Darlow leading the way as he head down. But just looking off the commentary box, looks like Teddy Murphy right on his tail as they head down into turn 1. Now that's going to be interesting to see. A bit further behind, this is Mason Munster on your screens. He's in 5th at the moment, and he's got the driver in 6th behind. That's Isaac Garth and Joseph Cox as well. Here's the lead battle on your screens then. Jensen Darlow versus Teddy Murphy. It's going to be like this till the very end. Who will come out on top? There's only one prize and one K-plate up for grabs. Who will take it as they enter a final couple of corners? Jensen Darlow, been a master at the circuit over the year. A very dominant drive so far this season. It's been a good one so far. Will he take that into the later stages, into the second half? We'll wait and see. Of course, this does count as a club round, so drivers here are not only thinking about winning that K-plate, but thinking about scoring points and consistent championship points that will elevate them in the standings. But still at the front, it's the battle between Jax Motorsport and MLC Motorsport. The number 16 versus the 77. Who will take it at the line? 1 minute and 55 seconds left on the clock. And John, it's really close, but who do you think your eyes are on?
I think Murphy might have this, but it looks like he is dropping off ever so slightly. Maybe tyre pressure, we're not 100% sure here, but with 1 minute 40 on the clock, Murphy is slowly but surely catching. But at what rate, though, is he going to start to drop? Because it looks like he is sliding and struggling a little bit for pace at the moment, but he's definitely on the tail end of Jensen Darlow. But it looks like he is dropping off now. It definitely does look like he's dropping off sector-wise. He's lost a 10th so far, but I believe this is his strong sector here, sector 2. He looks like he does gain a lot back through these crucial corners. With 1 minute on the clock, 2 more laps remain of this race. Is Murphy close enough to make a move? He's definitely catching. He's definitely there. But is he close enough to make a move now? He's on his back bumper now as they go onto the hind straight. Here comes Teddy Murphy. Down the inside he goes to take the lead of the race. He's done a brilliant job so far. He's just sat there behind Jensen Darlow, just let him do all the hard work. But is Murphy going to start to defend? He does. He does start to defend. Murphy, a part of the MLC Motorsport crew, recently joined MLC at the Larkall UKC round, and he's having a super race so far, and he might win here at Kimbolton. Into Kestrel corner we go. Who is going to take the K-plate? 13 seconds left on the clock. Are we going to have a penultimate lap of this race, or are we going to go down into the final lap? I think we're going to have one more lap of racing. The penultimate lap begins now. Murphy versus Darlow. Darlow tries to get a switchback, can't make it stick. This is a defensive masterclass going on from Murphy. He's just doing a brilliant job so far. Is he going to defend? Yes, he does. Makes the Jax Motorsport go take the wider line. He looks like he's sliding a little bit through Derek's corner. Into Dan Weldon corner we go. Is he close enough to make a move? He's going to have to slipstream into the TKM straight. Into Kestrel corner. Is he going to have a run into him? He definitely does look like he's got the speed. Is he going to go for a lunge? No.
This is going to be interesting.
Last lap begins. Who is going to win the K-plate for Micromax? The last lap begins. As he's got a run. He's got the run.
Jensen Darlow is he on the inside. He does. He gets the move done. That was a superb move. But on the cutback, will it be the MLC driver, Teddy Murphy, back into the lead of the race? That was a superb drive and a superb move to the lead. What a mega drive by the 77 there of the MLC crew. Jax Motorsport now drops to second place, Jensen Darlow, but they've got half a lap to go. Who will take it? There's only one spot for the K-plate. Only one driver can have it. and we all thought it was going to be Jensen Darlow. But as they come round the final corner, for the first time, Teddy Murphy will take the K plate and will win the Kimbolton Festival. What a drive by MLC and Teddy Murphy. A superb drive by Jensen Darlow as well, but Teddy Murphy jumps at the line. We all thought Jensen Darlow had a strong opportunity there. Couldn't take it at the line. Ollie Brunt there in third by Mason Munzer, Freddie Walker, Isaac Garth, Joseph Cox, Oliver Kilventer, and unfortunate Arlo Gamble loses out in the end. Now, we thank you, John, for being with us for that final. That was very impressive indeed from Teddy Murphy. Now, that is the end of the Micromax and the Honda Cadets. Two very, very respected K-Plate winners, Sawyer Henderson, and now to add to the tally, Teddy Murphy. Amazing stuff there, and now the Interclass is ready to go. Now, the Mini-Inters are seen Akil Nengioni, who we all thought was the man to beat coming into today. Now, being a man at the back, well, not really near the back, he's starting from third on the grid, but has got a lot to win, yet a lot to lose. Aidan Hammond, what a pre-final he had from the from 15th on the grid. Now Aidan Hammond will start from pole from Rian Townsend and Akil Nengioni, Jackson Hilton from Ronnie Smart, Lewis Herberson, and George Quinlan from Will Aiden, who rounds out your top 8 from Jack Fulbakama, Alex Niskis from Brian Hill, Travis Owens from Teddy Higgs, Jackson Heath, Tim Wortley, Noah Clare, Edward Munns from Finley Beals, Oliver Barton, Jake Hansford, George Wilden, and Noah Hammond. Now I have to say, really unfortunate for Jake Hansford, who was sent flying in the pre-final. Of course, Jake Hansford, not the first time he was being sent flying in the Mini-Inters. Of course, had a crash in November last year where he was sent in a flip before the final corner, so he's definitely not a fan of that final corner. But Aidan Hammond, from 15th on the grid, took the pre-final victory. Will he be able to do the same here? Can he go from lights to flag? Or will it be Rian Townsend? Townsend, who's always been there but hasn't taken a win so far this weekend. And Akil Nengioni won all the heats, lost out in the pre-final. Will he be able to take it in the final? We go round again as the full start flags are called. We've lost a couple drivers who we're going to start. Actually, we lost Akil Nengioni on that formation lap, who has now just come down the start-finish line. You'll see on your screens there, coming around turn 1. That's a big loss if he cannot get into his starting position. There's, of course, a certain time where he can stop making moves up on the formation lap, and it's coming very closely because the people on this on the front of the grid now closing into that area. So it's going to be interesting to see what Akil does here. He can't fall up into his starting position. Akil Nengioni will have to start from the back of the field. That is superb.
He's trying his best to get a couple of positions at the back there, but yeah, that could be very crucial indeed as we get underway with the Mini-Ins finals. A good start this time, so look out for Gurney right pretty much at the back of the field. They pile into the first corner. A little bit of trouble in the midfield though, and we'll try and see who got caught up in that one. Everyone appears to be okay, and the race is still underway.
Real big problems there, as well as Akil Nengioni. So the driver who was starting from third on the grid, spinning at turn 1, that is not the way you want to start your final. And from a dominant 3 heat victories all the way to the back of the field, that just shows exactly what a pre-final can do to a race, as well as the final. Really unfortunate there. But at the front, still Aidan Hammond who leads the way. Rian Townsend there in second place. Ronnie Smart up to third. So he's going to be one to watch in the latter stages of the race. Jackson Hilton in fourth as well. And George Squire, who we've slowly watched throughout the race, is today pick through the field one by one, and now in a perfect position for a podium spot. Incredible.
Yeah, it certainly started off very well in these opening few laps, so Jackson Hilton looking good, as we also see the number 23 Ryan Townsend keeping the pressure on the race leader, but the number 50 not too far behind there. Ronnie Smart making his way through the Dan Weldon corner. The leaders now making their way down towards the Kim Bolton corner, and Aidan Hammond looking strong in these early stages. He has improved as the day goes on and is hitting top form at precisely the right time here. We've still got 10.5 minutes plus the 1 lap to go in the mini interfinals, but he has started strongly, and in these opening stages will be looking to try and build a gap, although one would say in second place Ryan Townsend is looking quite threatening in second place, just closing the gap ever so slightly. It's about 0.3 of a second between first and second place. Ronnie Smart, Jackson Hilton, George Quinlan up to fifth place, having a good start, along with Jack Fulbrook-Harmer, Will Eden and Oliver Barton, a driver who has really started very well. He's just behind Lewis Herbertson, and Barton number 165 up to 9th position, having made up 10 positions. Noah Hammond also on the move on the 124, moving up to 12th place, and Gioni still at the back of the field.
This can be interesting with Jackson Hilton. Got him to third place on that final lap. He's now one of the fastest drivers out on the circuit. Edward Munns gets a warning flag, as well as the 1, 2, 4 as well. That's in the mid pack. That's Noah Hammond, who from the back of the grid has made up 12 places to the top 10. Superb stuff. But that warning flag might say something about how he's made those places up. But Jackson Hilton, who's in third at the moment, closing in on Ryan Townsend at the moment. He hasn't got the fastest lap out there. He's got the fastest first sector. But he looks like he may be one of the fastest drivers and could have an opportunity for the win here. All we need to do is be very consistent, pick them off one by one. And as I said, Jackson Hilton now takes the fastest lap of the race. So Jackson is now the fastest man out there. He is right on the tail now of Ryan Townsend. So now the opportunity to get past him, he'll have to do it ever so quickly as the rest of the field comes flying through. Teddy Higgs in there as well. He's having a good weekend so far. There is Noah Hammond on the screen. He's trying to make his way through on the 64. 64 getting really sideways, but manages to keep it together all in one piece. There is Teddy Higgs on your screen. He's on the inside the 64 as well. That's a brilliant move to get his way through. Now near the front of the field, it's still looking good for Aidan Hammond. Akil Ningioni's in the back of the pack that you've just seen on your screens there. He's trying to close in as well at the front though.
Aidan Hammond notably has increased the gap slightly to 0.6 of a second, 8 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. As we look a little bit further down at that battle, just on the edge of the top 10 here, we've got the 165, Oliver Barton, who has been very impressive in this mini interfinal, clawing his way up to 7th place, fighting away there as he makes his way through the top 10, closely followed by the driver who he has been battling with, Lewis Herbertson, currently 8th place. Noah Hammond should be just a little bit further behind the 124. There he goes. And he's also done very well into the top 10 after starting way out of the top 20. Got Teddy Higgs and Will Eden in there as well. The leaders making their way over the line, incidentally. Aidan Hammond maintaining that half-second gap with Jackson Hilton still in third. So for Hammond, he's done the hard work at the start of the race, established a gap at the front as we see this battle still raging with the number 53, Lewis Herbertson, making the move on Oliver Barton. So at the moment for Barton, he's had a strong start to this race, but can't really get any closer to the leading pack because Lewis Herbertson making life difficult for him as the leading group make their way through the Dan Weldon corner. There is the second place, number 23 of Ryan Townsend, who is trying to close that slender half-second gap on the race leader, Aidan Hammond, who makes his way around the final corner, charges over the line. We'll have a look at the lap charts when they come through to have a look at the time. So Hammond currently 44.2, just pulling ever so slightly away from Townsend, who remains in that second place.
Interesting to see Ryan Townsend on that last lap managed to get one of his fastest laps so far, because you can see that he's starting to put on the pace. He realises that Jackson Hilton is starting to close in and needs to try and manage it. Jackson Motorsport Karts in 4th and 5th. Jack Fulbrook-Harmer on your screens there. He's there in 6th place. The number 94. They fall down into Cashel Corner. There is Ryan Townsend on your screens for the Zip Kart team. Now they come through the final corner and you can see Jackson Hilton. He's there on the back of Townsend but hasn't got enough pace to close in. He'll stick there in the slipstream, wait for an opportunity to come around. All he needs to take is Ryan Townsend to make one mistake and it could mean the best for Jackson Hilton, but he's just putting in the lap style, staying consistent. Aidan Hammond at the front really has nothing to worry about. He's living the dream. Toby Wortley actually has the fastest lap of the race. Toby Wortley, who's in ninth place at the moment, 42.3. So I'll say a bit of a too quick lap. He's 2 seconds faster than the rest of the field. I think that's a bit of a timing malfunction. It still looks like Aidan Hammond has the fastest lap still of the race, but still at the front, Jackson Hilton is slowly closing. You can just see by very small margins how close Jackson Hilton is getting to Ryan Townsend. But with 5 minutes to go, unless Townsend can close any more time on Aidan Hammond, Hammond looks all right for the time being.
Yeah, it's all fairly even in that leading group. We're looking at Jackson Hilton just eking away ever so slightly. Ronnie Smart, number 50, and the 17, George Quinlan, are still threatening. There they go, just sort of at the back of the screen there, closely followed by the number 94 of Jack Fulbrook-Armour. So the top 5 still threatening and still potentially could be in the mix for a podium position. This is all working out very well, though, for the 150 Aidan Hammond, who hasn't really put a foot wrong so far. He stayed strong on the opening lap. He put a good lap in. He's put some good banker laps in, one would say, to try and pull away from the rest of the field and maintains that gap of just under a second. It's that critical moment here. He's not close enough to come under any course of any sort of direct pressure, one would say. But he certainly can't afford any kind of a mistake here, and he certainly can't afford to lose that pace, because Townsend and Hilton, second and third, still look very threatening. We've got the chasing pack still there. George Quinlan, Ronnie Smart, Jack Fulbrook-Armour, Lewis Herbertson and Oliver Barton are still enjoying their very close battle for 7th place. Toby Wortley, Noah Hammond up to 10th position. Gurney, incidentally, has made his way through to 12th place after having to start right at the back of the field and getting caught up in that first corner melee. So he's on the edge of the top 10, still with a bit of time on his side here. We've got 3:40 plus the 1 lap remaining, but at the front of the field, it's still finely poised here. The gap going up ever so slightly at the front, but it's all very important for Aidan Hammond. He just brings it up to 1.2 seconds as we look at the battle between 23 Ryan Townsend, 27 Jackson Hilton. They make their way down the TKM straight, still not too far behind Ronnie Smart and George Quinlan, who will be finely poised to get involved if these two start scrapping for second place. We've got just over 3 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining, and Aidan Hammond goes through, puts another good lap in and maintains that gap just over a second between first and second place. And Jackson Hilton still keeping that pressure on in third place. On the second position, Ryan Townsend still charging as they make their way through the willows.
I think the track is starting to cool down a bit, because obviously the sun has disappeared. I think it's getting a bit cooler as well. So that will help out the drivers a bit more, because it will mean that the track's a bit more greener and a bit more for their liking. The tyres aren't going to get too much of a battering, especially in these long finals. 12 minutes plus that lap, plus that additional lap. So never easy to control a very burnt out tyre.
I did notice actually, Charlie, whilst I was spectating trackside whilst John was on the mic, and it does feel notably cooler, just by a few degrees, I would say. I was worried actually for a second. There was some rather threatening rain clouds going over the track. I did check the Doppler map, and there was a bit of a rain shower by just north of Huntingdon, which is a few miles north of the Kimbolton circuit. So I think we're lucky. I think it will just miss us, but we certainly hope it doesn't get too extreme and get some rain on here, because that could really put the cat amongst the pigeons.
That's a bit spicy, but for the time being, it looks all well. So a clear sky for the whole weekend, which is it's always nice to see, especially on a bright weekend like the Kimbolton Festival. Now, the question is, who is going to be crowned that K-Play? We've already got Sawyer Henderson and Teddy Murphy. Who will take it in Mini-Inter? We were very surprised to say that Aidan Hammond has better opportunity. Same way he was when it came to the end of the heats. Of course, in the heat classifications, he only finished in 15th. Pre-final managed to get the win from 15th, so that really saved his weekend. And that sort of is the make or break with these pre-finals. You can have a really bad pre-final, have to work from the back of the grid. You can have a really good one, and sort of save your weekend in some way. It's very surprising like that. And one driver who has that is on your screens right now, the number 17, George Quinlan. He had engine issues all of yesterday. A really bad heat heat position into the pre-final. Had a good pre-final though. Put his way into a top spot in the final. Now sits there inside the top 5. So sort of living a dream at the moment. Ronnie Smart still there in 4th. The 2 Jacks karts and the yellow flags are out. So it seems like a kart
by Dan Weldon corner where we're coming to now. There's a kart in the barriers just off to the right of your screen. We'll try and pick up who that is. Doesn't appear to be anything serious. The driver is out of the kart and safe, but apparently out of the race as we focus back onto the race leader here, Aidan Hammond, who has put in some very consistent laps. The chasing pack, they've been able to match him over the course of 1 lap, maybe 2, but Hammond has been very consistent, still lapping in the low 44s and continuing to pull away. That gap approaching 2 seconds at this stage, which will be vitally important as the clock ticks down to 0. We are on the last lap of the race. We've still got the waved yellows that Hammond will be coming to now. If you look closely, you may see the yellow flag from the marshal point just going past it now, past that stricken cart. As we see off to the right, we hunt it down. There it is. That's the
Chick Hansford. He's had a horrible weekend. He's a driver that went up and airborne in the final heat for the Mini Inters. That is not the way you want to finish a weekend, and quite a poor result for him, really. On to the final lap of the race here in Mini Inters, and as you said before, we've already crowned champions with Sawyer Henderson and Teddy Murphy. Will it be Aidan Hammond if he can hold on for just 1 more lap? This will be a brilliant victory, not just for Aidan Hammond. This will be his first victory in at Kimbolton in the Mini Inter Series. It will also be one for the global karting team as they made their return back to the scene. Green Townsend had an opportunity, couldn't maximise it to the max. Jackson Heatley, we thought he had a good opportunity but couldn't get it done. But round the final corner, it's going to be Aidan Hammond who will seal the deal here at Kimbolton and take the K-Plate. What a drive, and Aidan Hammond wins the Kimbolton Festival. Green Townsend rounds yourself in 2nd place from Jackson Hilton. Ronnie Smart and George Quinlan rounds out your top 5 from Jack Fulbakama. Akil Nangioni recovers to 7th place, but what a weekend it could have been for him. A good start leads to a bad finish, and Lewis Herbison from Noah Hammond from last on the grid up to 9th. Superb drive. Ran out your top 10. Oliver Barton made up 9 places to get to the top 10. Moves all the way through the field, but up at the front, that was a consistent drive from Aidan Hammond.
Yeah, he did very well. There we go. The gap at the end, almost 2 seconds. He did nothing wrong in that race, kept it cool, calm, and consistent as the race went on, put in some good, strong laps. And Rian Townsend 2nd, staying ahead of Jackson Hilton after all that pressure. Ronnie Smart, George Quinlan, great fight through the field from him after a difficult weekend to salvage a top 5 position. Jack Fulbakama and Achille Nangioni will be disappointed with that 7th place. Lewis Herbertson 8th, Noah Hammond and Oliver Barton rounding out the top 10 in a very close Mini Inters final all weekend, but certainly Hammond emerging as the driver of the weekend. Junior Rotax, of course, coming up as we wait for them to get underway. Our marshal holding the drivers on the line for a moment. I think they'll be just pulling that stricken cart away. Marshals, of course, doing a great job. The what they call the Orange Army, not just here at Kimbolton with the karting, but at various motorsport events throughout the UK. Your brother, actually, Charlie, he's always down there trackside marshalling, and if you could tell us a bit more, he's been making friends in some pretty big locations recently.
Yeah, exactly that. You won't be able to see Sam at the moment. He usually is right next on to Andy, who is on the grid as well, on that dummy grid. Yeah, Sam got the invitation from Motorsport UK to represent diversity in motorsport. Of course, if you follow Sam, Gridman Sam on all social medias, you would have seen that he went to 10 Downing Street. It was an F1 event, but he was invited by Motorsport UK to represent what he does at motorsport events, which is obviously supporting inclusion and diversity in motorsport. Sam, the only registered marshal in the world with Down syndrome. A real good event, and he got to meet a bunch of amazing people. Got the interest of people like Susie Wolf, who are really interested in getting him involved with sort of the F1 Academy and stuff, and taking him through that route. It's good for Sam to get noticed and get recognised like that, and I think it's a good thing for the whole diversity industry within motorsport to get people more involved with the sport, because we need more people from different divisions to get involved.
Certainly a great indication of all his hard work. As we move on to the junior Rotax, it'll be Blake Southern, Callum Sims, Hayden Fisher, Teddy Cooper, Noah Moulton, Oscar Keane, Ellie Baden, John Richardson, Ryan Rapini, Lucy Wielden, all looking very good. This could potentially be a wide open junior Rotax final. Any one of around half a dozen drivers could quite feasibly win this race. And again, you see the run to the line is very slow indeed. The drivers little more than walking pace as they make their way around the Kim Bolton corner very slowly indeed, and the leading row will immediately try to jump and break clear as they make their way down the start. Crucially important, even though the race is slightly longer, so away they go. A little bit messy in the midfield, but I think it's all good. Here they come down to the first corner, everyone going down the inside. One driver pushed out onto the concrete, but incredibly they pretty much, apart from that one driver on the infield, all get through okay. Dramatic start, but everyone away cleanly.
The big loss is those Jack Dex racing drivers. Blake Southern, who started on pole, drops down to about 6th or 7th place. Teddy Cooper now leads the way. What a start from Teddy Cooper. He started in 4th place, makes his way to the lead as everyone tries to file through the down Weldon section. Eli Baden into 2nd place as well. Could be a move for the lead. Not just yet. Noah Moulton, who's having one of the best weekends in his racing career so far. Oscar Keane there in 4th as well. What a drive he's had so far. Callum Sims drops to 5th. Now Teddy Cooper on the defensive line from Eli Baden. He obviously feels the pressure. Hayden Fisher gets a warning flag. So maybe the official seen that Hayden may be at fault for what happened on that start. There's a lot of locking up going on and people flying into the back of each other. Not the best way to start a race, but they all got through cleanly. And Eli Baden is these two now for the win at the moment. I think some of the Jack Dex racing drivers, of course, Hayden, who was at the front of the field, now in the mid-pack, as well as Blake Southern. He's got work to do, but at the front, still Teddy Cooper that leads.
Eli Baden looking very threatening here, but immediately again Teddy Cooper on the full defensive as they come down towards the Stowe corner. Baden going for the switchback on the exit of the corner and very neatly takes the lead as they make their way through the willows. So Baden into the lead. Cooper drops to 2nd position. Moulton, Keane, Southern, who looked impressive in the heat races in the pre-final, currently in 5th with a bit of work to do, along with Callum Sims currently in 6th position. Ryan Rapini, Harvey Sargent, George Cole, George Butcher rounding up the top 10 from Hayden Fisher, Lucy Wielden, Miles Burton, and John Richardson, who was on the mic earlier. He's not had the best of starts, unfortunately.
Move for the lead. Big move for the lead. Teddy Cooper gets into the lead, and Eli Baden's there as well. Noah Moulton's in there as well. Watch out for Noah, who's in 3rd at the moment, trying to go round the outside. That could be a real risky move, and he's lost out to Oscar Keane, who gets to the inside. Eli Baden for the lead, gets it done. What a move at a place where you really can barely make moves. Eli Baden now leads, and look at what he's done, because Teddy Cooper now has to defend, and Eli Baden can start to drive away. Noah Moulton pushed off wide, but look at the gap Eli Baden has already.
Yeah, this is a very important lap here for Eli Baden, who took the lead quite neatly going through the willows. And I think he's put a good lap in here. Try and break away from Teddy Cooper and the charging pack, who effectively been concertinaed into each other here. Watch the rest of the top 10 coming through. You could almost throw blankets over that group of drivers there as they make their way over the line. 3rd down to about 12th position, and they're all driving defensively here, all guarding that inside line as they go down into Stowe corner. This could really allow the leader Eli Baden to pull away, but crucially here Teddy Cooper has also broke away from this all what you might call a peloton here from 3rd place downwards, and that could be very important for Cooper. You just get away and live with the leader. Blake Southern then up to 3rd position now, and he will desperately be trying to get involved, try and catch up with Teddy Cooper, try and stay away from this chasing pack, which takes us down, I think, almost to around, I think the back of this group is Ben Morgan in 18th position, so they are all very close indeed. These next few laps could be crucial here as Southern desperately tries to hold on to that 3rd place. He's got number 51, Noah Moulton behind him. And close following Moulton, Callum Sims, Oscar Keane in there as well. I don't know if they realise how far away they are from the chasing pack, but I think the likes of Blake Southern, Noah Moulton, Callum Sims might be well served here to try and cease racing each other and work together to try and get up with Teddy Cooper.
Noel Moulton under investigation for an incident, I'm guessing, out on circuit. But look at that shot as they all come flying through. TNL Sports doing a brilliant job on late move there by Callum Sims on the inside of Noel Moulton. Callum Sims, of course, going for double victories here this weekend in both the Rotax and X30 categories. The drivers driving into each other really as they come down and start finish straight. Not the best thing to see. A lot of hands throwing up in the air. This is really, really intense moments here in the Junior Rotax final. Eli Baden still leading the way, but Teddy Cooper is slowly starting to close in once again. Now, Cooper dropped off a couple laps, but is now trying to regain his lost ground. Blake Southern there in third. Now, of course, Blake, 3 consecutive victories in a row, trying to make it 4 and add a K plate to it. Callum Sims, of course, as we said, going for double duties. Oscar Keane and Noel Moulton, really the underdogs in this race, I guess. Both of them never had a final victory, so they're both going to try and work it. That is the main difference between the top 4 here. These top 4 have all had victories at some point over either this year or last year in the Junior Rotax field, and that's a big incident a bit further off the commentary box, just ahead of us before heading to Derek's corner. Driver up and spinning around, but he managed to keep it going.
Josh Phillips coming out of the Willows, span off quite spectacularly and pulling to the infield. So the Battenberg flags are now out. The race has been neutralised. Up to that point, it was notable there that Teddy Cooper was slowly but surely starting to chip away at the lead of Eli Baden. But this has really hit the neutral button here. It's everything being paused now as Eli Baden brings them right down, slowing the pack down quite considerably. So what this means crucially, this is a lifeline, I would say, to Blake Southern. So
turn 1, barrier damage down there. It looks like it was a heavy impact to whoever went into there. Now this does do bad for Eli Baden, who was up at the front end of the field, and there is Josh Phillips on your screens there, but Eli Baden had a pretty strong margin from Cooper and the rest of the field. I think him and Cooper sort of drove away from everyone else. This now gives Blake Southern the opportunity to get back into this race, Callum Sims as well. There are multiple drivers who are going to be trying to fight their way through. This is not going to be easy anymore for Eli Baden. He had that breather room to he can make a mistake now and then and still keep that margin, but now it really is now or never. He's going to have to sit on that defensive line, because look at the pack behind. It's full of strong drivers, and I think most of these drivers have a definite potential of winning this race. It's going to be an exciting one.
Yeah, I think we're going to be under at least one more lap of the Battenberg flags. The marshals still out on the circuit. I think they may just have finished actually, but whether it'll be in time to get the racing underway, they are still repairing those barriers. Eli Baden bringing them right down. Teddy Cooper was starting to chip away somewhat at the lead, so the Battenberg flag is still out. I can't see any indication that the race is going green yet, so we are still under racing conditions, of course. You can see Teddy Cooper jinking that kart sideways, getting that temperature, keeping the temperature in the tyres here. We're going to go for at least one more lap under Battenberg conditions. We've got 4.5 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. The marshals hard at work repairing those barriers from that damage earlier on, so maybe next time round we will go through to the green flag conditions. We shall wait and see. But we'll look at Baden when they come back towards Derek's corner. Look how slowly he is going, of course. The Battenberg flag does mean that they need to slow right down, but Baden going even slower once again. This is a little bit of tactics at play here. He is the leader of the race and entitled to dictate the pace here. He's keeping it as slow as he possibly can. He's still trying to keep those temperatures in the tyres. Zach Sidney picking up a technical black flag. That's the black with the orange disc, so he's got a mechanical issue. One can only assume he must have got caught up in the accident that's brought out the Battenbergs and picked up some damage. So we can see here how close they are. But this is fantastic news, one would say, for Blake Southern, who was struggling to live with the two leaders. But this has brought him right in contention. I think the marshal on the start line has got the green flag ready. So 3.5 minutes to go. Baden looking across, and he can see that they're looking ready to get going here. And look at this, he's almost parked the kart. Look at that, that's as slow as he can go, really. 3:12 on the clock, plus the 1 lap remaining. Baden gets on the power, he's got to really try and jump away, so back under green flags. Baden immediately going defensive on the inside here. Look at Southern, Teddy Cooper to the outside. Is he going to go for the switch back? Down the inside he goes, and Baden holds on to the lead. But we've got 4 drivers breaking away here. Eli Baden, Teddy Cooper, Blake Southam, and Callum Sims is on between these four as we head towards the final few laps.
It seems like Teddy Cooper there coming out of turn one, got a bit too sideways and lost a bit of momentum there, but Eli Baden doing a perfect job on that Battenberg. Got it really slowed down so he could back everyone into each other. Of course, that will affect the fuel load into the engine. That will try to starve and overload the engine, which can actually make mechanical faults. So that's what Eli Baden was trying to do there. Didn't work out, but he's now got a really good advantage going into turn one. He's on the defensive line. Teddy Cooper with the switchback going to the lead of the race. Will he get this done? Oh, what a move from Eli Baden, who shut him off completely and said, no, 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 you are not coming through. Blake Sutton trying to battle it out with Callum Sims there. In third at the moment is Blake Sutton. Now Blake Sutton, of course, as we said, go for that fourth victory, that fourth consecutive victory it would be, and a K-plate to add to it. Hayden Fisher now back up there in 6th place. But Eli Baden, he's doing what he did again, to be fair. He's just slowly pulling a bit of a margin. I think he was waiting for Teddy to carry on defending, but Teddy Cooper's
living with it here. Here we go again. Baden full defensive into the first corner, guarding that inside line. Everyone driving defensively here. Watch out for Hayden Fisher, who's gone in. Oh, it's all carnage for third. We'll see them come into view now. Is a bit of a switch around here, and I think it's still Blake Southam actually gone back into third, and he was pointing. There he is. He was pointing to the chasing pack to work together here because they're losing ground on Teddy Cooper in 2nd place. And with that, Eli Baden, of course, the race leader. We've got just over 1 minute plus the 1 lap remaining, so they should squeeze in another lap here before we get the last lap forward. Oh, and very heavy in towards the Kestrel corner there from Southam, but he holds on to the 3rd place. And all very close to third. Sims right on the tail here as they make their way down to the first corner. Again, we see at the front of the field, Teddy Cooper and Eli Baden going for the lead as they make their way through, just going out of shot. Baden holds on to the lead. And still in 3rd place, Blake Southam just about holds on from Callum Sims. Noah Moulton, Miles Burton, Hayden Fisher all in there as well. All the action here for 3rd place though, but still very close between Teddy Cooper, who is desperately trying to get past Eli Baden for the lead. We've got 30 seconds on the clock. Here they come down towards Kestrel corner once again. And this will be the penultimate lap of the race. We see Cooper just losing a little bit of speed coming through Kestrel. Now he's going to try and bring that back and go for it down towards Stowe corner. Here they go. Baden can see it coming. Guards the inside line. What is Cooper going to do? Can he get the switch back here as they make their way through to the Willows? No, Baden has got the line covered with 2 laps to go.
Eli Baden now on the defensive. He knows when to defend and he knows when he doesn't need to defend. Teddy Cooper just trying to find a way through. He can't get there. Blake Southern, he's still there in 3rd. Now these two, especially Blake Southern and Callum Sims, they need to work together now. Push each other along and catch up, and don't count. Oh, Hayden Fisher off there. And that was a trip to the grass for Hayden Fisher, nearly to the cornfield. Manages to keep it back, but that puts his chances of a podium spot really off as they head down to turn 1. Oh, look at Teddy Cooper, was right on the back bumper of Eli Baden in the braking zone. Teddy Cooper tries to go to the inside, can't get it done. This is going to be close. It's actually the last lap of the race. The 55 Zach Sidney gets a black flag, but we need to watch for these two at the front. Can Eli Baden add his name to the K-Plate winners, or will it be Teddy Cooper, the 79, his 2nd final victory of the year it would be? What can he do? 2 more corners to go. Blake Southern will hold on to 3rd, but who will take the win? Look at Teddy Cooper on the inside! Teddy Cooper to the inside, they're going to be jumping together. Who will take it along? It's Teddy Cooper! Teddy Cooper wins the Kim Bolton Festival, takes the K-Plate with a big, strong move on the final corner. What a move that was, and what a victory for Teddy Cooper. And all big damage there.
That's
2 drivers off.
Midfield, that's 152 into the barriers there. George Fountain. And struggling over line there, Ava Reynolds. But what a move there from Teddy Cooper. That was brave going into Kim Bolton to carry that one off. It was... I would put that down as very aggressive, but I think it was on the right side of being fair, I think.
Yeah, I think that definitely has to be our overtake of the day.
Yeah,
because that was a strong path for lead. Teddy Cooper takes it.
Yeah, well, Teddy Cooper wins the junior Rotax with Eli Baden. He'll be disappointed with that 2nd place after running so well. Blake Southam 3rd, Callum Sims, Miles Burton running at the top 5. But, I think that's one of those classic things. There's half a gap on the last corner of the race. I think really you got to go for it sometimes.
Yeah, that was a sort of make or break, especially with what was on the line there. That K-plate, sometimes so important for the drivers. And Teddy Cooper, well, he's won it on track. Will it be reported? We'll wait and see. Ignore the 19th for the 55 Zach Sidney. He received a black flag for that.
So what happens there actually with Sydney with that black flag? He got the technical black flag. When we watched that kart going round, the rear bumper was dragging along the floor, so it was pretty obvious why he needed to be taken out of the race. If the driver repeatedly ignores that, what is any further repercussions for them?
So, of course, you'll receive the mechanical flag, then you have 2 or 3 laps to get into the pits. If not, you get that black flag, and then that will lead to disqualification after the race. So, he'll either be disqualified from the race or even the meeting if it's too severe. So, yeah, it's a bit of a difficult one, but you got to listen to flags, and that's what you're taught when you're getting your license. The KZ final is about to get underway. Josh Price and Miles Murphy, Derek Morgan, Oliver Stewart, Ralph Youngling, Hannah Lang, Bailey Rutherford, and Luke Scanningham rounds out your first 4 rows. This can be a very exciting one between Josh and Miles, a real 1v1 till the very end. Dal Henderson and Jessica Edgar from Bradley Calder, Leah Robertson, Kai Springfield, George Barker, Sylvia Kilmas from Richie Smith rounds out your row 8. As they go down to the further field, Kieran Leonard and Neil Hepworth, Tom Mack, James Beecroft from Bure Phillips, Stephen Logan, Isaac Smith, who will start from a bit further down where he would usually be, and James Harvey rounds out your 12 rows. And to finalise it is Ryan Green and Nino Picolio. Ryan Green, one of the drivers who have, of course, won a final here this year. Now, one driver we are missing from the event is Ella Stevens, who actually pulled out of the event this morning, who was having a really good Saturday to some extent. Had a DNF in the first race, but went from the back of the grid to the front of the grid in the second heat, and then has decided to pull out of the weekend. So we do hope that Ella Stevens is all okay, and we do hope that she gets well soon, for whatever the reason may be. Now, of course, Josh Price, Miles Murphy. Now, let's try and get to it now. Who is your prediction?
At the moment, I'd say, on balance of the heat race and the pre-final, Josh Price seems to have had enough in the tank so far, so you'd put him down as the favourite. But I would qualify that by saying that he hasn't quite had the starts today. It's certainly been Miles Murphy and Derek Morgan who've been quick off the mark. So, I'd say Josh Price will be the favourite, but certainly don't count out especially Miles Murphy and Derek Morgan. In terms of, I'll say realistically from those 3, but the likes of Oliver Stewart, Ralph Youngling have had their moments. Hannah Lang has fought through very well. So, potentially this could be, I'd say Price would still be the favourite, but by all means the chasing pack have got every chance to snatch the K-plate here as well. Yeah,
exactly. I mean, Josh Price, he's won the final round here as well. Miles Murphy hasn't actually won a final here this year, so that will be, if he can get it done, that'll be his first one. Ryan Green, he's won a couple of finals here this year, so it'll be interesting to see how he gets on from the back of the grid. It is quite a cloudy day now, you can see in the back of your shot there. It's definitely starting to turn to dawn, but we've still got plenty of racing yet to go. Yeah, it is notable being trackside that I think we have dodged that rain shower. There was no rain forecast, but there was a worrying amount of clouds earlier on. There's been quite a bit of rain, I'd say about 10 miles north of the circuit, and some of those rather dark rain clouds coming through just seems to have brought down the temperatures a bit, which is notable and could mix things up. And KZUK is making them out for the formation lap, and thanks to some of our sponsors, there's been a good amount of prizes going out for the winning drivers today. Yeah, exactly that. I mean, whoever wins today, of course, receiving the K-plate, as well as some new race gloves from Freen, who are sponsoring the race. Of course, whoever finishes in second gets a £50 voucher for Eurokart. Whoever finishes third gets some nice room oil. We all need oil to get our cars working. And whoever finishes as first novice will get some products from Worth. So plenty of prizes to have. Of course, that K-plate everyone's going for. As well, two drivers yesterday won a 50% voucher from Zipkart for tyres. So that'll be nice to have.
That's
Good
a famous old name in karting, a zip kart that goes back all the decades in the sport, doesn't it?
Well, they've taken some of the biggest names in history. You know, Lewis Hamilton started off in a zip kart. Many other drivers, and already a problem. Is that for the number 265?
265, I think it was. That'll be Richie Schmitz. He's got his arm up and pulling off into the pits. So it looks like his final is over before it started as they make their way down towards the Kestrel corner. Last chance to get a bit of temperature in the tyres. It is a little bit cooler down there. I'd say it's maybe dropped a couple of degrees off the track temperatures. The sun has gone in pretty much now. It's quite cloudy in places. You'll see some of the remnants of those rain clouds. So thankfully, they've passed by the circuit, but it's certainly made things a bit fresher trackside. It's certainly cooled things down. And I think it's just taken the edge off. Now, there's number 6. He'll be doing a practice start, I would imagine. There he goes. So, Derek Morgan just getting the clutch working okay, getting it lined up. So, we've seen in the finals, so the pre-final and the heats, that sometimes the grids have had a bit of difficulty getting them together. So, Grid Marshal doing very well to get them promptly into position. We hope that the drivers don't lose the engine. We've seen a couple of burnt clutches and drivers struggling to prevent the kart from stalling, but they all seem okay so far. The last few drivers getting into position. The Grid Marshal signals that we are ready to go, and the KZ final drivers under starts orders. The lights are making their way through to red. Lights go out and they are away, and another great start there from the number 5. Can he make it into the first corner? But Price holds on. Josh Price, he struggled with the starts today, but where it really matters in the final, he's got it nailed, leads the way. We've got number 6 second and Bailey Rigglesford in third.
Hannah Lang is out of the race. Oh, such a shame for the 91. Miles Murphy had an awful start there, nearly 3 wide with Oliver Stewart. Oliver Stewart really losing out at the start there. Miles Murphy drops to 4th place, but at the front, still Josh Price, who leads the way. Derek Morgan now in 2nd place. Baker Rigglesford, who was into 3rd. That would have been his best spot that he's been in all weekend long. He is still in 3rd in a yellow flag sector now because of Hannah Lang and that retirement. Super unfortunate for the 91. He was looking so confident going into this weekend. Down into, that's going to be so close. That's a move that was never going to happen between Miles Murphy and Bailey Rigglesford. Miles is trying to find a way through, but Bailey is really not letting him go anywhere as they head into the final couple of corners. Miles really has to send a late one on the inside, and that's going to get so close, but he gets the move done into 3rd place now. Now he chased down Derek Morgan. Can the Miles Murphy, number 5, get past Del Boy, who's there in 2nd place at the moment? But look at Josh Price, already with a big margin already, and I think he's looking to improve that even more.
Yeah, it's a very good start here for Josh Price as again we see neck and neck down the Imitsu straight. They are topping out towards 100 miles an hour here, remember, so it's a very fearsome part of the track as they make their way down the TKM straight back towards the finish line. Josh Price then having his best start of the day, got away very well indeed, and now has the luxury to try and build a gap at the front. Over the line he goes, 36.1, fastest lap of the race, and he is 1.25 seconds ahead of Miles Murphy, who notably has also now set the fastest lap of the race, so he's trying to break away now from the chasing Derek Morgan and Bailey Rigglesford. Get with the leader. Lucas Ellingham, Oliver Stewart, Bradley Calder all in there as well. Pace picking up quite nicely here as we look at the number 22 there of Oliver Stewart fighting with Lucas Ellingham, who's another driver who's had a good start to the race. Moving into 5th place, Bradley Calder on the charge as well, number 19. And Calder's now up to 7th position. Bo Phillips had a good start, starting quite near the back, up to 9th position now. And also on the move is the K-plate holder, Isaac Smith, who had some bad luck, of course, late on in the pre-final with a very bad grid position down in, that would have been 23rd position. Has moved up to 14th. Ryan Green on the charge up to 15th place as well. So some drivers with bad grid positions really starting to make a move through the midfield. We've still got 9 minutes plus the 1 lap to go in this KZ final. And at the moment, Josh Price will have a look at the lap chart and they come through again, trying to pull away. But crucially here, Miles Murphy not letting him get too far down the road. Over the line they go. And again, Miles Murphy has set the fastest lap of the race. The gap goes down to 1.2 seconds as we look at Lucas Ellingham still fighting with the number 22 of Oliver Stewart as they jostle for position. And there is the number 6. Oh, Ricklesford having a look at the number 6 of Derry Morgan there. But our two leaders just making their way down towards Kimbolton Corner. We're going to have a look at the lap charts when they cross the line. Once again, Josh Price still in the lead as we watch the battle of a third place. So Price over the line. Murphy in second. We'll have a look at the gap, and still remaining around 1.2 seconds. So the battle very much on for third place here, with Derek Morgan leading that group of drivers, but Miles Murphy still not giving up on this race.
A big shout out to Bailey Rickersford, who is having the best drive he's had all year, battling for a podium spot in what is a very intense grid. This is the best he's driven all weekend long, trying to battle up against Derek Morgan. Oh, that's a late move there by Ollie Stewart. Manages to make his way through. Lucas Cunningham trying to get past as well. Lucas at the back of the field now in that blue and white kart for the MS Kart chassis, trying to find his way through. Ollie for Stewart. He's on the Birolart kart there. That's the red and white. There's Miles Murphy on your screen. It's the Demon Tweaks development driver. Now he is still there in second place. There's Derek Morgan and the rest of the field filing through. Miles Murphy, he just hasn't got the pace like Josh Price has. Josh Price over 800ths quicker on best laps. The gap is 1.45 between the two drivers. And on that last lap, Josh Price was actually 200ths slower than the number 5 Miles Murphy.
It just seems to be ebbing and flowing between those two. Miles Murphy just seems to be able to match Price for pace, and on a couple of laps he's been closing up, but at the moment at least not really been able to make a sustained challenge, one would say. We'll have a look when they come around once again. Still this battle for third place still raging away. Bailey Rigglesford and Lucas Ellingham really coming through quite well, and Bo Phillips up to 10th position. He really has come through very strongly, breaking into the top 10. Over the line go the leading group of drivers. And once again, Josh Price responds with the fastest lap of the race, 35.58. So Miles Murphy is pushing hard in second place. He's actually set his own personal best with a 35.63. But at the moment, Price doing enough, pushing where he needs to maintain that gap as we see this dice through the Dan Weldon corner. And a slightly wider line there from Derek Morgan as he makes his way down the TKM straight, but holds on to that third place. And so we say Bo Phillips still there in 10th position. Ryan Green up to 13th. He's made it 12 positions. Isaac Smith 9 positions up to 14th. And still Miles Murphy really pushing as we see that. Oh, look at the fight for third place here, getting very close. Oliver Stewart just about holds on to third place.
That was a mega drive. At the last corner, Ollie Stewart just sent it on the inside of Derek Morgan. Got that move done, and now they fall through to complete another lap of the circuit. Oliver Stewart having to go right on that defensive line into turn 1 to make sure that Derek Morgan was not getting past again. There's Miles Murphy, who just popped through on your screens. Now the gap between second and third is quite substantial. So Miles Murphy sort of in the sitting position, really. Can't really battle for first. Hasn't got the pace to, but really got nothing to lose against third place. Just the gap being a bit too big, but still going all well. Let's see who's made up some places. Bure Phillips made up 12th place. He's up to 9th at the moment. Ryan Green from last on the grid up to 13th. So in a competitive field, that's a really good drive and a very hard task to do as well. Derek Morgan now being pressured by Lucas Ellingham, so that could be a move that may come in the next couple of laps. Ryan Green firing his way through. There's Bure Phillips on the inside. Jess Edgar, that got very close and very late, but that just wasn't going to happen. Lee Robertson behind this pack of drivers as well. There are real battles wherever you look. It's some of the most exciting racing we've probably seen in KZ so far. Same couldn't really be said for Josh Price, who's just having a lovely drive up at the front of the field, just driving away, nothing much to worry about. But here's Lucas Ellingham on your screens, the 99. He's right on the tail of the number 6, Derek Morgan. Down into turn 1. He's trying to go round the outside. That could be a move. No, it couldn't. He's going to try and go for the cutback. Can't get it done. The battle stays on between the drivers for 4th and 5th at the moment. But look at what it's bringing in. It's bringing in Bailey Riggersford again. It's bringing in Ralph Youngland. Jessica Edgar's in there as well. Look at Bailey Riggersford on the braking zone, closing in. Leah Robinson's there as well. Bure Phillips there as well. There's loads of drivers who have a real good opportunity here for a good spot in the end of this final. This is going to be ever so important for the championship as well. Let's see how they go as they come down to turn one again. Will the 99 Jack Dex have a good opportunity to turn one? He can't send the late one. He's going to have to stay where he is. But what a drive so far, and what a battle we are seeing in the KZs.
Yeah, it's all very close in this third place battle, and Oliver Stewart looking good so far with Derek Morgan, Lucas Ellingham and Bailey Rigglesford, everyone looking very threatening. The fight between first and second still finely poised in terms of the lap times here. Josh Price gradually pulling away at the front. He's just gone over the line now as the third place battle rages away through the Kimbolton corner, and just pulling a tenth here and there from Miles Murphy. But Murphy still hanging on in there, and any kind of mistake from Price would certainly bring Murphy into it. And one would say looking good so far this race, but a late Battenberg flag would really shake things up here, because it's all still finely poised. But this battle for third still raging away. We've got Derek Morgan now coming under some serious pressure from Lucas Ellingham as they make their way down towards the Kimbolton corner. We've got just over 2 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining in this race. Price still leading, Murphy second, the gap remaining around 2 seconds. And now Oliver Stewart just starting to break away a bit now in third position, matching the leaders for pace, and then all fourth down to about 12th place, all very closely poised. They make their way through the willows, everyone managing to get through successfully, and it's still wide open, of course. We've got Derek Morgan in fourth, Lucas Ellingham, Bailey Rigglesford, Ralph Youngling, Jester Edgar, Bo Phillips and Leo Robinson, all in that little group of drivers. Bradley Calder just a little bit further behind. And now they make their way down towards Kimbolton. Still got 2 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining, so now is the time. One would say with these group of drivers, the leaders now pretty much out of sight, so it's all to play for positions here. And the gloves are off as they make their way down into Stowe. Oh, it was a moment there for Ellingham. He did well. He was just got caught, I think, by Ralph Youngling, and managed to keep it on the track.
Who's this driver? Is this Josh Price who's up at the front? Yes, it is. Yeah, we haven't really seen much of him all weekend long, but the number 1 British champion doing the job perfectly, leading the way. Still Miles Murphy there in second place, the number 5. Look at the gap between the two. It is a substantial gap. You really can't see Miles Murphy in the background at all as the rest of the pack comes flying through. It's quite quiet up at the front here. I don't think Josh Price realises how much hassle and how much mayhem's going on behind. Neither does Miles Murphy. Not that
either of those drivers care too much. They're happy enough where they are here. And this is an interesting position here for Miles Murphy. He's just got to drive as fast as he can, really. He can see the leader in front of him. The gap has been ebbing and flowing around 2 seconds. He has closed up on Price slightly, so Josh Price over the line he goes. Down into the first corner, and this man in second place, Miles Murphy, quickest third sector of the race so far, and has closed the gap again down to 1.8 seconds. So he is closing on the leader, but with 20 seconds on the clock, I think he might just squeeze through, I think, leader Price before the last lap board goes out. The finisher has the last lap board ready, keeping a close eye on the counter there. 10 seconds, you just saw it on your clock as they came through into the final corner. This is going to be tight here. Price coming round the corner with 2 seconds on the clock, so we go round again.
He will not be happy about that one. He definitely wants this race to be over as soon as possible. That means we've got 2 more laps left of racing. The British champion versus the Miles Murphy.
Miles Murphy, I think, will be very pleased. He will have seen that happen, so he knows he's got 1 more lap just to try and close a little bit of a gap. Price still has got the race under control, but there are some slower drivers in front of him, so with 1 lap to go next time round, there could still be a little bit of jeopardy for Price here, who is nonetheless still controlling the race. Here it comes over the line. I'm just going to check the gap when they go through, and remains around 2 seconds.
1 final lap for these KZ drivers. They're all going to be battling out to try and nick that final spot, see how high up they can finish at the end. But no one will be able to match the number 1 British champion, Josh Price. On your screens, being let through by the back marker. Really good job there as he heads into the final corner of the circuit. And what a drive it's been from the number 1 Josh Price, who will become the Kimbolton Festival winner. He takes the K plate from Miles Murphy in second place, and on a max grid of KZ karts, he finishes out on top Ollie Stewart will come in third from a big strangle and pack of drivers. Oh my word, as they all come flying through. Derek Morgan finished up in fourth from Ennigham. Wrigglesford, Ryan Green from last on the grid up to seventh. What a drive that was from Ralph Youngling and Leo Robinson. Jessica Edgar rounds out your top 10 from Bradley Calder. Isaac Smith will not hold on to his K plate. He makes it up to 12th from 23rd on the grid. Darrell Henson, George Barker and James Harvey rounds out your field of that's your top 15 drivers. My apologies. More drivers who had more retirees actually. Bure Phillips, Tom Mack, Steve Loggin, Hannah Lang, Richie Smith and James Beecroft all seem like they didn't finish up in the end. So quite unfortunate there. Fastest lap going to Ryan Green. But Joshua Price kept it consistent. What a drive that was.
Yeah, he just managed to get that advantage at the front, winning in the end by 1.7 seconds. Miles Murphy certainly keeping him honest, and I think Price knew he was there, so he knew he could ill afford to relax and certainly not to make a mistake. Just goes to show the pace of the top two consistently through the race, though. They were well over 5 seconds clear of the third place. Bad luck there, of course, for Bo Phillips, who dropped out late on. And, of course, to the 24th place finish there, Hannah Lang, who dropped out in a first corner melee in the Willows. And that was a driver who was pretty confident, I would say, of a good result in the final. She was well placed. She is talking to one or two of the stewards at the minute. So I think she's too happy with some of the conduct on those first few corners. Whether there'll be any further repercussions, I don't know. But she's certainly not too happy with some of the driving, I think, looking at some of the chats going on down there. And you could say who could blame her. She'll certainly feel aggrieved that the race went against her. That's just some of the bad luck in racing sometimes.
Yeah, exactly that. Not so always the best to see some drivers a bit annoyed about that. But let's get ready to go for our next race and our next grand final. Who will be crowned in TKM Extreme for the Kim Bolton Festival? It's William Bloom who will start from the pole spot. Kean Bennett alongside from Harvey Jones and Thomas Shaw. From Charlie Whitehouse, Reese Porter and Elio D'Alessandro who will round out your field.
Only 7 drivers in this race, of course, but in the heat and the pre-final, there has been some pretty closely fought action throughout the 7-driver field, so plenty to play for here for these drivers. And on balance, you would say William Bloom has been the driver to beat, but if they can get away well, I think certainly Kean Bennett and Harvey Jones, in particular, you would say, could be in with a shout.
It's going to be really tight up at the front. I do think William Bloom has the best opportunity, but what will Kean Bennett do at the start of this race? We go racing for the first time asking. Down into turn 1. Will Kean Bennett try to hold it round the outside? He'll have a look, but he thinks better of it. Tries to slot into second place. But look at Harvey Jones. They're going to run side by side through the Willow section. Harvey Jones drops to third. Kean Bennett now into second place. And Thomas Shaw into fourth as they head into the Derrick's corner. William Bloom slowly starting to pull an advantage. Harvey Jones now there in third. He's going to try and look for second place on Kean Bennett, but just can't find a way through. Reese Porter having an issue and he having to pull off the circuit. Big issue for Reese Porter there.
Not the best of starts there for Charlie Whitehouse, who seemed to struggle for momentum going down the start straight and dropped to last place, of course. Reese Porter, who unfortunately was pushed onto the grass there going down the TKM straight, is now heading out the field. So William Bloom leads the way. Bennett looking strong also in there as well as they make their way through the first corner. Harvey Jones, Thomas Shaw and Charlie Whitehouse starting to fight back a bit now. He's got Elio D'Alessandro just behind him. And the unfortunate Reese Porter, who went for a spot of mowing the grass there. He's back on the track and he's about 2 seconds adrift from the pack. Looking to get back involved in this one as Harvey Jones tries to have a look as they make their way through the Dan Weldon corner. William Bloom just starting to break away ever so slightly, not by very much though, maybe a couple of tenths as they make their way down to the Kim Bolton corner. And there he is leading the pack. The number 56 out of the final corner he goes. Kean Bennett and the 21 of Harvey Jones right in there as well. Thomas Shaw all running very closely indeed. And Shaw has set the fastest lap of the race with a 44.40. They're all running very closely indeed, that top 4. Charlie Whitehouse seems to have recovered well from that bad start, and he's up to 5th place now. Elio D'Alessandro and Reese Porter still running at the field as the top 4. I think any one of these 4 drivers would think they got a shout of victory here, but they do need to try and keep William Bloom in reach, one would say, as they make their way down towards Kestrel Corner. Bloom just about doing enough to stay ahead of the chasing pack. And what will these three do here, the three chasing drivers? Will they look to fight for position here, or will they work together, do you think? Do you think it might be just a case of, you see no one really going for the overtaking opportunity here? And I think here between Bennett, Jones and Shaw, they know that a win could be a possibility here. But the overriding objective, I would say, than fighting for position here is to make sure they stay with William Bloom right until the end.
Harvey Jones had a look for second place then, or it might have been a defensive move for Thomas Shaw. But as you said there, the drivers in second, third and fourth at the moment just need to work together now. Catch up to William Bloom. That is what they need to do. They can't be messing around. They can't be overtaking each other. They need to think about the later stages of this race. At the moment, it's looking all good for William Bloom, and this would be a brilliant final victory if he could take it. Obviously, his first K-plate it would be as well. On the inside, Harvey Jones for second place. Will Harvey Jones now lead them away, or will it be Cian Bennett jumping back into second place?
It just felt there like Cian Bennett lost a bit of momentum, and I think it was almost a case of Harvey Jones trying to make the pass as quickly as possible, smoothly as possible. You may have noticed that Cian Bennett didn't really fight any resistance going into the first corner, let him go and just fell back into position. I think these three still working together. Look out for Charlie Whitehouse there, who we saw just at the back of the field. He had a bad start, but was recovering quite well here. And he'll be keen to get involved in this lead group. We've still got Elio De Alessandro in 6th position, number 23. Reese Porter had a tricky start to the race, has pulled into the pits and looks like he is out of the race. So we're down to 6. And William Bloom continues to lead the way. He's got that crucial 0.4 of a second advantage here. But still second, third and fourth, keeping that pressure on. We've got just under 8 minutes to go. We've got Charlie Whitehouse still trying to close the gap on that little lead group of drivers. But 21, Harvey Jones leading the chasing pack here in second place. And again, that tighter line on the Dan Weldon corner. And he maintains the pace down the straight. It does seem to be working for some drivers, just taking a slightly tighter line closer to the apex on the Dan Weldon corner. But crucially, of course, they're not losing the speed down the TKM straight. So that's working well for Harvey Jones, who makes a couple of tenths of a second here. Now starting to close up. And William Bloom, for the first time in this race, could be under some form of direct pressure here, because Harvey Jones is well up there now as they make their way down towards Derek's corner. He's still got Cian Bennett and Thomas Shaw on his tail here, but Harvey Jones really putting the pressure on the race leader, William Bloom.
This could be Harvey Jones' first opportunity of a victory. He has never won a race round here at Kimbolton in TKM Extreme. This could be the day it changes, and what a way to take it as well, taking that K-plate. What could he do? William Bloom under serious pressure now. Harvey Jones is the fastest man out on circuit. Down into turn one, William Bloom covers off perfectly. Second place man, Harvey Jones, still waiting for an opportunity to come around. Watch out for Cian Bennett there in third. What will Harvey Jones do now? He's sticking right on the bumper of William Bloom. He's trying to force him into a mistake that he hasn't pulled off just yet. Harvey Jones to 21. Still waiting and trying to find a way through as he head down into Kestrel Corner. That will then lead into the Kimbolton Corner. Harvey Jones still waiting for an opportunity to come around. Who will take it? There's still 6 minutes left on the clock, and I think that's something that still needs to be taken into effect, is how much time we have for the lead.
Oh, he's having a go.
Inside Harvey Jones, can he get it done? Yes, he can. Into second place goes Cian Bennett. Thomas Shaw has a look for third, can't get it done. William Bloom drops down to third. What a move that was for Harvey Jones. He really put him on the edge of his seat and took it at the last opportunity. That was a superb move, but now he has to cover off for 5.5 minutes, which is
covering them as the lead group make their way through. So for the first time in this race, Harvey Jones it is that leads the way, but Cian Bennett still looks threatening in second position. Jones had a lot of pace at the start of this race, and he just seems to have made that count. He makes his way through into the lead, but Cian Bennett has been there for the entire final. Decides not to have a look into the first corner. Still, if he's making an overtaking move in this final, it's got to be precise, and it's got to be one you're sure you can hang on to here, because there's a lot to be lost here. We've seen the race leader dropping down to third, but William Bloom could still be a part here. We've got Thomas Shaw and Charlie Whitehouse. Now, Whitehouse, of course, who had a difficult start but has recovered quite well. Ilo D'Alessandro still in the race, but a few seconds behind, still going through the willows. Reece Porter out of the race. But Harvey Jones holding on to the lead. Cian Bennett with the fastest lap of the race last time round, 44.05. The leaders now making their way down the TKM straight. Here they come down towards Kestrel, and still headed by Harvey Jones. William Bloom desperately trying to get back involved in this race, but a very strong lap together, actually. This could be a fastest lap here. He just seems to be pulling up towards the leaders once again. Over the line they go. And yes, indeed, William Bloom has set the fastest lap by quite some margin here, 43.78. And Bloom in third place has done very well here, actually, because he got pushed wide when he lost the lead. And he's on balance, he would say, being about the fastest driver today. He'll be determined to make this count in the final. He knows he's got a bit of work to do here, and he has certainly done very well to pull that fastest lap out of the bag and get himself back with the leaders here.
That 56 William Bloom, of course, came into this final as the fan favourite to win. Hasn't gone his way for the time being, but that doesn't mean it will stay that way. Harvey Jones has got it for the time being, but can easily lose it. Now watch this for second place. Cian Bennett is about to lose out to William Bloom on the inside into turn one. William Bloom takes second place, but Bennett tries to go on the cutback, and it's going to be side by side. It ever got so close, nearly making contact, but they kept it together as they head down into Derek's corner. Now that's gave the opportunity for Harvey Jones to pull away. This could be the moment for Harvey Jones. For the first time, he could take a final victory in TKM Extreme here at the Kimbolton circuit. This could be where he takes the flag for the first time. As slippery surface flags are out. And what could this be for?
Technical
could this
flag
be
for the 56? Technical flag. So now, of course, is William Bloom. So he'll be out of the race.
And such a shame. The leader
he pulls
now
off.
takes the exit road to the pit lane, and the man who was the fan favourite now out of the race. Now the slippery surface flags are all over the circuit. Could there be rain? You were talking about the rain earlier.
There's rain outside. We were saying about that rain shower. We were hoping it would miss the track, and it is raining now. So
you can see the drivers. There they are on your screens. There are the drops on your screens. You can see the drivers taking different attention to their racing lines now. This is going to be very interesting in the later stage of his race and going into the next race as well. If it keeps pouring down with rain, Harvey Jones leads the way, and this now needs to be the most concentrated he's been this whole weekend long.
They can still race under these conditions, but of course the slippery surface flag out there because these drivers are on hot slick tyres. It's a baking hot circuit that's had the rubber ingrained on it all day. Now the rain's falling on it. It's going to be a very brief short shower, I think, here, but it's just enough to make that surface very slippery indeed. And this is where you can see the drivers soaring away at the steering wheels there. They're very precise with their line choices here, and certainly not a case they'll be wanting to jump down the inside. So the stripe flags have gone back in, so I think the drivers now know, of course, that they're under potentially wet weather conditions here, and it's going to make these last couple of laps very treacherous indeed.
Battle for second still raging on. Now Charlie Whitehouse in a position now for a podium spot. This is superb for the 43, who's been struggling all weekend long. But Harvey Jones taking full advantage of what happened to William Bloom. William Bloom losing out with that mechanical issue. You could see the frustration when he had to enter the pit lane. But still, on your screens, look at the battles going on here for second place. The leader, still Harvey Jones with 10 seconds remaining. Will he get one lap of racing, or will it still be two? We'll see as they come round the final corner. It will now be the final lap of the race for TKM Extreme, and in a race where we only thought there wasn't going to be much action because there's only 7 of them, there has been a total capacity of action-packed racing, and in a mountain of drama, only one driver who we had no idea was going to be in this position, has managed to find his way there. The driver who was consistently, around 3rd and 4th place throughout the weekend, now when it matters most, is about to do something that he has never done before. For the first time ever, he can hold on for 2 more corners. It will be a first final victory for the number 21 on the inside for Kean Bennett. That's for 2nd place. They make contact, but Harvey Jones will win the Kimbolton Festival. What a drive from the 21, Harvey Jones. He will take the K-plate in TKM Extreme. You can see how much it means to him. What a drive from the 21. Charlie Whitehouse there in 2nd place. Thomas Shaw in 3rd. Kean Bennett in 4th. And Elio D'Alessandro rounds out your top 5. What a final what that was in TKM Extreme. We lost Reese Porter at the start of the race and William Bloom, who was the fan favourite to win, out in a puff of smoke. What a race that was to end.
Yeah, a real shame for William Bloom, who was looking good, but that technical infringement puts him out of the race. Harvey Jones then taking a well-deserved victory from Charlie Whitehouse, who fought back very well to take that 2nd place. Thomas Shaw, Kean Bennett, Elio D'Alessandro, the final finisher. And like we say, of course, William Bloom and Reese Porter out of the race. We move on then to the Senior X30 final, which is about to get underway. Just popped my head out to the commentary booth to have a look at the track conditions. There is a very light rain shower. I think it is going to be, it's just the tail end of that rainstorm that was about 10 miles north of the track. We're hoping we dodge the rain, but we have had a little bit out there. It's certainly made things a lot fresher trackside. The thing is, so here, Charlie, it's certainly not enough. I think it's going to be passing by in the next couple of minutes. It's not enough certainly not enough to warrant worrying about rain tyres here. But what it could mean is that the track could be a little bit slick and a little bit slippery, especially on these opening couple of laps.
These drivers are going to have to really watch out where they're placing that car. Of course, they have got quite hot tyres, but it's going to be interesting to see. Let's see how they get on down into turn 1. Lights are out. We're off and racing for the Senior X30 final as they head into the first corner. Who will make it as they come out of the Willow section? It looks like Monty Breathwaite has had a good start. Jensen Pugh there in 2nd place. Jack Dan in 3rd as well. Hayden Eldridge in 4th. And Joshua Jones rounds out your top 5. He's had a brilliant start from 4th on the grid as they head through into the Dan Weldon complex. What an exciting first lap this was as he head down into Kestrel corner. Monty Breathwaite still leading the way. You can see a bit of understeer as he headed into the final corner. Big move from Jack Dan. He was very lucky to get that one stopped. Hayden Eldridge on his side. Oh, big contact.
There on
big contact as they headed into the final corner. Of course, a couple of drivers getting into effect with each other.
Aaron Last, the K-plate holder, was one of the drivers caught up in that. And also 17 as well. Jack Stewart, Max Anderson, I think, as well, also caught up in that melee. So there's Wade Yellows on Kimbolton corner. This is going to be an interesting opening few laps here because we have had that rain shower on the track. We're going to have a changing circuit now over the first few laps of the race. I think it will dry. It's still quite warm out there, so the track will dry out very quickly. But like we saw on the first lap, we've seen a little bit of understeer. The kart's a little bit squirrely under braking, as I think the flags are being cleared, so that incident has been cleared up, and there is every possibility of what we saw on the previous lap there. Karts getting together, drivers misjudging the braking opportunity. Oh, and there we see it there. That's where the grip, Jack Dan going for the move down the inside, but the grip that was there just completely fell away from him, and he outbrakes himself off the circuit, still stays on the track, but loses a few positions. This little touch of rain before the start really has thrown quite a bit of a dynamic into this race.
Really unfortunate for Aaron Last as well, who took the K-plate last year. He will not be able to repeat history here this year. Joshua Jones having a good battle with Hayden Eldridge. Hayden, who tried to send a late one on Jack Dan the lap before, couldn't get it done, and then managed to get it done in the first sector. Josh Jones on that Jack Dex racing machine, but runs as a privateer. He's been doing really well so far. A lot of issues with the racing that he's had this year, but this season hopefully will start to look good for him in the second half as they come through. His dad recently got him a new chassis, so hopefully that will help him out with his on-track performance. Jack Dan right on the tail of Hayden Eldridge now as they head into the final sector. Jack Dan, who, of course, set the fastest time in qualifying. On the inside, he goes on Hayden Eldridge. Was good to have a chat with him. He was looking pumped and feeling pumped for the weekend, but just hasn't seemed to have the race pace like he had quali pace. Of course, we're seeing that quite a lot. Drivers who are really quick in qualifying, then going to the race is not where their pace should have put them. But of course, then you have to take in racecraft and the management of the kart. So big difference in how they need to drive these karts when it comes to the races.
Yeah, it's like we say, of course, it's been a dramatic opening couple of laps here as well in terms of the conditions. We've got Monty Brathwaite, who on balance has looked very good. He was very strong in the pre-final, and he's been trying to carry that form through into the Senior X30 final. That's a quick glance over the shoulder here. We look at the Jensen Pugh and Josh Jones fighting away for that second place, and then Jack Dan just seems to have lost momentum after that outbraking manoeuvre. He struggled to get back with the leaders, but he's not giving this one up. He's trying to close up. There's Brathwaite. Just saw him using a little bit of the curb there as he went through Derek's corner. Just looking for extra grip where it is. I think there is still a little bit of dampness out there on the track. Not very much, but the drivers still have to bear that in mind, because some of those braking points not quite there as we see them fighting for position coming down into Kim Bolton. And Brathwaite still leading. Over the line he goes. So let's have a look. 7:48 on the clock, plus the 1 lap remaining. Jensen Pugh second. Josh Jones setting the fastest lap of the race as they make their way through the number 84. Second, third, and fourth still potentially could be threatening here, because Jack Dan has pulled away. Hayden Eldridge still there in 5th place, but losing a little bit of ground on the leading group of drivers. Natalia Darbeck still in 6th. Oliver Pickler, Jessica Fitchhall in 8th place. Tiger Dixon and James Reynolds running out the top 10. And the rest of the field made up of Sam Houghton, Katie Ashman, Zach Whelan, Jack Stewart, and Aaron Lask, of course, last year's K-plate holder. Pretty much out of contention for the victory this year, though. Currently in 15th place, Max Anderson rounding out the field, but Brathwaite goes through to complete another lap. Let's have a look at the gap when they go through. It remains around 0.7 of a second. Josh Jones, again, fastest lap of the race, 40.55. And keeping the pressure on to the top 4, covered by just under 1.8 seconds. At the moment, Brathwaite's got this race under control, number 19. And there he is coming through the Dan Weldon corner. You can see him just minimal inputs on the steering wheel, keeping it nice and smooth on the kart, making the machine do as much of the work as possible, keeping it nice and smooth. You can see soaring away at the wheel there, just searching for the grip as he makes his way through Kim Bolton. But second, third and fourth here, Jensen Pugh, Josh Jones and Jack Dan, still only separated. Well, the gap goes down to 1.4 seconds between the top 4. We still have 6 minutes 20 on the clock as Jensen Pugh just starts to break away now and tries to put the pressure on Monty Brathwaite, the race leader. But I would say that any one of these 4 drivers, still with 6 minutes to go here, plus the extra lap, could be in contention.
Really can be. I mean, Jack Dan, he's been up there at the sharp end near the start of the weekend. Had a bit of issues, especially in that final heat. And the pre-final, just couldn't find a way through. There he goes on the inside of Josh Jones. That's a superb move for 3rd place. That was a strong pass. And Josh Jones, that was the first time this weekend he's been in the podium spot. And Josh Jones stipulating, saying, how on earth did you get a pass through there? As they all come out. He's already got a bit of a margin from Josh Jones as well. So these drivers, especially Jack Dan, who has been on form recently this year, had a bit of struggles at the start of the year, but it's all coming to him now. Battles a bit further down. That's Natalie DeBeck having a nice battle with Oliver Peculiar. That's for the for 6th place on the road, with Hayden Eldridge just ahead. So Natalie DeBeck also having one of her best weekends. She's been learning the craft over the year and seems to be really picking up the pace now, which is really good to see. But there's Jensen Pugh on your screens, trying to close in now on Monty Brathwaite. At the moment, it's just not enough. He hasn't got the agility to just yet. But Jack Dan just sitting there in 3rd. Could this be his opportunity now? He's starting to pick up the pace a bit. He didn't have the pace at the start of the race, but as the laps start to close in, he seems to be getting faster and faster. Could this be the opportunity for Jack Dan? Of course, Jensen Pugh is the fastest man out on circuit, but I do think that Jack Dan might have a chance here.
Yeah, Jack Dan certainly can't write him off at this stage. We've still got 4 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining, so still a few more laps to go in this race. Monty Brathwaite has done everything right so far, controlling the race quite neatly, but certainly Jensen Pugh and especially Jack Dan and Josh Jones keeping that pressure on. Jones just seems to have faded away slightly in this race in 4th place, coming under a bit of pressure from Hayden Eldridge. Just looking at Jensen Pugh as they make their way out to the final corner. 3:45 plus the 1 lap remaining. Let's have a look at the times here. 1 second 55 covering the top 3 drivers. And Brathwaite still maintaining that pace at the front, but some good consistent laps in here as he makes his way down the Imitsu straight into Derek's corner once again. Number 19, Monty Brathwaite, your race leader. We focus here on the 3rd place driver, number 62, the machine of Jack Dan, as they make their way through towards Dan Weldon corner, heading down the TKM straight. The seconds counting down in this race. Brathwaite still leading the way here. They come through Kestrel into Kimbolton once again. And looks like another good steady lap here for the race leader, number 19, Monty Brathwaite. Over the line goes Brathwaite with just over 3 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. The gap just going down slightly. So Jensen Pugh closing it down to 0.6 of a second on that previous lap. Just seems to be ebbing and flowing around that stage at the moment. Pugh not quite able to put a sustained attack on here, and Pugh actually coming under some pressure from Jack Dan, who has set the fastest lap of the race, 40.25. So 2nd and 3rd still pushing hard. Josh Jones a little bit further behind now in 4th place. Hayden Eldridge in 5th. Natalia Darback in 6th. Oliver Piccola in 7th. Tiger Dixon, Jessica Fitchhall, and Katie Ashman's had a good drive up to 10th position now, running up the top 10 from Sam Houghton, James Reynolds, Zach Whelan, Jack Stewart. Aaron Lask still in the race, but quite some distance back in 15th, and Max Anderson rounding out the field as they cross the line once again. The top 3 are starting to close here. Jack Dan pushing along Jensen Pugh, and only 1 second covering the top 3 drivers.
This is going to get interesting here. Jack Dan really closing in on the last couple of laps here. Now he needs to focus on getting past Jensen Pugh as fast as he can to chase down Monty Brathwaite. I don't think he's got enough time to chase the leader, but can he get 2nd place? He's closing in on the braking zone, so they're going to go down the start-finish straight now. About 3 or 4 laps left of racing here in the Senior X30 Grand Final. Let's see how they get on. Jack Dan through the 1st sector. It's the OTK versus the MS versus the Kart Republic as they head through the Derek's corner. It's the Opta Motorsport versus Jack Dex Racing versus the Ben Maxim team. As a retiree goes to Tiger Dixon, number 12, pulling off to the side of the circuit just in front of my commentary box. And that is a real shame for Tiger Dixon, who was battling inside of the top 10. But as they head back onto the start-finish straight now, Jack Dan is right behind Jensen Pugh. Won't make a move just yet, waiting for a better opportunity. 1 minute left on the clock. They head through the Willow section. It's going to be close between Monty Brathwaite, Jensen Pugh and Jack Dan as he goes on the inside of Jensen Pugh. That's a move for 2nd place, and he gets it done. What a move from Jack Dan, and just how he started the weekend. He's trying to clinch back to show that he was the fastest man out on circuit. But will he be able to close down on Monty Brathwaite? There is 30 seconds left on the clock. We're going to get 2 more laps of racing here. These need to be the best 2 laps of Jack Dan's career if he needs to close in on this on Monty Brathwaite. This is going to be it. It's 2 laps or nothing at the end of this race. Jack Dan, the 62, closing in on Monty Brathwaite now. This is for the Senior X30 Grand Finale. Who will take the K-plate? Which kart will it be? Will it be the blue and white kart of the 62 of Jack Dan? Or will it be the Opta Motorsport? Will it be the number 19? Will it be Monty Brathwaite for the first time this year? This will be a superb drive for Monty Brathwaite. This would be his first Senior X30 victory.
Oh, looking at that. Jack Dan has pulled it down to half a second here, and he's bringing on Jensen Pugh with him. So Monty Brathwaite has done everything right in this race so far as he makes his way through the Willows for the final time. Still got work to do. He is just about, I would say, out of striking distance from Jack Dan at this stage, but he's got to get every apex, every corner correct here. as he makes his way up towards the Dan Weldon corner for the final time. Jack Dan still keeping that pressure on. You can see them experimenting with that tighter line on the inside through the Dan Weldon corner, trying to steal a few tenths. So Brathwaite has just about done enough here, coming into the final corner, just about keeping Jack Dan at arm's length, one would say. Over the finish line they go, and Monty Brathwaite takes the checkered flag and the K-plate in the Kimbolton Festival. Jack Dan a bit disappointed with second. He shakes his head as he crosses the line, but a good fight back for him. Jensen Pugh in third, Hayden Eldridge, Josh Jones running out the top five, Natalia Darbach and Oliver Piccola in seventh place.
Monty Brathwaite takes his first Senior X30 final victory of the year and takes that K-plate with him. What a drive from Mr. Brathwaite. Jack Dan, a controlled and consistent second place, but of what could have been for Jack Dan and the Ben Maxim team. That could have been Ben Maxim's first X30 victory. Was so close, but not enough. Jensen Pugh there in third. Solid result for the Jack Dex driver. Hayden Eldridge there in fourth from Josh Jones, Natalie DeBeck, Oliver Peculiar, Katie Ashman, Jessica Fitchell, Sam Horton, James Reynolds, Zach Welland, Jack Stewart, Aaron Lask, Max Anderson, and of course Tiger Dixon retired on the second to last lap of the race. Aaron Lask will not be able to take that K-plate home with him. He will have to battle it out for another year up at the front of the field. Now it's the next race. It is Junior X30 coming up. The gates are open and the drivers are about to be let out on circuit. And of course, Louis Barker for the first time will start from the pole spot. One of the Tim Wilson Motorsport drivers couldn't get away, but I think the two we need to watch out for is Callum Sims and Adam Bork at the back of the field. It's Alexander De Benedict's, Max Wright, Marlon Madison, Louis Marshall, Charlie Myers, Finley Allen, and Henry Myers from Ethan Higgins, Joseph Durkery, James Batcliffe, Bailey Brooker, Callum Sims, and Adam Bourne. To top the final two there, I think they've both got opportunities here.
Some big names there, starting at the back row of the grid there. Callum Sims and Adam Bourne, two of the drivers you might put as favourites here. Remember, Louis Barker and Alexander De Benedictis had a brilliant pre-final. They line up on the front row of the grid. We've got number 14, Finley Allen, who has started adrift, so will be quite some distance behind as the final gets underway. It's a good, clean start, and Benedictis down the inside into the first corner. Will he make it under braking? Yes, he does. And a brilliant start there from Alexander Benedictis, who leads the way. Looks like the pre-final winner, Louis Barker in second. Number 42 pushed out there. Louis Marshall goes down towards the back of the field as they make their way through Derek's corner for the first time. Max Wright, Milo Manderson, Louis Marshall in there as well. And here they come round through. We're going to keep an eye, of course, on Callum Sims and Adam Bourne. See how they get on this opening lap, which will be very important for them. Making their way down here and into Kimbolton for the first time. So brilliant start to the race here from Alexander De Benedictis, who leads the way. Louis Barker second, Max Wright, Charlie Myers, Milo Manderson, Harry Myers, Ethan Higgs in seventh, Callum Sims up to ninth position, and Adam Bourne breaking into the top 10.
Brilliant start by Alexander De Benedictis. Could be his first final victory here in Junior X30. That'll be a mega result for him and the right team. Louis Barker there as well, another driver who has never taken a victory in Junior X30 and has only really started out in Junior X30 not long ago. Only his second or third meeting in the series, so this is very exciting. Of course, moving up from the Cadet Mini Inter series. Callum Sims trying to find his way through. Let's see how the progress of Callum Sims and Adam Bourne is. Callum Sims currently is 9th, Adam Bourne is 10th. So both drivers made up 4 places on them first couple of laps. 10.5 minutes left on the clock and the move for the lead. Louis Barker to the inside. Really, really good move that was, and he now takes the lead. What a drive that was, and Alexander Benedictis now drops to second place. Of course, Louis Barker in the same team that ran Olivia Jenkins when she was racing in TKM. This could be a first victory with Louis Barker for the team in Junior X30. This is going to be exciting. Max Wright there as well. Max Wright, a driver who we haven't seen much at the top end in recent races, but when it all seems to matter, he's up there at the front. Charlie Myers and Harry Myers, my apologies, both there, 4th and 5th, chasing down the top 3.
Just looking out for Callum Sims, who started from the final row of the grid, has got his way through to 7th place. Just there he is, going out to the exit of Derek's corner, fighting with the number 20 of Harry Myers. And he has got his head down and got to work very well in this final. He's fighting now for that 6th position. And if he can get a couple of good overtakes going here, he could potentially get up there with the leading group of drivers who are working well together here. De Benedictis looking for a move here as they make their way down towards Stowe Corner. Down the inside he goes. Oh, and he did so well to make that one stick. Look at that. What a move from De Benedictis to take the lead. He was fighting with the back end of the kart into the first corner. It was on the very edge of losing the back end and oversteering off the side of the track. But a good calculated move, and he has taken the lead here. We've got Louis Barker in second. Max Wright still hanging in there in third, but look out for number 69 here. Callum Sims has fought back very well, and I think is now clear in 5th position. He's got Charlie Myers between him, I think. Yeah, there's Myers. So the more that the leading group battle for position, the more that Sims potentially could get drawn into this. We still have 8:20 plus the 1 lap remaining, so time is still on Callum Sims' side. And Charlie Myers actually now setting the fastest lap of the race as he moves into 3rd place. Oh, down the inside goes Louis Barker into the lead. So another lead change in this final for the X30 juniors. Here they come up towards the Dan Weldon corner once again. Any one of about 5 drivers could still potentially win this race. All of the leading groups still very much in contention here. So Louis Barker now back into the leaders. Down the inside goes the impressive Charlie Myers, who really has found a good run of form in these last couple of laps and has got a bit of pace up to 2nd place. Goes for the inside to guard the apex and still hanging on in there. In 5th place is Callum Sims, who has fought back very well from the back of the field up to 5th place. He's got the 54 Adam Bourne not too far behind him as well. So Bourne is also coming through the field very well here. And still with 7:24 plus the 1 lap remaining, there's Callum Sims. He's got Adam Bourne just behind him. And these two, after their bad start, could still be a factor in this race.
What a race we're having here in June X30. What a brilliant battle with Louis Barker, Charlie Myers in there now, Alexander Benedictis, and of course Max Wright, who's been sat there waiting for opportunity to come around. But don't count out anyone in this race as Charlie Myers goes to the inside, going into turn 1. Look at Louis Barker trying to go round the outside. We're going 3 wide into turn 2. That was really never going to happen, but they made it stick, and Benedictis back into the lead of the race. Charlie Myers in 2nd place. Louis Barker trying to go round the outside of Max Wright, keeps it going. Louis Barker stays in 3rd. Oh, really? Because Max Wright round the outside into the Dan Weldon complex. That was a brilliant move. And Louis Barker into 4th. Louis Barker losing out big time. And look at the gap difference now between 2nd and 3rd. And this will be moving
look at
Charlie
that
Myers. That was superb and beautifully done by Charlie Myers. Into the lead of the race now. Benedictis there in 2nd place. He's trying to point the finger actually to Charlie Myers, saying, come on, let's stop battling. Let's actually get going here. And this could be interesting now. Will they work together?
I think he saw that Myers was defending the inside line there, so he just wants him to drive the corner, use the racing line. Somebody got pushed onto the grass there. I think it was one of the possibly Max Wright, I think, but saves the kart, stays on the track. There's number 54, Adam Bourne, who is well and truly in the mix now as well. So for the first time this race, Charlie Myers leads the way, who had looked very impressive in the first half of the race, putting some good laps together. Now he's in the lead. Benedictis living with him in 2nd place. Those two just starting to break away now from the chasing pack. So we saw Alexander De Benedictis pointing at the leader just to work together here, try and break away now from the chasing pack. And they have a small, let's say about half a second gap between 2nd and 3rd place, which looks like Callum Sims might have actually got through into 3rd. I think he's gone past Louis Barker, who looked impressive at the start of the race, but just seems to have lost a little bit of momentum now as he drops to 4th place. Sims now in 3rd, and look out for the number 69. He's still got 5 minutes plus 1 lap to try and close the gap. Here they come through the Kimbolton corner. Bourne still in there as well. Over the line they go, so it's still Myers from Benedictis. Sims in 3rd, Barker 4th, Wright, Adam Bourne in 6th, Harry Myers, Jack Backwith, as they all make their way through. James Backwith in 8th place, Ethan Higgins and Milo Manderson rounding out the top 10. as the leading group of drivers make their way through towards Derek's corner. I have to say there are still some very dark clouds above this Kim Bolton circuit, and let's hope, for the driver's sake at least, that those rain showers stay away, because we've got a bit of consistency in the circuit now after that earlier rain shower, and that could really throw things into the mixture and make it a bit more complicated for these leading group of drivers. But Callum Sims, to me, looks like he's put a good lap together there. He's dragging along Louis Barker with him. Over the line they go. And 1 second covering the top 4 drivers. They make their way through with 4 minutes plus 1 lap remaining in this one. All looking very close indeed as they make their way back towards Derek's corner. And down the inside goes Sims and makes the move stick into second place. So from the back row of the grid, could Callum Sims go for victory here?
This is going to be really intense. Callum Sims, the man on the mission. He lost out in Junior Rotax. Can he seal the deal in Junior X30 and take that K plate? There's 3.5 minutes left on the clock. Don't count out Louis Barker just yet. He's still there. Adam Bourne, who's there in 5th. He might be one to watch for as well. Charlie Myers still leading the way. Callum Sims there in 2nd place, but watch out, because Callum will definitely throw a move into Derek's corner if he can get the run out of the Willow section. Will he have a look into Derek? No, he sticks behind, thinks of a better opportunity. This is going to be ever so intense between these pack. There are 4 drivers who could definitely win this race, and don't count out the other 2 in the field. This is going to be very intense, very tight. It's going to come down to the wire. Callum Sims closing in on the braking zone. He tries to get momentum at the corner. He's got a bit of slipstream to help him with that. He might have a look into turn 1. Myers to the outside. Look at Callum Sims to the inside. Gets his way through. Hits his front bumper. They're going to go nearly 3 wide. And look at what's happened to Charlie Myers. All the way down to 4th. All from one move. And look at the move for the lead. Alex Van Benedict's all in mid-contact. Callum Sims and Benedict's made contact. Louis Barker goes round the outside. Can't make it through. Callum Sims will still hold on to the lead, but that got very close. Nearly game over for Callum Sims. He still holds on, but look at how many drivers are in this battle now. It reaches all the way down to Max Wright, who's there in 6th. That's a late move from Charlie Myers. Contact made between Louis Barker, and they're going to nearly 4 abreast as they go down to turn 1.
Oh,
this is
look
amazing.
At this is fantastic news here for Callum Sims, because they're all fighting for that 2nd place, and this could be a crucial look at this fighting through the willows there. Look how close they are for 2nd place. And Callum Sims, if he can just put a good lap in here, try and break away from this fight for 2nd place, he could be on for victory here, because this is about the first time in the race where everyone has really got the elbows out and fighting for position, holding each other back, and Sims making that move at exactly the right moment. Here they come down towards the final corner. Louis Barker has fought back well into 2nd place. This race really has ebbed and flowed. It's incredible to think it's only in 12 minutes, of course, because there's so much has gone on in this race. So Sims leads the way, and incredibly now he's got that good lap in, and 1.3 seconds ahead of the chasing pack. We've got Barker in 2nd, Bourne in 3rd. Just behind, of course, another driver who's done very well. They're Adam Bourne up to 3rd place, Max Wright. Alexander de Benedictis now into 5th place. Charlie Myers in 6th. And those top 3 all running very closely indeed, the top 6 drivers. But of course, Callum Sims is now well clear of the field here, leading by over a second at precisely the right time of the race here as we head towards the closing laps of the race.
This is super good stuff in the Junior X30 field. Callum Sims, look at the margin he has now just from that battle, and he's got 40 seconds left on the clock plus that additional lap. Now Louis Barker he's got to put the laps in now. He's got to try and close in. But look at Adam Bourne as well, up into 3rd place. That's a mega drive from Adam Bourne, the driver who actually started from last on the grid. Callum was 2nd to last, but Adam Bourne from last on the grid up to 3rd. And this is a mega drive from both the Tim Wilson Motorsport driver, Adam Bourne, and the Evolution driver of Callum Sims, the number 69. And that's a late move from Benedict. Gets his way through on Max Wright. So that's the move for 4th place. On the edge of the podium spots, Louis Barker there in 2nd place. Can he still hold on to a podium? It'll be a good way to seal off what's been a really good weekend. That pre-final would be something he'll take when he goes into future rounds, that, you know, he did win a race this weekend, and he did win a final, just wasn't the grand final, but was really close to taking it. He was leading for most of the way, but Callum Sims was just picking everyone off one by one.
Yeah, he has done very well to get his way through into the lead, and Callum Sims making the move just at the right time when everyone else started scrapping for position. 1 lap to go here, and Callum Sims leads the way by just over a second. We've got Louis Barker in second, as down the inside goes Adam Bourne for the move. And a brilliant move there into Stowe Corner. Did enough not only to take the apex away from Adam Bourne, but just to make sure he covered that corner to prevent an overtake. But at the moment, Callum Sims making his way through Derek's corner for the final time. Has a quick glance over the shoulder just to check where his rivals are. De Bennett is still there, closely followed by Charlie Myers. This has been a great race between all of these drivers, and we've also got Max Wright in there. But Callum Sims from the last row of the grid looks like he's on for victory.
This is a superb drive from Callum Sims in his first attempt in June X30. He takes victory here at Kimbolton for the Kimbolton Festival. Callum Sims takes the K-plate, and in what a fine fashion. It was a superb drive from the back of the field, and Adam Bourne joins him on the second step of the podium. So both drivers from the back of the field finishes up in 1 and 2. That was amazing. From Louis Barker, who was so close to victory, manages to hold on to a podium spot. Still a great result from Charlie Myers. And there's the rest of your results on your screens. Alexander Bennett drops to 5th. Max Wright, Harry Myers, Jake Backwith, Louis Marshall, Milo Manderson rounds out your top 10. But Callum Sims, he couldn't get it done in the Rotax, but from the back of the grid, he takes it in June X30. What a drive.
Yeah, brilliant there. I mean, of course, only 14 in the race, but still they had a lot of work to do. They had a lot of strong drivers to overtake there. And both Callum Sims and Adam Bourne making their way from the last row of the grid to the first. And, of course, Sims is the one who takes the checkered flag. So we are underway now for our penultimate race of the day. We've got the Rotax 177s, our penultimate final, getting underway, and this one still finely poised here as well. Quite a few drivers in with a shout on this one. It's going to be Chris Thomas from Liam Ferguson, Jamie Tyler, Ben Hitch, Scott Clee, Alex Jones. Here we are, so Chris Thomas from Liam Ferguson, Jamie Tyler, Ben Hitch, Alex Jones and Scott Clee on row number 3, Adam Clark and Jason Haitley on row number 4. And a little bit further back on row number 5, we have Adriel Naguar and the number 32 of Gavin Petty, Richard Ball, Andy Chenry on row 6, James Butcher, Mark Cushley on row number 7, Gary Bumford and Colin Walker on row number 8. And then we've got Mark Taylor, Sam Yaxley, Matt Lear, Daniel Walker and David German as the Rotax 177s get underway. The start is clean. They are 3 abreast into the first corner. Drag race down to that line. Who's going to go? And Tyler had a good move down the inside, but all looks very close indeed. They all seem to get through the willows safely. They filter into position, and a very close start to the race.
Chris Thomas takes the lead then. Looks like Liam Ferguson there in second place as well. Ben Hitch into third. Jamie Tyler there in fourth as well. Really good start by the top 4 there as they all come filing through battles all the way throughout the field. A couple of drivers having a bit of misfortune getting stuck to the Derek's corner there. You can just see in the back of your shot there. But up at the front, still Chris Thomas, who leads the way. Liam Ferguson there in second place as they all come filing through down into turn 1, the hardest braking zone on this circuit. Ben Hitch still there in third place as they file their way through. 11 minutes left on the clock, so still plenty of time to go. Ferguson getting a bit of pressure from Ben Hitch, who is trying to look for that second spot, but I think they all need to focus on working together because they need to catch Chris Thomas while he is still here, because we saw in races previously when Chris Thomas got the opportunity to pull away, he did exactly that. Just got a big margin to the rest of the field, and so he's going to have to really be careful about what he does here. Adrian Ungor hasn't had the best of starts. He's got some work cut out for him. But Ben Hitch and Jamie Tyler having a brilliant battle. Tyler out on the outside, turn 1. That was a superb move that got him into third place, the final spot on the podium. And,
just looking out at the back here in 5th position, Scott Clee has started off very well and is matching the leader pretty much for pace here. He's dragging along Adriel Naguar with him as well, so the drivers in 5th and 6th position are just starting to close up on this lead group of drivers. Chris Thomas trying to break away. He's got Liam Ferguson right on his tail in 2nd place. The top 2 just starting to pull away slowly from the chasing pack. Here they come out of the final corner. We've got Ben Hitch, Jamie Tyler and Scott Clee right in there. And it looks like Adriel Naguar still in there. Alex Jones, Jason Haitley, Adam Clark, Gavin Petty rounding up the top 10. James Butcher 11. Sam Yaxley's had a good start. The 197 pulling up 6 places. Matt Lear on the charge, well up to 14th position as the leaders make their way up towards Derek Corner. So Chris Thomas just pulling out a fastest lap of the race there, 41.85, 0.3 of a second ahead of Liam Ferguson as the chasing pack make their way through. Still Jamie Tyler, Ben Hitch and Scott Clee in there as well. Adriel Naguar started to close up on Clee though in 6th position. Here they come out of the final corner. So Thomas leading and Liam Ferguson keeping on that pressure as they make their way down towards Stowe, the first corner. The top 2 just with that small cushion between 2nd and 3rd. Jamie Tyler still there in 3rd. They make their way through the willows. And just watching that chasing pack, it looks like Scott Clee into 5th from Ben Hitch in 4th. Adriel Naguar still closing up though in 6th place, so those 2 still look threatening in 5th and 6th position. But the leaders make their way through the Dan Weldon corner, down the TKM straight. It is still Chris Thomas who leads the way. Liam Ferguson trying to find a way through here, but they can't afford to be too rash at this stage. We still have 8.5 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. Jamie Tyler still 3rd. Hitch, Clee and Naguar. So I would say the top 6 drivers just seem to have established themselves here. And crucially here, they're the leaders making their way through the willows. You've still got Jamie Tyler in the mix there as well. But the group of Ben Hitch, Scott Clee and Adriel Naguar just trying to close the gap. They all look quite threatening here as Clee goes for a move on the inside, going through Derek's corner. But I think these 3 drivers here we've just seen going through, where Ben Hitch, Scott Clee and Adriel Naguar working together here and still could potentially get with the leaders.
This is going to be exciting. Liam Ferguson, I think he's just biding his time at the moment, waiting for an opportunity to come around. Chris Thomas still there leading the way, but Liam Ferguson, he's just waiting for an opportunity to come. But Jamie Tyler, still don't count him out just yet. They're in 3rd place. Still has potential for a victory. Sam Yaxley, he's in 11th place. He's made up 7 places. He's our highest climbing driver so far. So watch out for him and see how he gets on. There is the driver of Jason Haitley on your screens for a moment there, the Zip Kart team. He's a driver who's moved from the senior Rotax field into the 177s, having problems with the weight meant that he moved up, and now he's enjoying his racing a lot more, which is brilliant to see. As they head into turn 1, Ferguson has a look to the inside. That was superbly done by Liam Ferguson. He saw that Chris Thomas was going to open up the corner after defending, and he stayed there and surprised him, and Chris Thomas is going to do the same back. You give what you get, and he had a little look but couldn't get that move done. Liam Ferguson now leads the way. Jamie Tyler,
yeah, this is starting to draw Jamie Tyler into it in 3rd place here. Just looking at the times here, he's closing up slightly. Ben Hitch, Adriel Naguar getting past Scott Clee. Those 3 drivers still on the cusp here. There they are, 4th, 5th and 6th. So Naguar on the move slowly as he tries to battle for 4th place. So Ferguson leads the way here, and still with Chris Thomas keeping that pressure on in 2nd place. The top 3 now starting to fight for position, but they can't be too aggressive here because the chasing pack here of Ben Hitch, Adriel Naguar and Scott Clee still look very threatening. 4th down to 6th. Jason Haitley moving up to 7th, of course. We've got Alex Jones, Adam Clark and Gavin Petty in 10th place. Sam Yaxley in the 11th position after that great start, moving to the edge of the top 10. James Butcher, Matt Lear, Mark Cushley, Andy Chenery, Mark Taylor. Then it's Colin Walker, Richard Ball, David German and Daniel Walker. And Gary Bumford out of the race. I don't think he was a starter in the end, but Liam Ferguson over the line with 5:40 on the clock plus the 1 lap remaining. But Chris Thomas keeping that pressure on in 2nd place. Jamie Tyler hasn't really been able to fight for the lead so far, the 3rd place driver, number 45, but he's still very threatening in 3rd place, still could very much be a factor here. And still with Ben Hitch, Adriel Naguar and Scott Clee in that chasing pack, 4th through to 6th. Those 3 drivers 4th down to 6th. They're not really in the fight for the lead so far, but I think if these 3 start getting together, then any one of those 6 drivers could still potentially win.
This is going to be interesting. Of course, the top 3 who have an opportunity to take this win, but don't count out drivers such as Adriel Naguar. You got Ben Hitch as well, who is right up there at the sharp end of the field. Even Scott Clee, who is there in 6th place. Of course, Naguar fastest first purple sector. And there's a still battle going on, and Chris Thomas is back into the lead of the race. It's a superb battle between Ferguson and Thomas. Real battle for the ages. And Jamie Tyler still there in 3rd place. This is Tyler's opportunity. He's got to wait for an opportunity to come about. It's really going to be Ferguson. Oh, he makes a move to the inside for 2nd place. Ferguson drops down to 3rd. That's going to bring in Adriel Naguar, who's slowly closing in on this pack. Jamie Tyler, now the man who could win this race. It's either going to be a big loss for Chris Thomas or a big win for Jamie Tyler. They come down they're back straight into the Derek's corner. Liam Ferguson waiting for an opportunity to come around again. Jamie Tyler there now. He's going to have a look. Oh, it's going to be close between Ferguson and Jamie Tyler, but Chris Thomas still leading the way. 3.5 minutes left on the clock, plus that additional lap. All 3 drivers all within a second of each other. This is now really going to be the knocking on the door now. He's got a couple laps left to go. It's going to come down to the wire. Ferguson on the times seems to be the 2nd fastest driver out there between these 3. Jamie Tyler actually isn't the quickest driver out there out of these 3, but Chris Thomas still has the fastest lap out there, lapping a tenth faster than the rest of these drivers, and actually set that lap on the last lap of the race. So you can see that Chris Thomas is really putting in the laps now, and now it's just a wait and guess of when will Jamie Tyler pounce, or will it be Liam Ferguson going for a move? We'll wait and see, but Chris, I think my eyes are still on Chris Thomas for the win here.
Chris Thomas looking good so far as we make our way through, just on 3 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. Technical flag going out for the number 32. That's a shame for him, of course. Gavin Petty was on the edge of the top 10, but has picked up a technical black flag and puts his hand up. He retires from the race. That's a shame for him. But the leaders make their way through to the top circuit, the Dan Weldon part of the circuit now, and the moment we head towards the closing stage of the race, it looks like Chris Thomas, Jamie Tyler and Liam Ferguson have done enough for the time being, at least, to stay ahead of the chasing pack. We see the trio of Adriel Naguar, Ben Hitch and Scott Clee still there, 4th through to 6th place, but Naguar trying to break away from that group now, trying to get up with the leaders. We've still got Ben Hitch and Scott Clee just a bit further behind him. Jason Haitley, Alex Jones and Adam Clark, they're having their own battle as well on the edge of the top 10, with Sam Yaxley fighting through now into 10th position. But Chris Thomas, less than 2 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. The top 3 maintaining a good pace out there. Just looking out for Adriel Naguar. I'm going to look on the have a look on the lap charts next time they come round, because it looks to me like Naguar's put a good lap in here, just starting to break away from the battle between Ben Hitch and Scott Clee. And there he is, 4th place. Naguar just closing up on this lead group. Let's have a look when they go over the line. So Thomas going through. I think Naguar might just have pulled a couple of tenths. At the moment it still looks like a 3-way toss-up for the lead. Chris Thomas is starting to pull away though. 0.3 of a second between him and Jamie Tyler in 2nd. It's not very much, but it's just enough to stop any potential move from Jamie Tyler under braking into the corners. He has got that cushion there to be able to run his own lines. There's Naguar still charging with Ben Hitch and Scott Clee just a little bit further behind.
Chris Thomas is only going to hold on for 1 or 2 more laps. It looks like it's going to be about 3 more laps actually as they come down the start-finish straight. So he'll have this lap and 2 more to go. Look at Liam Ferguson though. I think he's trying to work with Jamie Tyler now to try and close up to the back of Chris Thomas and then sort of do a 2 for 1. But we'll wait and see what happens. Of course, this is the this lap and then 2 more laps to go. So we're really knocking on the door at the end of this race here. and the 177 is putting on a hell of a load of action. It's all going to come down to the wire. I'm really surprised really about Angel Ungwa, who with his pace, I thought he'd be a bit further up. They move for second place. Ferguson on the inside. This could be a game changer for how these last 2 laps will go. Thomas now needs to hold on for this lap and one more. Liam Ferguson there on your screens. He's there in second place. Will he close down on Chris Thomas? That is the question. He needs Thomas to make a mistake, but we've seen Thomas in the pre-final and that third heat. Wasn't someone who made mistakes, but took his time when he needed to. And I think this last lap or so, he's just going to really wind it back and make sure he's just putting in consistent lap times. But maybe he's winding back a bit too much, because look at Liam Ferguson as they head onto the final lap of the circuit. It's going to be a 1v1 between Chris Thomas, Liam Ferguson and Jamie Tyler. They can't overtake in this sector because there's a yellow flag out on circuit. They now can, because the yellow flags are in. The back marker will soon get out of their way. Liam Ferguson has just got to try and close in. Can he find a way past Chris Thomas? Chris now starting to apply a bit more power and trying to push a little bit more. But look at Liam Ferguson. We know Liam Ferguson is really quick at this last sector, but they're catched up to a back marker, and this could really be the game changer between these two. They're going to come around the final corner, but Chris Thomas is going to take victory here in 177s. What a superb drive to take the win at the Kimbolton Festival, and sportsmanship there between Ferguson and Chris Thomas. That's what it's all about at the end of the day. Ungwa finished up in 4th as Jamie Tyler rounds out your podium spots from Ben Hitch, Scott Clee, Alex Jones, Jason Haitley and Adam Clark, who round out your top 9. Sam Yackley got himself into the top 10, but a brilliant result there for the man who finished up on top, Chris Thomas. Really consistent all the way through, and a great way to end.
Yeah, Chris Thomas with a closely fought victory, just over a tenth of a second from Liam Ferguson. Jamie Tyler in 3rd. Adriel Naguan with a late charge into 4th position. Then Ben Hitch and Scott Clee racing very closely for the entire race, finishing 5th and 6th respectively. Alex Jones, Jason Haitley 7th and 8th. Adam Clark and Sam Yaxley, that fight back through the field to get into the top 10. Butcher Lear, David German, Andy Chenery, Richard Ball a bit further behind, and of course DNFs for Mark Cushley and Gavin Petty. Gary Bumford failed to get underway in the 177 final, but so a great win for Thomas there in the penultimate final of the day. We now move on to our final race of the day, the last final to get underway here at the Kimbolton Festival in 2025. It is the Senior Rotax, and all potentially looking very good indeed. Charlie Webb, who looked very good in the pre-final, will lead them away from Daniel Amore, Finley Jones and James Tester on row number 2. Archie Flint and George Robinson on row 3. Elliot Rice and Adam White on row number 4, taking us down to 8th position. On row number 5, we have the number 28 of Joshua Valance with Michael Morgan, Tom Pryor and Charlie F. Grave on row 6. Alexander Gergwis and Dan Renton on row number 7. George Sanders and Jack Middleton in 16th place on row number 8. Row 9 is Samuel Cook from Louis Judd. Row 10, Luke Collins, Tyler Green. Row 11 is Charles Sutton and Harry Welch. Row 12 is Ben Thompson and Ewan Richards. And then the final driver on the grid, 25th place for the number 78 of Jake Fisher. So our final act of the 2025 Kimbolton Festival is about to get underway. Charlie Webb and Daniel Amore again almost walking pace around the final Kimbolton corner, and they will spring into life any moment now as we get towards the rolling start of the Senior Rotax final. They are leaving it right until the last minute. Here we go. They put the power down and get underway. Senior Rotax final underway. Webb guarding the inside line from Amore into the first corner. Here we go, and Webb makes it round the first corner, times that start to perfection. And it looks like the number 41, Daniel Amore, right on his tail in second place, going for a move as they make their way into Derek's corner. But Charlie Webb has the line covered.
Dan Amore needs to know that he needs to make the move now. He's seen in the past that Charlie Webb's been pulling away the first few laps, and after that it's so hard to keep up with him. So he needs to make this move now. He needs to ruin Charlie Webb's race. He needs to do it now. James Tester trying to look for a move on the inside of Archie Flint. Can't get that one, do, as they all fly through to finish the first time of the race. Move for the lead! Move for the lead! Dan Moore on the inside for the first time this weekend. Charlie Webb drops to second place. This is what we've been waiting for this whole day in the senior Rotax field. We've been waiting for the move where Dan Moore pounces, and he's saving the best till last. He knew that in the pre-final he didn't have to do anything silly because he was just reserving a spot for himself on the final. This is it. Who will take the K-plate? We've got long more time to go. Oh, move to the inside for Charlie Webb. That was superb stuff. That took him back into the lead when it goes back on side.
That's allowed the 23 in there as well, of course. So Finley Jones having a look on the inside as well. So Charlie Webb, who hasn't quite had the start he would have wanted here. Of course, Dan Moore going for the lead. But now Webb back, and he's determined to try and get that fast lap in there, just to try and pull away. I see him using all the curbs there as he makes his way through Derek's corner. Good move there from Finley Jones, 23 to get through into second place. And more in third, James Tester. George Robinson, 123, has made a position and has also set the fastest lap of the race in these early stages as they make their way through. Everyone, I think, is determined not to let Charlie Webb get away here like he did in the pre-final. He managed to build up a cushion very early in the race and control the race from the front. But Finley Jones tagging on there in second place. I don't think anybody in the chasing pack is going to go too wild in this early stage. They don't really want to get into scrap in second place. You will have just seen there, actually, Dan Moore pointing ahead to Finley Jones, saying, let's work together here, let's stay together and try and keep the pace with the leader. Of course, if Jones starts to lose the pace of Webb, then it may be the case one or two of the chasing pack might try and get through. Got a bit further back, we've got Archie Flint, Elliot Rice in seventh place, Michael Morgan, Adam White, Joshua Valance, Tom Pryor all running very closely. Charlie Upgrave and Alexander Gergwes a little bit further behind, but the top 10 all running very closely indeed as George Robinson goes down the inside of a Moore, and a clean move there. Does it very quickly, takes the move into third place. That's exactly what they want. They don't want to be trading paint in the corners. They want to make a nice clean move under braking. Make the overtakes as quick as possible because they don't want to hold each other up, because the main objective here is not to let Charlie Webb get away. He has set the fastest lap of the race, 41.07, and has pulled a gap of around 0.4 of a second ahead of the chasing pack with just over 8.5 minutes to go in this final of the day for the Senior Rotax, our last race of the Kimbolton Festival. But at the moment, in these early stages, Charlie Webb is just starting to copy the form that he got in the pre-final, get to the front early on and try and build up that pace in the opening stages.
George Robinson to second place. That was a strong move. And we haven't really seen what George Robinson is actually like at the front of the field because, of course, had to start the pre-final from near on the back of the grid, made his way through half the pack, and now up 3 places. He started from 6th in the start of this race. Oh, that's Elliot Rice getting a bit too wide as he exit the Dan Molan complex. But now, I think George Robinson might have a good opportunity. Of course, he's the fastest man out on the circuit at the moment. There he is in second place. Watch for that blue and white car, the JDR racing machine. Will it try and chase down, and will it be able to chase down the 24th Charlie Webb, the one with Precision Racing? That orange and white kart, the orange, black and white, you see at the front of your field there on a Carlos Sainz chassis. Of course, many F1 drivers having their own chassis brands now as they all file through the Dan Weldon complex. It's interesting to see what Charlie Webb can do from where he is now. Will he be able to extend that gap as everyone else comes flying through? Look at this shot of all these drivers from all different disciplines all getting their way through. George Robinson is starting to close in here on Charlie Webb, so I don't think Charlie Webb has this one covered. 7 minutes plus additional lap left on the clock. And look at the front of your field, George Robinson, he's closing in. Now let's look at the times here. George Robinson is 0.2 faster than Charlie Webb. Now the question is, where has George Robinson found this pace from? But we won't need to worry about that. Look at this shot from TNL Sports. as all these drivers fly onto the back straight for the last couple of corners. All drivers pushing as hard as they possibly can in this grand final in one of the most important race weekends here at Kimbolton in the Club Championship. Everyone wants to take that K-plate in the Kimbolton Festival, and it's either going to be between George Robinson and Charlie Webb, but I think, Chris, this might go to George Robinson if he can keep putting these laps in.
George Robinson, I think the track is a little bit cooler in the final here. Just seems to have found some good lines here as they make their way through the Dan Weldon corner. And Charlie Webb, crucially, of course, is leading the race. That's where he needs to be. He's maintaining a good pace out there. But George Robinson is slowly but surely taking the fight to Webb, who has controlled the race well so far. Here he comes out to the final corner, but Robinson is noticeably finding some lines here, and you can see Webb going defensive there into Stowe. They're side by side into the first corner, and Webb gets the elbows out, stays strong, and forces Robinson wide. This is drawing Finley Jones into the battle here, into third place, going for second place. That is not what George Robinson wants. He needs to get back with Charlie Webb. But Webb doing very well there. He got the elbows out, made the kart as wide as possible going into Stowe corner, and crucially, it has just thrown George Robinson off the scent just for a lap or so there. We see the chasing pack there coming through down there. James Tester, Archie Flint, Elliot Rice all chasing. If the leading group start to get too aggressive at the front, then this chasing pack could get involved as well. Danamore still in fourth place, James Tester, so they all settle down for another lap here. George Robinson not making any moves at the moment. He's a little bit further behind, the gap around 0.3 of a second, but still finely poised here. We've got Finley Jones, Danamore, James Tester just a little bit further behind as well from Archie Flint, Elliot Rice, and a driver further down the field who has made a good recovery through so far is Ewan Richards, up to 10th position from 24th on the grid. Jake Fisher up to 14th as well. He's made up 11 positions. But Ewan Richards putting some nice laps together as the leaders make their way down towards the final few corners. We've got a little bit further back there, the likes of Ben Thompson, Charles Sutton, Luke Collins and Harry Welch all fighting away towards the back of the field. But Charlie Webb over the line. Oh, as we look down the inside there, George Robinson just having a peek to say hello there as they make their way through Stowe corner. And again, you see Charlie Webb going full defensive into Derek's corner and really backing everyone into each other here now. So the drivers chasing there in 5th and 6th, James Tester and Archie Flint still could get involved in this one. But Charlie Webb still leading the way. There is a black and white warning flag for the second place driver, George Robinson, so he's going to have to be careful. You'll see it on the digital screen there on the right-hand side of your screen. The drivers will all see that. And also Charlie Webb as well. So the two leaders being told just to be careful. Here they come down into the first corner. Oh, and it gets a bit tight there. They're getting very close. They're trading paint. And Danamore up into third position now. So Charlie Webb, I think, here is going full defensive as down the inside goes George Robinson. They are trading paint on every corner here. 3 minutes to go here, Charlie. And it's again, and it happens again. And well, they've both got the black and white warning flags here. And I think Charlie Webb and George Robinson getting a bit too close for comfort there.
Yeah, Charlie Webb into that Dan Weldon corner. He seemed like he had a plan of his sleeve. Oh, big contact as well as they come out of the Weldon complex. Two drivers going off as well. But now Danamore leads them into turn one. That was a big mishap between George Robinson and as well Charlie Webb, who is now out in the back of the field.
Number 40 out as well, a bit further down there. That's Charles Sutton out of contention as well. Charlie Webb has pulled into the pits out of the race by the looks of things.
Really disappointing, and that will affect his championship as well. But they're all through the yellow flag sector. That's where obviously the number 40 was off the circuit. Yeah, that got very tasty between Charlie Webb and George Robinson. I have to say, good save by Robinson come out that turn one. But yeah, a bit of an aggressive move by Robinson, as we said, into the Derek's corner, and I think went a bit nasty as the number 23 Finley Jones gets on the inside of Danamore. Danamore fights back, but he can't get it done. Finley Jones holds it around the outside. It's the first time Jones has led the final in this race. Danamore looking for that win as well, and it could be a first win as well for Archie Flint, who's had a good drive so far. James Tester looking for his second final victory. Oh, good move there by Archie Flint. Down second place and more on the cutback.
I have to say here, Archie Flint, he has been hanging about for the entire race, just on the cusp of those leading group of drivers. Now, of course, the action has blown wide open here with that battle between Webb and Robinson. Robinson getting a warning clap of blocking on the previous lap as well, so it's all getting a bit tasty at the front. And Flint could yet get involved in the fight for the victory. There he is, the number 22. Now, the top two just breaking away momentarily, Finley Jones and Dana Moore. This could be a very important lap. I can tell you that Robinson's under investigation, the 123. Bit of trouble there further down the field as the 27 James Tester ends up being pushed off the circuit. We'll have a look at what the stewards decide about that one as they make their way through. So Finley Jones over the line, leading the way. Dana Moore in second place. Archie Flint breaking away in third, and still an investigation then, the 123 of George Robinson, and still moving his way through the field here. One driver to look out for is the number 29 of Ewan Richards, who in the middle of all the confrontations out on the circuit has moved up to 7th place.
Finley Jones, though, at the front of the field, loving life at the moment, has taken full advantage of what pandemonium went on there, and Dana Moore there in second place. Now, I think the gap between the two is just a bit too big. I don't know if Dana Moore's going to be able to close that one down. Archie Flint, who is still there in third position, he's still got a good opportunity to take this victory if he can just close in these last couple laps. But of course, this is the penultimate lap of the race now. Finley Jones has just got to hold on for this lap and one more. Now, George Robinson, who's there in 4th place, whether he'll stay in 4th place is another question. I think that might be one that will be taken up with the stewards, and I think Charlie Webb heading into the pits is a pure stipulation of what he thinks about it.
So here we go then with Finley Jones coming into the final corner. He's been hanging around with the leaders for the entire race, and he has got to the front at exactly the right time here with 1 lap to go. Dana Moore still keeping the pressure on. Archie Flint not giving this one up in 3rd place either as they make their way through Stowe Corner and into the Willows. The final time, we've got George Robinson under investigation but still running strongly in 4th place. Elliot Rice in 5th, and a brilliant drive here still for Ewan Richards, who's fighting for 5th now, putting Elliot Rice under some pressure as they make their way through Derek's Corner for the final time. Rice holding on for the time being, but Ewan Richards still pushing hard. But Finley Jones looks like he's going to bring this one home.
What a drive it's been from the number 23, who took all action and took it with the spire. Finley Jones, the number 23, takes the victory in senior Rotax. Dana Moore there in 2nd place. What a final victory, and I think that might be a first final victory as well for the 23. Of course, he'll take the K-plate home with him tonight. What a way to end a brilliant day worth of racing. A action-packed way to finish the day, and what's been an exciting 2025 Kim Bolton Festival. So much action that went on today, and plenty of things to talk about, I guess. Yeah,
it was action-packed in all of the race classes, really, and senior Rotax really ran things off in some style. Finley Jones taking the K-plate from Danny Lamore by 7/10 of a second. Archie Flint fought hard to 3rd place. George Robinson under investigation, he will finish in 4th. Elliot Rice from Ewan Richards with a great fight through the field. And then Michael Morgan, James Tester, Adam White, Joshua Valance, Dan Renton, Jake Fisher. And the midfield made up of George Sanders, Jack Middleton, Alexander Gergowis, Charlie Empgrave in 16th position. And a bit further back, Samuel Cook, Louis Judd, Tyler Green, Luke Collins and Harry Wilch, the final finisher. Charlie Webb, notably, the pre-race favourite, arguably, he was out of the race with Tom Pryor, Ben Thompson and Charles Sutton also. He span out earlier on, also a non-finisher. So the 2025 Kim Bolton Festival in what has been brilliant weather this weekend at Kim Bolton, drawing to a close. You had that little rain shower, but didn't affect things too much. But brilliant weather, hot weather over the weekend for the drivers and the track crews. Big thanks, of course, to all of the marshals, the medics, and all of the HKRC volunteers and track staff. And Charlie, any final thoughts from you?
Just a brilliant day of racing. I mean, what a way to top it off in that final, and I think the cadet finals as well were very exciting. And I think we got a pure taste of what them pre-finals were about. You know, some drivers losing out big time in the pre-finals. Some drivers, you know, even like George Robinson, gaining big time through it. So I think that's a great effect and a great addition to this weekend. And all on to the second half of the season.
Yeah, well, that's the Kimbolton Festival out of the way, and the second part of the 2025 calendar of the HKRC gets underway. We will be back here second Sunday in August, live, of course, on TNL Sports. Hope you enjoy the rest of the evening, and if you're tuning into the tennis, that might be a good time to get yourself down to Wimbledon, but do that in the meantime, and we will catch you soon in August, right here at Kimbolton.